to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all right. Now that your gaze is polarized. Turning love to dust, 'cause we know we can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Wandering in its place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space, so we still come back for more. Leaving it behind isn't always easy, but how we tried. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we
I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I was putting
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to Europe for Open number 5, the second online regional on the road to Paris for the European region. We are giving out points. Well, maybe we're not even giving them out. They are being earned by these teams. The 8 best teams in Europe are still alive in the competition, on their way to Championship Sunday, on their way to the title of European Regional Champion. Welcome to the pre-show. We got 28 minutes and 30 seconds till the time-honored Saged Classic has been played a million times, maybe played a million times before and later. Gritty Goose versus Man City, going to be our first match of the day. Excited to see the Goose on the stage.
I may have been lying to Wavepunk consistently about English football history. He now believes Gritty Goose is like 20 years in the Prem.
It can't be false. No, you can't have gotten this over me again. No, not Gritty Goose. Folks, it's going to be great.
Goose.
CJ, we saw a crazy run from Gritty Goose yesterday. Will it continue today?
Yeah, the Gritty Goose. We had a great day yesterday, didn't we, Wavepunk? Without actually, no, Gibbs was here as well. I was going to say without these guys, but no.
Gibbs was on record not having a good time yesterday.
Yeah, Gibbs was trying to get through. I don't know if he had somewhere to be, but he just kept saying how boring the series were. Unfortunately, he actually manifested one round of just complete and utter boringness, though, with 4 3-0s. But outside of that, we had, a few upsets. GK, obviously, not making it through was the headline.
There was a few headlines that we will talk you through. If you missed yesterday's action, don't worry, we'll get you caught up. If this is your first time watching Rocket League, we love that you picked right now to start watching the greatest esport in the world. Open number 5, that orange bar there in the middle of the screen. We are on the road to the Paris Major, which is the final online or the final in-person event before our World Championship. At the end of the season, we will crown a new Rocket League World Champ, or maybe NRG will retain. Who knows? You guys, you have no idea what's going to happen. It's going to be crazy. If you want to be in the building when Paris goes down, folks, scan the QR code on your screen. It's going to be a great time. I'm very excited about it. I hope to see you guys there. It's going to be a one for the books. Let's talk about one that's already in the books, though. Yesterday, we had some fantastic play here for Friday, and there was so many good goals. We couldn't possibly put them all in the top 10, but let's walk through 10 of them here, folks. These are your top 10 plays from Friday, presented by Progressive. Gibbs, take it away.
Finally, I get to speak. Stizzy, let's go. The flip reset, the flip cancel as well for the power shot in the bottom left corner. Stizzy, brilliant shot here, brilliant placement as well.
No, I hope you like talking for the time you had, Gibbs, because we're moving on to Mitza. Off the backboard. There we go, straight in. Nice little reset, catches everybody out. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Well, there's no I in team. There is in Gibbs, so we're not going to let him talk for the rest of the pre-show. Speaking of team, though, this was a beautiful team play. Off the rip, off the kickoff. Have a look at this. It's the double kickoff, the little fake pre-jump off the roof, bottom left slot. Beautiful.
Fantastic stuff. One of the big stories yesterday, Whip Esports still alive today. Will they continue? It's from plays like this. Look at this aerial dunk up high. Gets the reset on the first touch and then dunks in the air for the goal.
Has anyone seen Isaac App? Because we got ourselves a turtle shot here. Raziers with the flip reset. No, maybe not. He just kind of lands on the floor. I'm pretty sure Artemis, we have splashdown, and that was Raziers right here. Nice shot there in the bottom right corner.
At number 5, we've got Stizzy. 1v3, not a problem whatsoever. You might as well send 6 because none of them were getting anywhere near him. Just threatens this the entire way through. When am I going to play it? When am I going to play it? I'm going to play it right now.
Where was Oli going?
What's a top 25? Oh, sorry, a top 10 play without number 25 in the world. This man said the reset. He's looking like the 25th best player in the world. Scratch that. Minus 24 spots. He's looking like the best player in the world after open 4. Beautiful reset. Little delay. And hits it with his butt over the top.
GK had a terrible day yesterday. The one silver lining, tempo, the play from this man. What is that? How do you even manage to put the ball behind your opponent here? An incredible little touch on the ground. Creative ways to score here for tempo.
Somehow he ground pitches that. I don't understand. But Eugene, let's call up Johnny Boy. It's a squishy save. No, it's a squishy redirect. The in and out of the offensive goal. Eugene coming up big. He jumped so incredibly early for that as well to get that redirect.
But there can only be one, and it is Raziz. 1, 2, and 3. Just gonna take on everybody. He's got 3 opponents. He's got a reset and a touch for each of you. Look at that. How delayed that reset is. I mean, spamming away at the X-Men. Jump, 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 jump.
Yeah, you said there could only be one, and then I saw 3. I don't understand. You oversold. I mean, I'm very excited. Rlcs, fantastic play. We'll get to see them play a little bit later on today. Yesterday was a story. There was some big moments, some big events coming into it. Let's talk about Group A. Walk you through some of the action here. The first rounds went pretty clean and simple there over in Group A. Gentlemates taking down Synergy, GK taking down Gritty Goose, Whip taking down PCS, and Magnifico sweeping KDOP Corp, which was a surprising result, but we'll see how that continues on here. Let's talk about those upper semifinals and lower quarterfinals matches here. CJ, Gentlemates coming back in fashion here and making a statement on Friday.
Yeah, it's good to see them bounce back. Obviously, didn't make the top 8 of Open 4 after winning the major, which is absolutely insane. But stepping up, it was good to see the spotlight was obviously on GK as well. These are the 2 teams that we expect to make the top 8, let alone perhaps the top 6, top 4. Didn't make it through, but well, it was Gentlemates getting the job done in this matchup. They looked pretty good. I still, a few inconsistencies, but improving as the split goes on.
And we'll see if the mates, they're probably going to sell a couple of those Paris tickets if they do well in this Open to kind of put themselves in a good spot for one of those top 5. But then we go on the other side, and it's a completely different story. It's 2 teams that desperately want a top 6 to be in that running for a top 5 spot. We got Work in Progress versus Magnifico. Work in Progress, the 3-0 through Swiss gave them this beneficial bracket, and they made great use of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're 5-0 for the entire tournament. They're having a fantastic time. I think some people will turn around yesterday and say, well, they got kind of a Mickey bracket. They earned the Mickey bracket. They beat NIP on their way to this, so they got all of this through their results in Swiss, and they're the beneficiaries of it. But this was probably the big, sort of silent story whilst GK were having their problems. Synergy, who had a lot of points and were in the running for one of the Paris spots, out 0-2. They are now lagging behind. They've lost their spots to KDOP Corp and to Toad in the Hole. They've got so many other teams catching up to them as well.
Yeah, it's good news as well for the teams that are kind of outside or below Synergy in the rankings. And, well, Gritty Goose, it's good to see them firing on all cylinders. Magnifico, probably disappointed that they didn't end up making it through. KDOP Corp, though, I mean, what a story for these guys. You mentioned it, losing 3-0 in that first round against Magnifico, but then that lower bracket, they just ran it down. They're looking great. Redosen's up and about, bouncing around. Alpha 54 is locked in as well. And yeah, that lower semi, that final round was a heartbreaker for the GK fans, Wave.
Yeah, no, we talk about these lower 2 semifinals. These were winning in, losing out matches. GK obviously they got the job done against Gritty Goose, but then struggled against the Gentlemates, and there started to be echoes of previous events. Is this going to be a similar story for GK here going into the final round? Gotta win and in. And KDOP Corp, who got swept to start off the day, then swept PCS to get to this matchup here, brought it to them in 5. And it's KDOP Corp that's through. GK is out again, Gibbs.
Love to see it, too, from Alpha. Just showing up. He showed up last time around. Now, KDOP Corp has beaten this team in both Opens, really showing that they're a top 8 team. And KDOP Corp, watch out. They are tied for 5th in points right now. They can make the major. They have to go through Vitality today to gain a couple more points. So it is a tough road. But Alpha and Rado know Zen very well. So we'll see if they can do it. But they look great in this matchup. GK, it felt like they had a lot of offensive pressure at times, and then it just fell apart when it mattered most. You got to execute on your shots.
Go to the other side of it. So Gritty Goose, I mean, what a result for them here. Magnifico, they saw threatened. We saw after the 3-0 against KDOP Corp. Okay, we're going to get that typical once a season Magnifico just make a run. They always seem to do it for whatever reason. But Gritty Goose, maybe a team that we should have expected a little bit more from. Obviously, they've changed their name, as every single team in Europe tends to do. Thanks very much for that. But also thank you very much for the fantastic Rocket League that they've played. Made quick work of Magnifico.
I mean, I just like the fact that we've got a little bit of depth as well. And I think we mentioned before, Gibbs, when you do get the best of 7s, we do see the top teams more often than not getting the job done. But these best of 5s on Friday, and it's anyone's game. And anyone can upset anybody. It's good to see. It's good fun over in Europe.
If you gentlemen, I mean, obviously they're alive, and we're going to see them play Vitality a little bit later on today. But if you had to just off of the vibe, off of kind of from watching them yesterday and last event, if you had to rank KDOP Corp, power rank KDOP Corp in Europe right now, where are you putting them?
6th, I think.
6th,
just on the outskirts.
6th? Just on throwing it out there?
7, like in that range. It depends on who they play, but they take out a team that is very good like GK. twice now in Open 4 and Open 5. So you got to kind of put him in that tier of like right by the major spot.
Yeah,
I think the top five is quite locked in.
I feel like top 5, like fifth, sixth spot right there. That is right on that cusp of, on a good day, they're winning the event. So keep an eye on K-Dop Corp. They might be the real deal here, folks. We're going to find out a little bit more about their story today. Now, CJ, you were arguing that Europe has a bit of depth just a moment ago. Group B would like to make the rebuttal here. We had 4 strong teams. Those 4 teams emerged, and they didn't lose a game in the first round. So we're just going to skip that, and let's talk about the upper semifinals here. Let's talk about NIP versus Vitality, rematch from the grand finals of Open number 4.
Yeah, I forgot about the start of Group B. We can forget about the EU depth, but it was good to see the top teams go at it. The big dogs in the upper semi-finals, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team of Vitality. We got a rematch, which was awesome from the grand final early on. That's what I love about the format. You don't have to wait until the very end to see the best teams go at it, and we got to see that there with Vitality. And I mean, what an upset for Ninjas in Pajamas to get the job done, Gibbs. Are they underrated?
Maybe at this point. Vitality set an EU record winning 17 games in a row, like across 2 events. That has never been done before. And then Ninjas in Pajamas, they end the streak. Not only that, they win 3 in a row versus Vitality to get the win.
It's the team that we're looking towards, though. KC, I mean, are we getting a 3rd season in a row of KC peaking at the worst time right at the beginning of the season and seeing it slip away? As for Man City, I mean, this has worked out beautifully for them. Seiko looks like he has been on this team for years, let alone weeks, let alone months. Not necessarily getting the result that they're after, but they're against the KC, who are on the warpath right now, and they moved on.
Moving on in style as well, and that's it. It just sets up a great match against Journal Mates. You got the major champs who are looking like they're in form, and then on the other side of things, we did have the likes of Caligiris era as well. We saw Sizen on the hog, on the Roadhog, just trying to make that thing work. It still just looks like the heaviest thing ever, but I like it. I'm all about it. Caligiris, we did see the upsets. They took down GK last time. A tough run, though, when you're going to have to perhaps face a Team Vitality in the final matchup. They did move on. And Toad in the Hole, Gibbs, you love the Toad in the Hole.
Toad in the Hole, it's probably a very ugly dish. We looked at it. It did not look appetizing, but that's English food for you. But Toad in the Hole showing up big yet again in the first round, at least in that lower bracket, to get some much-needed points, which led up into the very important match versus Manchester, and they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those lower semifinals here. Caligaris versus Vitality was an incredibly one-sided match from beginning to end. I believe it was 12 goals to 2. In that lower semifinal here. We'll show you some of those goals here as we talk about them. Again, these were winning in matches. Vitality punches their ticket through, and then Manchester City versus Toad in the Hole on the other side of things. But quickly here, just to remind, I mean, did we feel like we learned anything about Caligaris, CJ, through watching them play these 3 matches?
It was, you know, that was certainly sitting in net for a lot of it with Vitality just getting to work. We saw the top plays as well. Zan just absolutely all over them. But I think we see the Caligiris, you know, mentioning, you know, likes of K-Dop Corp as well that are around that 5-6 mark. They're in the pack. They're around the top 8, but I think the Tibbity Top has just proven that they might just be a step above the rest.
It's tough. That Group B was the top 4 teams in Open 4. And they showed up, you know, like all 4 of those teams did exactly what they were supposed to do. Only Toad in the Hole really challenged any of these teams. Vitality obviously got the job done there. But then Toad in the Hole was like sleeper pick here. Man City, there's still question marks around that new roster. They lost to K-Corp pretty handily. So it's like, all right, will Man City bounce back? Took a while, but experience always reigns true. Game 5 Champions Field. Who is it? But Seiko showing up big.
Look for the Simon here. Toad in the Hole might actually steal this one as well, because when we got into game 4, they were leading. They were doing so well. They were getting, I mean, when you get goals like that, you just sort of feel like this is going to work out for you. And then with 1-1, almost no time left, EdgeB comes in, takes that one away. And then, yeah, we went over to game 5. And it very much felt like, all right, well, why do we bother really? Because they got smashed in game 5.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, it felt like in the whole A, they ran into mostly just a experience diff there on Game 5. We talked about it yesterday. Also, it was kind of fun watching Manchester City play and how many infield passes they were hitting. I felt like I was watching like 2018, 2019 Rocket League when that was like the leading meta of the way to score. It was a fun flashback, but we'll see Manchester City play a little bit later on today, 14 minutes from now, and as a matter of fact, as they will be taking on Gritty Goose down there in that lower bracket round 1. That is an elimination match. You got to win to continue on to Championship Sunday. Same story for KDOP Corp versus Team Vitality. KDOP Corp taking on KDOP's old organization. There's a story there somewhere, folks.
We got the world champions reuniting. It's gonna be great.
You know, that's kind of true. That's true. Yeah, two players who won a world championship on Vitality taking on Vitality here. So we'll see that a little bit later on today. We're on the road to Paris. There's lots of people, lots of competitors trying to make it there, and we could talk for just a moment about kind of the lay of the land here, CJ. I feel like it's a different story than it usually is at this point. Oftentimes we have at least like one team kind of locked up for especially those regions that have played 2 events. I don't know. There's a lot of, especially in I think MENA and OCE, a lot more variety happening right now than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, obviously a little biased, but OCE is going to be, I'm going to say it's going to be the most exciting event, so make sure you guys tune in next weekend. We've got 3 teams up there. As you can see, the Power and the Bulldogs are both tied on 26 points. You can see their 2 logos under OCE, 24 points for Wildcard, who got top 6 at Worlds in Lyon last season. So basically, whoever wins the final event or outplaces each other out of that top 3 will probably not only make Paris, but the World Championships as well. That's how close it is. MENA's a big one as well, Gibbs. You're looking at a Team Falcons that won't be there in Paris if they don't win, or...
Yeah, that's insane. Team Falcons coming off like World Championship Grand Finals. They make a move to pick up Drolly, the best player in the game at the time, and they're in 4th place in MENA right now. They also finished top 4 in Boston. Very likely not going to be in Paris unless they win the regional and Twisted Minds falls apart. But it's insane right now in MENA, but R8 Esports, congrats to them. Very likely have already clinched their spot. As long as they get another top 4, they are looking good. So we'll see some new faces out of MENA very likely at this Paris Major.
Now, the story for the World Championship may be a little bit different. MENA, we're so used to seeing Falcons up there on top there, the number 1 spot. So seeing them down there in the 4th place spot, I'm sure for so many people feels like the world's falling. And honestly, in MENA, it sort of is. Like, this is just so unprecedented. But you look at the World Championship contenders, Falcons did have an incredible first split of the season. So despite rough results here on the road to Paris, the fact that Boston went so well for Falcons means they're still sitting up on top here, Shogun.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are pretty much locked to go to Worlds no matter what, but they will not feel good about the way things are going. For OCE, though, I mean, that's going to be big regarding who they sent, because not only do these teams want to be going, but OCE still has that 4th LCQ spot at the moment. OCE does need to outperform South America over in Paris if they want to retain that spot. So whoever goes, they're doing it for the entire region. They're doing it to send a 2nd team to the World Championship. So hopefully best team comes out on top, CJ.
Well, yeah, I just want to send the best team possible. But yeah, I think they just need to outplace the average of the 2 SAM seeds as well. So they don't have to outplace the best performing team. And so let's just hope SAM 2 comes last. If you're an OCE fan, and we can maybe, get a little cheeky win in there, Gibbs, and get a 2nd spot.
It's possible, but then bringing it back to Europe really quick, we saw that 4th place has like 44 points. 5th is at 27, and that's Manchester right now. So there's a big gap, and that a 5th spot is wide open. We'll see if Man City makes Paris. Like, obviously, if they do, very likely they'll be the team to go to the World Championship, but Europe will also have their LCQ. There'll probably be a lot of roster moves around that as well, Wave, so we'll see how it all pans out.
CJ, I'm going to quickly put you on the spot here, and I understand if you don't have this information. For people who want to watch the OCE, the final split, what's the best way to do that? Where is it? When is it?
Twitch.tv/Rocket League OCE. We've got that channel up and firing. It'll be on my stream as well. Twitch.tv/CJCJ and on YouTube and my YouTube channel. So, same
curious.
thing. Find it anywhere.
I'm going to set out first. I was so curious.
Go to mine.
He's a company man. You understand. Let's talk. You're just talking about roster changes here. Let's talk about it just a little bit, because I think it's a hot topic in the Rocket League community right now for the teams. There's so many teams that we expected to be doing much better right at this point in the season than they are doing. Is this the time for them to break it up and change it up before the LCQ, before the final split, before the final open of the season, or not? We're gonna play stick or split here. Chat, you can play along. Give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, yay, nay, I think is what you got to put in chat there to vote here on stick or split. Gen G. Should Gen G stick or should they split, gentlemen?
I'm just gonna do a
Yep.
like that. There we go.
Yeah, can I have a third option? I'd like a blow up. I think we need to blow this roster up, not only stick it.
Whoa.
This roster's cursed. Or the organization. Every person they kick is going better now. They get rid of Justin. He's flying with cheese. I mean, they may as well kick Magic Bear, reform the team on another organization or a not even signed, and they might win Worlds the way they're going.
It's just tough because, like, who do you pick up? Like, if you do blow it up completely, does Rise go back to Europe and try and make it through the LCQ there? Does he begin in NA and figure that? Like, obviously, they'll keep it for Open 6. We've seen crazy things happen before for that org as well to just win the whole thing to actually make it. But for the LCQ, it's like, what are the options? Like, who's available in North America? I'm going to say stick, actually, because I don't know if you can make better teams for these guys at this point going into the LCQ.
Okay, man, I hear you. I do think the argument that every player gets better when they leave the organization is an argument for each player to leave the organization. I see the argument there, but in a lot of chat very much agreeing with us here on the desk. I've also got split on this one, 87% for Gen G Mobile One Racing. Change something up there. We'll see. Let's talk about the most recent team that is very solidly in this conversation right now. After their results yesterday, GK, Appjack, Joyo, and Tempo. Do they stick? Do they split?
Actually, how far away can I get my hands? Like
that far?
It's not working. It really is not working. And the problem is, it's the duo that was sticking with each other. Joyo and Jack are just not playing well together. They do not seem to gel. Tempo, I think, has been playing very, very well despite the results. So I think it's not necessarily that GK lost the trade. I think Tempo lost the trade at the way this is going.
Yes.
I'm gonna go stick. I just think it's too bad to be true. That maybe an LCQ run and they can make that. They can earn the last spot in the LCQ because it's just something's not right. It doesn't make sense. And the Gen G, it's been trending that way. Whereas I just think GK's been so bad.
There is a lot of talent in Europe, though, so I could see this one being a full blow-up and everyone forms new teams to try and figure it out because there's so many good players in Europe that have a chance to pop off in an LCQ setting, so I could see this whole team blowing up.
Yeah, they all feel individually very, very strong, but it's just not working together. Split here. Chat also has an 84% split. I feel like chat's gonna be a team chaos here. Let's talk about a team that has had fantastic results, but has just been seeming to run into a slightly better roster. A very different situation than the other two who are not making main events right now. Falcons picking up Drawley. Seemed like it was gonna be one of the new super teams and has yet to live up to that same expectation. Are we sticking or are we splitting?
Are we talking like going in next season? Because they are sort of going to Worlds. So
they are going to Worlds.
Well, there is a small chance that they miss out. Like if they have to play the LCQ, maybe. Are we talking about that? I guess, but I'm gonna say they should stay together.
Yeah.
But they'll figure it out at some point.
Stick, but it's just still, it looks like a terrible move so far. They've gone from making grand finals at every land and nearly winning to maybe not even making it out of their region to a Paris major.
Part of me says split because like this was clearly not the right choice. But I think that they've killed their opportunity to go back. I don't think. I don't think that they can ever get back to what they had. I think they've ruined it there. But Chad could also agree with you here. 82% gonna say Falcons are just fine right now. Let them figure it out. Give them a beat there. Let's talk about one more team here in North America, which I think has got results on both sides. VP, Virtus Pro, Talk, Wavy, and Two Piece. We sticking? We splitting? How are you guys feeling about it?
I'm sticking.
Very likely they make Worlds anyway, though. So like, but if they didn't, I still say, like, it's a young team. You try and figure it out for the LCQ, like if you have to play in it. was stick.
Yeah, I think we've seen evidence that they can perform as well. I think Torque was unbelievable early on in the first split in Copenhagen in particular. I think they just need to find that form again. They're on a bit of a downtrend, but they can pick it back up.
I'll say Talks here is sort of reminding me of Beast Mode in the way that at the beginning of his career, we were like, oh my goodness, this is the best player in the world. And then there was just something on LAN for a little stint there where he just really struggled to show on LAN what he was able to do online. And Talk's been kind of in a similar spot of like, we all know he's got it, but where's the talk that we were making an entire podcast about? We were making an entire top 10 just about him, you know? Like, he's got it in him. I'm excited to see it come back out, and Chat's gonna agree with us here on this one. So look at that. How often do we just like fully agree with Chat here? This was a good little resonance.
Team building exercise with Chat, you know.
We're doing it, folks. I'm proud of all of us. So, folks, if you got family and friends at home who you want to have watch Rocket League, but who don't play the game and maybe watching from the player's perspective, the first-person perspective we're used to watching it from, check out the Rlcs crowd cam, twitch.tv/RLEsports. It's got a camera on the sidelines. It's much more similar to watching sports if you're a family that enjoys watching sports events in the real world. Maybe this is something that will be a good way to help get them into the greatest esport of all time. 18. 18 is the number I'm looking for. 18 points and $21,000 on the line for the first place finish. That'll be given out tomorrow. Our players today playing for top 6, so that'll be a $4,800 purse guaranteed to all the teams that make it to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Here is our bracket. We will play the 4 matches on the left first today, and then we will play the remaining 5 matches, those quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We've got 4 matches. The 2 on the bottom are elimination matches, so we got to play those first. We'll see KDOP Corp take on Vitality for a spot on Championship Sunday a little bit later on. But to kick things off, Manchester City taking on Gritty Goose here. CJ, talk to me about Gritty Goose, especially for the people that didn't watch yesterday, don't know who these players are, don't know who we're talking about. What is this name? What is the Gritty Goose?
Well, these guys just keep on changing their name as well. So, look, I don't forgive you guys if you're a little bit confused as we do pull up the plays. That is not Gritty Goose. We're looking at Man City on the other side of things. But Gritty Goose, Tox Rlcs, Bibaba, they were TRB last time. They didn't get out of the groups. But formerly Magnifico as well, Tox Rlcs combination, picking up Bibaba, Hungarian player. And I believe we're hearing first Hungarian to be a top 8 in the RLCS, or at least in Europe. So a shout out to him. Looking for an up-and-comer Gibbs. They're looking for that youth to come through.
Yeah, that's really nice to see. We saw him in EU Open 2, Open 3, and Open 4. He got 9th place in all of those. So finally making it out, making it to the weekend. Gets to play on the big show. Let's see what he's got. But they're going up against Man City. Man City has looked very, very good so far. There's small question marks around the roster move right now. Like, I don't know, like they're power ranked 4 or 5 probably, like at this point. But Man City, they want to keep proving everyone wrong. Just keep collecting those points and try and take one of those top 5 spots. Right now, everyone in Europe is rooting for Man City to lose because people think that the mates will probably bounce back and finish top 5. So Man City is that spot, I think, most of Europe is looking at to try and take to go to the Paris Major.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag GG for Gritty Goose. I don't like that their hashtag is already calling the game's over here. Hashtag MCFC for Manchester City. These teams have played twice in RLCS. Manchester City's had them 3-1 both times. So for Gritty Goose, this not only is this bit of a new, like not, I wouldn't say uncharted territory, but less experienced territory than the Manchester City boys have had. It's also an opponent that they have struggled with multiple times in the past. And I mean, CJ, when you're going up against an opponent you have yet to beat, how strong is the mental block?
Oh, it's huge. It is, and sometimes you need to maybe even see them lose to some other teams around you that you know you can beat, just for that confidence. But yeah, the mental block is going to be massive. Also, just with Gritty Goose, I had no idea what Gritty Goose was, and then I watched, I looked at the Twitch chat while they were playing, and it is just a goose hitting the Gritty.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Okay,
that seemed pretty self-explanatory to me. The predictions here, folks. CJ, who you got?
Give me Man City. I actually like how these guys are. I like the cut of their jib. I like how they're operating. I know that everyone else is out for their spot in that top 5, looking at the major, looking at Paris, but I think they're going to get the job done and separate themselves from Gritty Goose, the guys that are below them.
I'm going to join CJ. I'm going to join CJ on Man City. I think they're just going to be a level too far above. Also, I think that Gritty Goose do like to play a lot of backboard defense, and we've seen Man City do like to sort of spam infield passes. I just think it's stylistically a bad matchup.
So they played last week. It was 3-1. 2 overtimes, though. One was pretty long. I like the cut of their beak. I'm going Gritty Goose with the upset here. I think they are a better team than people give them credit for. I think they keep it at least close. So I'll go with the underdog. I'll go with Gritty Goose.
I like it. I like that. I'm going to stick with the Man City boys on this one, but I do think Gritty Goose, especially for first match of the day, going to come out, especially this game one, going to be incredibly important. If they're able to start off hot, put Manchester
City. Does a goose have a beak or a bill?
A bill, beak, you know, whatever.
They have
invalidated, Gibbs.
They have I think I see what you mean, like a duck bill. Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Are all bills beaks? I'm gonna Google this at the beginning of game one, folks. Everyone in chat though, Gritty Goose, the fan favorites, nearly 70%. Can they prove them right, folks? The people's champion taking on the boys from the city. It's a great way to kick off some Rocket League. Get up and get loud. It's game day. It's Man City versus Gritty Goose for playoff Saturday.
I can confirm, using my zoology degree, that I rarely get to use that a goose does in fact have a bill. And Game 1 is brought to you by Progressive. Manchester City taking on that build-up Gritty Goose, CJ. And I am excited to see what is looking to be one of the most important series of the day.
Thank goodness we have a zoologist amongst the talent team. Where would we be without one? That's the question we've got to be asking ourselves. The Bill, they'll see if they can step up. They're the underdogs, but, well, clearly not for Twitch chat. They're the people's champ, the people's team.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of hype as well for the Barber. You were saying that obviously it's great to see a Hungarian player making into that top 8 for the first time in Europe. I believe the first time was in SSA for a Hungarian player. So the Barber has got a lot of love. I imagine stemming a lot from his name as well, because I love to name rank players. He's up there. What a stunner of a couple of letters that he's assembled.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's just smacked his keyboard or it's his name. We need to get some lore from him, but what I do know is this guy can hit a top left shot. What a start for the Gritty Goose.
I love it. That's a wonderful dunk as well. And as he lands, just sends it back behind Seiko, who did have the block. 3 players standing in his way. Backflips it top bins, no problem.
Maybe I am starting to like the cut of these guys' bills, if you would. The geese looking on song early. That's the Goose Geese zoologist. What's a group of geese called?
A bloody nuisance, mate.
Yeah, well, good. They are being a nuisance for Man City on the pitch as well, so that's good for the Gritty Goose fans out there. Is it a gaggle of geese?
Gaggle of geese. Yeah. That would be their collective noun, I think it's called. A gaggle of geese. I won't tell you what a collection of Man City players is called. That top corner nearly being found by the Gritty and Geese. On the left-hand side, Rlcs wants to get it central, does manage to find it, and Seiko comes away from the back ball.
I'm going to use my imagination on what you think of Man City there. Maybe downfield. Oh, Acro, hang on a minute. Free double, nobody on the backboard. Can he get the drop down? Maybe one extra pass to Seiko. Far down. When his shooting's on, this team's looking pretty good.
I love that collection in the midfield as well from Acro. Rlcs, he has to respect the shot might come in, so he has to wait on the goal line, and then Seiko either reading the shot comes in, there might be a dunk opportunity, he can just wait, he can poach. From the blind spot, Seiko can dive through, and you were talking a little bit earlier about GK and obviously the issues that they've had. Seemingly, this change has worked out considerably better for Man City.
Oh, considerably. Yeah, and I think Seiko just sent a message. He said, I don't know who you guys are, but you don't kick a world champ. You don't kick a world champ, because if you look at the CV, I've got more trophies to my name. Major champ, world champ. This guy's an absolute superstar. So Seiko, just a bit of, you know, maybe not holding a grudge, but he's certainly got a bit of venom about him, and I like it. He's taken this Man City pickup, he's taken getting kicked, I guess you could say, off GK and turned it into an opportunity.
I think it's lit a fire, and I do completely agree in the moment that I thought that Seiko being removed for tempo, that is a good move for GK. I completely back it in the moment. Evidently that hasn't worked how they thought, but Seiko did seem relatively lackluster until the major, at which point he then was on almost in like his home territory, where he thinks, you know what, I know what to do at a major, I can do pretty well here, and he performed fantastically. I didn't see that same side to him during these online events. The fire has been lit underneath him, and Seiko, he really has looked fantastic. I think Man City have come away laughing with the trade that they have made, but Tempo, he's been great on the GK side, as we were saying, that stick or split. I don't know what the audience, what the fans said about that stick or split, but it certainly seems like
for GK?
City have won it. Yeah, for GK, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. It was about 13% for a stick, 87 for the split. There's the pump coming through. Acro top right on your net, in your net. 2-1. Man City, since giving up that first goal, have looked pretty on song.
There's Acro as well, you know, making sure that he takes it nice and slow. Because he's going for the bump, Togs has to wait slow on the goal line. Any momentum you can remove from that keeper, you will be happy to do so. Acro being instrumental to both goals so far.
Looking on song, and he might get another chance here on net, but Bubba had to pre-jump top left corner. So Edgeby tries to roll it around. Acro's up again. This man is absolutely everywhere. Raziers can just park back, chill, look pretty in third man as he does commit this time, as should I say Seiko now has to wait for the touch. Acro does get dusted by Raziers. Gritty Goose, since that first 30 seconds where they looked on song, of well, just struggled to keep any pressure on at the moment. So it's good to see Man City performing, but pressure now is on the Gritty Goose side of things.
You're seeing a good amount of pressure falling towards their half. With 100 seconds remaining, the ball does manage to just about squeak its way away. Fox clear from the backboard, but Barber to receive, and Seiko lurking nearby, waiting for an error. There is one. Double commit, Edgeby into the corner, gets harassed by Tok, but Edgeby can keep his wits about him. Seiko does get bumped away from the ball. Chance here to shoot. Acro tries to remain in control on the blue side. And it's decent so far from City. They've managed to maintain their position whilst they've been under a lot of pressure from the Geese.
Acro with a redirect. That backboard has just been unguarded this entire game. 4 minutes in. Gritty Goose get out of trouble there. So they almost find the shot. Acro, as you mentioned, he's just been that guy. Happy to sit first man, happy to sit downfield, look for redirects, and it just really pushes the attack of Gritty Goose back when they have to be worried about that first man downfield.
Yeah, I mean, Acro has been the guy as well on the side of Man City. He's been a phenomenal player. Statistically, he is up there for a lot of the event stats. He's got the most amount of goals, second in score, second in shooting percentage. He has been him. But Togs, when you're asking about players that will just keep battering down the hatches and will make it hard for his opposition, Togs is the guy. A great bump from Raziers on the final man. And Togs, he never stops. Towards the end of the season, he will always be wanting to make it to that next level. And it was a great play from him. And Gritty Geese, they fight their way back to a level playing field.
Yeah, G-Tox probably one of the unluckiest players in Rlcs history, and they've given up a goal off the rip. Seiko just recovers way too quick for Gritty Goose's defense. He's waiting there on the wall, but Bubba, third man, thought he had space, but he's too quick.
I think as soon as the Barber jumps, he then thinks he has two ways he can go about it. Either go back down to the ground and hope that he can just get back in time, or go for the chow. He goes for the chow, and Seiko's already got him beat. He jumps at such an awkward angle. He's not able to get any connection on the ball. Raziers with a touch back into his own half. It is nice, but Edgy's going to be there to block him away. Seiko reset towards that sidewall, and goodness, blooming me, Seiko. The world champ is on form.
We said it at the start of the series, Stumpy. You don't kick a world champion because he's not going to stay down for long at all. This guy popped off in Boston, and he's picking up where he left off in the online split here for Paris. And he's trying to put one foot on the plane the way this Man City team is playing.
A gorgeous play from Seiko. That is going to be game number 1 going in favour of City. You have to think about Gritty Geese. They are being a proper threat for a lot of teams right above, honestly, all around them. But I mean, if you are a GK fan, you're going to want to see Gritty Geese do well. GK are really rooting to see any points taken away from Man City. They are the threat to any team outside of that top 5. Gritty Geese are sort of on that resurgence along with the GKs and such. So any points taken away from City is going to be instrumental in those other teams outside the top 5's major chances.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the worst possible situation when it's not in your own hands, when you're relying on other teams, when you're relying on the Geeks, and we do love the Gritty Goose, but GK will certainly be wanting to start their split all over again if they could hit the rewind button. In this series, though, Man City looking fantastic. Statistically, I think Gritty Goose, I know they're the people's champs. The chat absolutely loved them when we were doing the predictions, Stumpy, but just statistically, they're kind of in that 8 spot. They're kind of just kind of middle of the pack, kind of not average. I don't want to say that, but they are right there on the mean. So the question is, where are they going to step up? Where are they going to find that extra polish to put them into a top spot? Because Man City, they're, you know, right now statistically, they're sitting in the top 4 in pretty much every category, individually and as a team. So they've gone to that next level. Can Gritty Goose do the same?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about them statistically, but as well as them in the rankings, they're in pretty good company. They're level on points with Gentlemates right now. They're sitting in that 8th spot alongside them. And they put it on those teams that you kind of hope that they continue this push throughout the rest of this split. Like, we want to see them continuing to do well. Errors like that is going to make it harder. Edge takes a very soft shot towards the net. But Gritty and Geese, oh my goodness gracious, there's so many G's in there. It's hard to continue this push, especially when you think this really is getting towards the last chance of the season. We've got, you know, a couple of online events left. We've got a handful of them, and then it's the major, at which point you're looking towards the World Championship.
Yeah, I do love the setup of the team, though. You've got a couple of Germans that are just playing absolutely solid rock. Tox is always going to be around major contention. And Raziers, I think he's looked fantastic since he came back from the OCE failure. When he was on Chiefs down there. Couldn't quite get a regional win or an open win, but since he came back to Europe, maybe it's just a nice holiday for him, a little refresher back to Europe. So he's looking in for, but Barber has the youth and has that flair to him. So I like the setups, just where are they going to find that extra 5%?
Yeah, it's always been that kind of story as well for a lot of teams that just find themselves outside of the top, you know, 4, 5, 6, or however many spots Europe has at any given moment. See what they can actually bring to the table to break into the otherwise rock-solid top side of European competition. Raziers, let's redirect on. But Barber's the next to it to get the job done. But Acro, final man on the backboard, is going to make it a little bit harder past the halfway line. One reset and the double air dribble. And goes as far as Raziers. So far, we're seeing Gritty Goose just try to work anything through that Man City defense. A great bump, but the ball still finds its way to Seiko. Has one reset, has a second. No, not quite secure. Thank you very much. Flip reset indicator there for letting me know.
Pretty easy to watch on the broadcast, isn't it, when they do get a reset or not. Seiko tried to go for the double, didn't quite land it, but I'm so impressed with this guy on the ball right now, Acro. He's just looked fantastic, and just, I wish we could get extra stats on how many times you just beat an opponent, you know, in the air or off a dribble. It'd just be so crucial. I feel like those players can separate it. We look at Zen, who's just able to beat a couple and completely open up the space. Speaking of opening up the space, Raziers almost with an opportunity on net. Man City, you haven't looked too comfortable in defense. This is where they can be exposed, and you betcha they will be. It was a double commit for Raziers secures the first goal.
Yeah, felt a little bit iffy, this one. You see 2 go up for it, both Raziers and Bababa. Bababa actually bumps Raziers into it. He doesn't even get credited as Tox gets the assist. You have to think that if they don't score that, or if he manages to just about get that save, can they recover in time? But ultimately, that doesn't matter as they do get the save. Edgeby cracking clear away, but Bababa can get it in the midfield. And it's a good start for GG. Halfway through the game, and they get there first.
Yeah, I mean, they were lucky that was a goal, because if I was Bababa there, I would be cursing Raziers for cutting rotation front post and nearly completely stuffing up that shot on net. But good start here for Bababa. Good start here for Gritty Goose, as he has to just watch out for Seiko on the backboard, trying to do a little depot in and out operation. Acro just throws a little drop down front post, just in case Edgeby or Seiko are going to be circling, looking for the extra touch. Seiko looking threatening. That's going to be an open net, though. They've completely left it wide open. It was a race to the corner boost, Stumpy, but I think Gritty Goose need to be worried about the net.
And look, Edgeby here, he waits. He knows that there's just a little bit of annoyance coming in from Seiko, trying to get those bums racing towards that corner boost, like you say. He can just wait, sees what the touch is going to be. Awesome. Nice open goal, waits and poaches. It's very well formed in the end from that Man City offense.
Yeah, just need to see a bit more patience there from Raziers. He just panicked when he realised that their boost was going to be under siege, but at the end of the day, you've got to protect the net. It's a scoreboard that counts, but he did go boost over ball. It's so tempting. It just lures you in, that corner boost, when it is up, especially when it's your own and it might be getting stolen. But Man City capitalise, looking pretty strong there. They do like conceding the first goal, but they just, you know, seem to start firing on all cylinders after they go 1-0 down.
90 seconds ticking down as the midfield is found by Acro to the ceiling. No one's to challenge apart from Tox, and then Bababa waits on the backboard. It was a nice dive across from him. Seiko, the second one to it, then getting the save does Raziers. Flick chance for Edgeby. Just one in the top corner, and a low boost Tox can clear that one away. Low boost across the board, really, for Gritty and Geese. But the save from the man that does have some. Central, a cross-come shot, does not quite allow Edgeby onto it, and the save is relatively easy.
Yeah, they need to find a close touch here. They're just kidding the ball away, and they're using so much resources, so many... What do you call it? I was going to say units of boost. That makes sense. As Edgeby now has time. Yeah, it works. We're going to go with that. Raziers makes the save to double commit again, though. Gritty Goose in big trouble, but Barber won't recover in time. They were all over them like a rash, and they didn't have the cream.
I mean, so Barber here, as he lands, I guess he ends up facing, he turns left thinking the shot then might be towards his left. As it goes right, he's then crept forwards a little bit too much, so that he then can't quite position it in time. He had the boost ready to get to it. His positioning just ended up letting him down. He then wants to have a little bit of repentance here, waits in the net and bums Acro as much as he humanly can. He's stopping and reversing and three-point turning on Acro's head.
And I like the offensive goodies. Oh, here's a big mistake from Seiko. If they get a bump on last man, perhaps, off the backboard. Lucky enough to recover, but it is a double commit from Man City. Both teams don't look too settled in defense, but I just want to see Gritty Goose keep a little bit of control. They do just kind of hit the ball away and worry about the next attack coming in of Man City. 12 seconds. See if you can get down the other end. See if Gritty Goose can create some magic. But Barber's going to leave this for Tox, who flicks it over the top of Barber's looking for bumps. It's going to be Raziers now. We'll have a little bit of space. Goes sidewall to Tox, who doesn't get the beat over Edgeby. They're going to look for the ground. Everybody's up. Raziers is own goaling. How is that going? Wait. How? What? He's hit the curve of the post, I think, to keep the ball alive. Gritty Goose, one last shot. You talk to me, never mind. Seiko calls game. 2-0.
Man, I don't know how that stayed up. He absolutely slammed into the crossbars, then bounced off the corner bit of the wall on the backboard.
Off the post or something?
They go 2-0 up in the series, 2-1 in that game. I think the Gritty Goose, they've got a good game plan. They're just not quite acting on it when they have their very few opportunities. We saw just this sheer amount of shots that City were having on target there. They lost 12 in total and only 6 for Gritty Goose. I mean, the saves where you can see on Gritty Goose getting 3 apiece. So it is a big defensive effort having to come in from Gritty Goose. But when you look at the offensive stats throughout this entire event so far, City's offense, they are absolutely top tier. They're #1 in goals. They're in the top 4 in shots. They've got the most assists. They've got the highest shooting percentage of 29%, 5 to 6% higher than your average. And Acro, as I identified earlier, he is the guy who is leading that offense. Their defense is somewhat more in the center, but when you're attacking so heavily and you're so aggressive with how you play, your defense doesn't necessarily need to be stonewalled. You can afford to concede a couple of goals. And Gritty Goose, they're struggling to get those couple of goals to really threaten City's offense, to bring them back onto the defensive side.
And if I was the coach of Gritty Goose, if I was Casper, who was the national coach of Norway as well, shout out to Casper, I'd just be looking for some control in defense. They had 9 saves, but they were just getting pinned. And when you're just hitting the ball away, you need 2 options in defense. Somebody, you control it, you need to use the boost, give time for your teammates to also gather resources, or you've got to find a target downfield. You've got to find the likes of a Bababa, someone pushing up for mid-boost. And if you can hit a body, hit a teammate downfield, you can get out. But if they're just going to keep hitting the ball away, Man City are going to keep on pressing, and it's a matter of time until they score.
I mean, yeah, that's what we saw in the previous game, you know. It becomes so much harder to actually work you out of defense when you're not trying to work your way out. Seiko with a reset, gets it back off the crossbar. Edgeby, a reset again.
Oh, my.
Triple save! The in and out from Raziers!
It's a ridiculous save, but they're still in trouble. They're all low boost except for that man, Raziers, and he's on the backboard. Edgeby knows that he's got space low, so he just takes the space, tries to pop it out to Acro. He doesn't have the power, but this is a great start from Man City. Look at the demos. They're just playing keep away. Tox is in so much trouble in net. 0 boost. Will they ever get out is the question. Gritty Goose finally a moment of respite, but I feel like it's coming back with interest.
They've got that first step of attack. Right now it's a 1v1, but Barber flips it rather, just high. Edgeby can get off the backboard. Tox now with very low boost. Tries to get his pressure on, but will it be an extended period? The miss from Raziers. This now gets control straight back over towards City. The midfield picked up by Barber. No one challenges him straight on, so he can wait for that second touch. Tox shoots wide. Raziers, opposite corner. It's devastatingly close, and Tox can toe punt it home.
3 games in a row, we've had the Gritty Geese get the first goal, and they were under the pump for 35 seconds there, but as soon as it got down the other end, they threw the Uno reverse card at him and started putting the heat on. Great shot. Seiko almost getting the ball, picking it out of that corner, but the shot was too good. 1-0.
We've seen this happen previously. We've seen Gritty Geese go just that little bit higher on the scoreboard. They get the first goal, and then they can't get in the second or the third. Raziz taps it high over the crossbar. But I do back City to get a goal here. Their pressure has been immense, and they don't let it go. So any time that we're going to be seeing the blue waves start to push into the orange half, you have to worry for Gritty Goose. How will they be able to recover? How can they keep the City offense away?
Yeah, and they've won the previous 2 games by conceding first, so I feel like after that goal went in, if you're Man City, you probably went good. You know, order is restored, and let's get our 3rd win in a row on the board. Edgeby's going to leave that one for Acro, and you can just see how defensive this team do get. Gritty Goose, when they do get the lead, Seiko, does he get the double? Raziz, beautiful touch, but he is low boost. Edgeby in there, does it find the 50, stealing more corner boost. As you can see, is Edgeby, Seiko involved as well. Man City circling, Seiko slams it home. I mean, it was put on a silver platter, and Seiko says, thank you very much, I'll tie that one up.
I mean, Acro is him on City for a reason. That is an unbelievable recovery. He starts to go off with the offensive effort to try and get the goal himself. Realises defense is too strong, takes it to that sidewall, the recovery to land on the side, then into the immediate kickoff here, doesn't quite get a goal. Then Seiko can just lurk in that midfield. It was gorgeous play from Seiko, as you said, on a platter for him. And Acro, he is putting up those numbers throughout this event so far, and it is not slowing down in lower round 1.
And another little double commit coming out in transition there from Gritty Goose as well. It's getting a little bit antsy when they do have space. HB, who's going to... Yeah, there's the pass. You know that Acro's looking for it. It was the fake. He tried to find the skim. Raziz with space back right. Does give possession up. The Seiko, they're just putting so much heat on the backboard. Feels like every time they do throw it to the backboard as well, Stumpy Man City, there's nobody home for Gritty Goose. They're having to jump up from net, and that just uses so much boost.
But look, there's not really much plan to get out of defense here from Gritty Goose. They're struggling, I think, to have that second layer. I've been very impressed with Raziz so far, but if he's not got anybody to really send it to, no one to actually get on the end of the balls that he's trying to clear out of defense, I don't know what they're expecting to happen. You're just going to probably, more often than not, find a City player.
Raziz now. Well, he's found a little bit of space. That second man's just a little slow, and that demo's got to help out too. If there's an open net, I think Babama thought Tox was just a little bit closer. They had a momentary chance, just a little split second of an opening. The respawn arrives in time, minute 15, still 1-1. Man City in the box seat at the moment with 2 game wins to their name. The demo comes through. Beautiful control there. And this is what I want to see down the other end from Gritty Goose. Is actually hasn't quite worked out for Man City. The control, though, they're looking a little bit more comfortable when they are in defense.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're seeing this Gritty Goose side struggle to put up the offensive capabilities that I assume that they kind of feel that they have. And Raziz, he can just wait. And we've seen this sort of go awry a few times. That bump goes really in favour. Then Bababa, a stunning dunk to commit, but Raziz on the forward momentum with the 2 defenders coming across laterally. Only one side wins there. With 50 seconds, Gritty Goose get the lead.
Important game win if they can get this. Otherwise, they're going to have to look at a potential best-of-7 reverse sweep. But that was a poor touch in defense from Seiko. In for the air dribble. He just had to get that to the corner to safety and pretty much got dunked into his own net. So we do see just the scoreboard kind of turn around a little bit from the first couple of games. It's been 10 shots now to the likes of Gritty Goose. Man City only 3 shots on the board. So since that early pressure in their goal, they've really just struggled to find anything down that other end. But Acro is opening things up. Tox with low boost as well. Your man Acro, mentioned him before, being the star player now for Man City without tempo. What is that? Forget about Acro. The world champs here.
Oh my God! Get absolutely disrespected.
How was he with that?
I was gonna praise Raziz here for that clear, but Seiko says no.
How was he read that? How has he read that? Raziz off the backboard has gone to clear it to his own corner, hit the ball backwards. Seiko's behind him, pre-jumping, just reading exactly where they're going. They're all over it. Maybe the last chance for Gritty Goose to steal this one.
God.
Man City, you feel like they're just going to win off that play alone, but Tox, I think they want overtime now just to collect themselves. Seiko is absolutely feeling it. Raziz, reset, over one. They've double committed Man City. Is it going to be a last chance? No, there won't. Overtime again.
I don't think Seiko had any idea he was about to score, by the way. I think he just thought, I'm going to tackle him. I'll see what happens. Boys, I'm up. And then suddenly his name's in the middle of the screen. Just so good. I absolutely love that play. Seiko now wanting to prove that was not an accident. Nearly the acute angle double tap. Lured in on the backboard. Edgeby can't get that next touch. You just see now, Man City, they start that fabled swarm that they love to do. Tox slow boost, but the 50 goes towards Raziz. Finds not quite, but Barber, who ends up actually going back to his own half. Acro up for 1 or 2, nearly that double, but Barber again with defense.
Man City pressing. See Raziz just low boost. Tox throws himself. That's a bad play, but Barber now under pressure. But Tox cuts rotation beautifully. He knew that he made a mistake. He made up for it, but they're still under the pump. Back post pass. Seiko is unbelievable. Cop that hat trick, Man City 3-0.
It's the offense. It's Acro is the shaft of the spear, and Seiko is the pointy end that goes right into your rib cage. An incredible performance from City. I love to see those two link up, and it's a wry smile from that world champ thinking, yeah, you know what? Didn't really mean that. Didn't really know that was happening, to be honest, but hey, we get the dub.
Look at the cheeky smile from Seiko. I mean, GK have to be watching this going, what on earth were we thinking? And Tempo's been fantastic individually, but that team completely bomb out, while the guy that has to hop over, that finished Boston thinking, okay, didn't play too bad individually after one day was kicked, finds a new team, finds Tempo's old team, and has put up 728 points on a playoff Saturday, looking fantastic. There's a hat trick. I mean, he's in peak career form right now.
I mean, peak career form for him, in fairness, is winning the World Championship. So I assume that he's got a little bit more that he can do. But tell you what, mate, Gritty Goose, they don't know what to do with him at the moment. That dive across is just like, he's like, oh, I didn't really mean that. Sorry, mate.
Sometimes you need that. You know, the confidence. Things just happen if you play confident rock, and that's what he's doing. I mean, I mentioned peak career form. This feels like when Seiko first, showed up on the scene as a rookie, endpoint days, when Metzer and Relating Wave picked him up. He's just taken this series by the scruff of its neck, and now we're looking at a potential reverse sweep. Well, the only option right now for Gritty Goose is a reverse sweep. It looks a long way away against Man City.
The thing is, it's such a shame that, we're just sort of... We have to say that Man City are absolutely being the better team right now. It has been 4-2, 2-1, and then an overtime 3-2. It's been a very close individual game series, but to me, it just feels like whenever there's this City pressure, Gritty Goose, they flap. They don't know what to do. They can't quite figure out how to get out of that defense. And every now and then they do, but I don't know how much agency they sort of have in that. They've not really got a plan going forward. To me, it feels like City have got a plan that they are putting forward, that they are wanting to attack Gritty Goose with. That is not what Gritty Goose are able to deal with. I don't know what they can do from here. I don't know what Casper's going to be able to say to them. But Man City, they lead 3-0. One more to win in the Coliseum, and they'll then be going through to the lower quarters.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Casper, I'm thinking, guys, that game should not have gone to overtime. Seiko, as you can see with the reaction on the play again, he didn't mean it either. And they did have more shots. They had more pressure overall. The overtime certainly wasn't going their way, but up until then, it was a clear shift from the first two games. They've got to keep building on what they produced in the start of Game 3.
I mean, that was the most even game in terms of ball possession and field domination. It was near enough 50-50 on both stats. The other ones have been a 5% swing either way, so separated by 10% in total. It was very, very even, and it just comes down to sometimes those moments of, quote, luck. Like, the more you practice, the luckier you get type vibes.
Yeah, he's been around for a while now, Seiko. He was once a rookie, now an absolute vet, a world champion. Sometimes you just need the ball to fall your way, and sometimes it just feels like your day as well. Speaking of Edgeby, he almost made this game 4 his own, the solo. It's a nice pop from Seiko. Look at the poise, the precision. He's over Bababa. He's beaten one, beaten two. 50 on the last man backboard. Man City looking pretty strong, and it just felt like in that overtime with it, in that timeout, just the Gritty Goose, they just looked a little bit rattled with the player cams, and maybe that is what Seiko's doing to him on the pitch.
I mean, these moments of magic, I think, on Gritty Goose have to come from Rlcs. The amount of highlight plays he's been on where you think he's in an impossible position, and then all of a sudden he whips out like a full court, double reset, air dribble into the opposition's net. And he has to be the guy. I've seen him in defense being that guy. Offensively, a lot less so. Seiko now in a 1v1 versus Talk says, no, you know what? I don't fancy that. I'm going to the sidewall like a freestyler. Will it be the right option? Not quite, but Barber can say.
Still the right choice, though. He just recognised where the space was sideball, and that bought time for his teammates to get involved, help out on the attack with him as well. So just a smart play again. Right decision not to take the 1v3 straight on net. Here is Acro. His space back left. Once again, they just recognise where the space is, Man City. They realise Gritty Goose weren't looking to attack, so they just wait. They draw them out, and all of a sudden they get a shot on their third man. Certainly looking like the smarter team and perhaps the more locked in or settled, composed team at the moment.
And composure is a good way to put it. I think that Gritty Goose, to me, they are floundering somewhat. They aren't fully confident. Plays like that, it's a lovely pass. I actually don't think Edby could have got a good shot on target there. So I think that his miss genuinely was deliberate. I think that he's thinking, if I do this, I'm just getting dunked. It's going to fly right back to our end. I'm just going to send it backboard. Then look at the continued pressure that City have got because he didn't just send it mindlessly into the defense. I like that a lot. And Seiko now can go for an air dribble.
I think you're his PR manager. I think he just completely fluffed the top left corner right there, but they were able to keep pressure on. It's kind of, either it's perfect, I'm with you on that, it's either goes for the perfect shot or they keep pressure on it. It's better than just throwing a weak shot in the middle of the net and then they lose pressure completely, but we'll see if Rlcs can create some magic down the other end. Overall, though, this has been pretty dominated by Man City. Still been 4 shots to 4, and there's a little bit of space. Acro double commit there with Edgy. 2 minutes left. So he does find a way out, but it's a slow pace, and you can just see Rlcs backing off. It's given him actually a little bit of control on ball and stealing that right mid boost. They just look like they're struggling to find their way through here, Gritty Goose. There's some space for Tox off the roof. Doesn't get it to work.
I do think that every time that we've seen Gritty Goose have a chance on net, they've taken the first opportunity. I saw Rlcs do a bit of a disappointing shot earlier. We've just seen Tox do one again. You know, suddenly the net opens up a little bit and they just go, bang, shoot, oh my God, shoot, let's get a shot on, let's get a stat up, let's get +1 on a stat. But there wasn't much ambition or love in any of the plays they've kind of done when they've done all the effort to get down into that final third. They then haven't put that little bit more time in. They've not put a bow on it. And I think that's a little bit frustrating for me to see.
You see the other side of things, even Seiko right there. The Man City approach is completely different. They're just hitting it into space. And they're just trying to basically draw this Gritty Goose defense out while they're setting up on the backboard, setting up in net.
Do we take for the City? They're like, okay, we get so many, what can we do? Whereas Gritty Goose are like, we've only get one, let's just have a shot. That's the difference right now between these teams.
Which is obviously quality over quantity. It's going to be tough to really get that one through if you're just slamming shots on net the first crack that you get at it. And Gritty Goose right now, though, found themselves with 40 seconds left, under 40 seconds left, looking towards an overtime. It's a clean sheet. It's been a different story from the first 3 games as well, Stumpy, where Gritty Goose have scored first. Maybe Man City getting nervous. They haven't conceded yet.
Yeah, but if we see Gritty Goose score first, you know that there's going to be some silly last-second goal that City do end up finding. So it's not too bad, unless it's a 0-4 Gritty Goose, at which point I don't know what the universe would do. 14 seconds, midfield, Bababa gets one dunk, Seiko's dive across. Across central, leaves Tox to attack the final man. It's a great idea to go for the bump. Bababa is lured in as Acro lets him go to the corner with it. Wraps around, Seiko. Intelligent again, drops it low. A 0-0 overtime, a potential sweep, or the first brick laid on the reverse sweep.
Overtimes have, well, obviously all gone. The likes of Man City has haven't dropped a game yet, but Bubba doesn't quite get the touch that he was looking for, but does lose the 50 back. Rlcs gives up possession. Tox get dusted. So you can see Acro involved. The dunk comes through as well. So Acro turns from that front left boost that he didn't quite scoop up. Rlcs actually did beat him to it, and Gritty Goose able to find a way out. In fact, Man City have backed all the way in net and nearly got punished for it.
A good drive across from Seiko, potential blind spot. Bababa didn't quite see him. Can't get the skin from Edgeby. First 40 seconds has been very even pressure both ways. It's been a lot better game, I think, from Gritty Goose. They've not managed to get the goal at all, but they've had that continued pressure at times. It's still been a lot more rare than I think that they would hope for. Acro wants to bump Tox out of the way, so Razier is going to be taking the mantle of taking the ball away. Edry, a pop out, Bababa. Chance to shoot, goes high. Who's next to it? Bababa again. Razier's to receive, beats Edgeby. Seiko does not make contact. He's in front of Tox, and a continued chance does not go the way of the Geese.
That should have been a goal. Tox was so slow to follow up. I don't know why. He felt like he was right there to answer, but kind of was just waiting and reacting instead of being proactive in that situation. Does get dunked, but the shot comes through. Seiko able to make the save. Man City all of a sudden really under the pump, and that's 9 shots to 4 just from this overtime. They put 5 on the board here. Have the Gritty Goose looking fantastic, but they've got to get the job done, and will they overcommit? That's the question. You see Bababa nearly getting demoed. Seiko finding space. Acro still being an absolute pest first man. Air dribble comes through. Seiko looks for the dunk, tries to do it all himself. Acro is throwing himself last man. Seiko has to back off, and Raziers gets a little bit of space to work with.
I like that cut from Raziers. Edgeby, though, he manages to read it, does get it away into the corner, but low boost. It has been a premium in this overtime. All of City low. Bababa takes it away from Tox, an awkward midfield scramble. Can flick it into the corner, but that gives time to City to regain their boost. Very poor from the Geese.
Yeah, I love that. I love that from Acro. He just waited and said, someone else take it. I've got boost and lose a 50 for me. Seiko's looking for pre-flips. What he has done is found that front left boost. Tox is low, finds the dunk. Acro should be able to find his way out right here as he does rip it around one. But Baba just going to wait and play the 50 game, popping it up. Usually the first man on the scene through this midfield has been Man City, but Baba's actually done pretty well here, just staying around. He's got a lot of respect from the Man City defense as he finally leaves the ball.
I mean, they might have thought he's low on boost anyway, so we're not too much of a threat from him, but Bababa really must have made them double think what that actually meant. He did brilliantly with low boost. HB midfield, goes up, can get the reset here, does so, flicks it down towards Acro, shot on target, but Bababa quite easily saving it away. The double demo, Acro and Tox both trade, a brief 2v2 for a few seconds. Seiko can now receive as Raziers, the man holding the magic. Is he able to sprinkle a little bit of it on the Colosseum? Not quite. Bababa just has to go along with it. A heat check doesn't go as far as he would like. Acro no contact in the center, but Seiko a light tap. Maybe wanting that to go backboard, but just keeps that control going. It's a long shot wide, a chance there for Tox. Couldn't quite take it.
Yeah, there's a little gap in the defense there in the structure of Man City, and they haven't really been put under pressure so far this series, and we did see them crumble a little bit in their land appearance back in Copenhagen when they were put under pressure. Obviously that was with Tempo, a slightly different roster, and Seiko has a little bit more experience in these kind of situations, but I'd love to just see if Gritty Goose could get this win and start putting this Man City team under pressure. They might crumble. They might be able to turn the momentum of this entire match. Tox with space, popping it up. So you're gonna just try and follow this one. Razier sitting pretty close. Means you have to find the right touch. And this could be big trouble. This could be big, big trouble. Acro off the ceiling. 4 minutes. Caught that in the back of the net. Man, sweetie. 4-0 sweep.
4 minutes. 4-0. Goodbye, Gritty Goose. The lower quarters go to Man City. They're going to be playing the loser of NIP or Whip Esports. And they have absolutely whipped Gritty Goose into shape there. A brilliant performance. Another sweep, CJ. Feeling a lot like Group B out here.
Yeah, they just got jammed up in that corner, didn't they, Gritty Goose? Raziers was close second man, and you just see they thought, hang on, maybe I'll push up as well. All of a sudden, they're completely out of position, and Acro with a, low boost in the corner, just found the little corner ceiling pinch in the back of the net. You can see the grins on the faces there of Man City. They'll be happy with the sweep because it did feel like if they could just get one win, Gritty Goose, a little game win in an overtime, it could shift things, but it wasn't the case.
Yeah, and I think that Gritty Goose have got a lot to build from here, but I mean, that was not the performance that they wanted at all against City. Every game pretty close, a couple of overtimes, only one game going to more than 2 goals difference. It's a shame that they just couldn't hold on to the few leads that they managed to actually get at any point, CJ.
Well, it was a great win there for Man City, but after the break, we've got Vitality. We've got Zen against his former world champ teammates. Alpha 54 Radosin. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a doozy.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it, open doors. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Before it's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. If I could
First match of the day concluded, and it was a quick 4 games. Got 2 overtimes in there. Almost got kind of 1 extra game there for the price of the 4. But it was Man City top to bottom in this one. I'm joined by Edgeby. Sir, congratulations on the win. Big, strong sweep. Great way to start off the day. I got to ask, as a series goes on like that, what are the vibes like on the call there for Man City? And is it different than when the series is like super back and forth?
I mean, they're pretty good. I mean, we feel confident. We have great vibes together. We vibe great together. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, we just felt good.
You looked good too. I mean, what's it like playing with Seiko when he's having a series like that and hitting like what? I mean, what did you guys think about the dunk off the back wall? We were the cast. We were like, what is happening? What are we watching here?
No, that was unreal. That was actually like insane. We were literally laughing like, what are you even doing there? But I mean, yeah. I mean, Seiko is an amazing player and it brings so much experience. And I honestly think that's what we needed.
Well, whatever you guys needed, you're getting it here as Man City's having a great season. I got to ask, do we have the replay of it here? Is this? Yes, we do get to watch it again. That's just an incredible moment here for the people at home that missed it. We'll see it again on the top 10 tomorrow, I'm sure. How's the season going for Man City compared to the expectations you had? You know, the beginning of the season, you form up with these guys. You've got thoughts on what your expectations are, what's going to happen in 2026. Are you meeting those expectations? Have you surpassed them? Have you not quite reached them? How's the season going for you so far?
Oh, I mean, my own expectations surpassed them by far. Like last season, I got 2 top 8s, and now I was in a tiebreaker for a major, and now I'm like in a good position for a major. So big improvements, and I mean, shout out my team because they're the goats.
Yeah, you guys are heating up at the right time, too. Paris is just around the corner. Excited to see you guys there. Hope you guys make it. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
All right, Man City with a quick win. Gritty Goose, good performance from those boys this weekend, but that will be the end of their road. Man City will wait for the results of our upper bracket quarterfinals to find out who they play on Championship Sunday, but Edgeby had a good series. Acro had a good series. Guys, let's talk about Seiko, though. What did he wake up and eat this morning?
I love seeing players play completely without bars. Like, you could tell that he was feeling it. You know that him and Acro had this incredible synergy today. And Acro, despite the fact that, you know, he has been, he's never really in the conversation, I don't think, for, wow, look at this incredibly flashy player. He's getting to that point. I feel like we mention him more and more often as we go on. And they're laughing at that dunk. I was saying I'm in the green room after that game. I was like, I'm so happy that I said that he didn't mean it when he clearly didn't, because there's nothing worse than thinking that the player did mean it. And then I've just, you know, said to them, oh, you know what? Sorry, guys. I completely removed any of your agency from that goal.
Yeah, he proved it not. But yeah, I mean, what are our big takeaways for Gritty Goose in this event, CJ? Do you feel like they gained aura? Do we have more question marks about them? How do you rate them?
I like the look of the team. I think we mentioned at the start of the series, Stumpy, when you look at their stats, though, they're kind of just 8th across the board, you know, individually as a team as well. So that kind of feels like that's their cap at the moment, you know, in a top 8. It was credit to them to make it out of the groups, to make it through to the playoffs. But they need to find that extra 5%. I'm not sure where it's going to be. We saw the highlight reel. You know, Rlcs is getting a #1 player of the day. They've got the talent, but it's in spurts. I think overall, Man City just dominated the pitch. Like as you said, Stumpy, they weren't just shooting for the first time as Gritty Goose were. They were really setting them up, stealing boosts, doing the little things, and being patient.
Yeah, Gritty Goose, I think their issue was they almost seemed surprised when they had the moments that they could actually shoot on target. They were all of a sudden like, oh my God, we're not in defense. Oh, there's a ball there. Oh, there's a net. I'm just going to hit it. And they had those moments of just like, okay, there's a hit at the net. That's not going to work. Like, the defense from City was far too good. They had much more of a stronger game plan. 4-0, I think, unfortunately suited that series. Even if you look then towards the goal difference per game, City were just a cut above and, yeah, going through to the lower quarters.
Yep, they have made top 6. We'll see them play tomorrow on Championship Sunday. It's time to move on to our other lower bracket match. This is also an elimination match. The Rocket League champions of Europe here, Team Vitality, coming in defending that title, taking on Corp. Zen going up against two of the players he won world championships with here. What a battle.
This is so cool. I love the fact that Corp are back. This is the people's team. I think Gritty Goose, if they got the chat vote, I want to see Corp win the chat vote as well against the reigning EU Open 4 champs, looking to go back-to-back. Alpha 54, the beard is a little bit more well kept. You could say something than what we saw from a photo on socials.
Can we just talk about the history he's got in this picture with him sitting in the Vitality chair, the chair from the organization he won a world championship with, and then wearing the FC Barca jersey, an organization from back pre-COVID that he played on. How long Alpha's been in the scene here, Stumpy? It's like this picture tells the tale.
Yeah, and then also you can add on to that the team that he is now playing for, Corp, taking the name of a previous Vitality player. Like the layers just keep going. With also then parodying a French. It's everywhere, and I think everybody is going to be very excited to see how much of that World Championship. I want to put this question to chat. How much of that World Championship was Alpha and Radosin? And how much of it was Zen? I wonder what you guys in chat think.
It's hard to make a rating when it was a 4-0 just wipeout. You know, like it's like, well, they're all doing so well here. You know.
Still got the Vitality chairs as well. This is, I mean, it's so cool to see them back. I mean, showing up as well. 2 events in a row, Corp. This isn't just a one and done, a flash in the pan. They're showing that they are a consistent team. They're taking down a GK who made a major and then looked to make an upgrade off that major performance, getting rid of Seiko, picking up tempo. So this is a serious team. They're playing a Vitality that is looking unbelievable outside of their first hiccup yesterday against Ninjas in Pajamas. What was it? They were on a 20-game win streak, something crazy, more than 20-game wins. Yeah. Okay, 17. It was ridiculous. Open 4 was fantastic from them, but they did lose to Ninjas in Pajamas. That's not going to worry them too much. I think they should have a comfortable win, unless there's any, I don't know. It's not demons. It's just like, well, I can't lose to the old boys club that have, semi-retired and then they're back in the likes of Alpha 54.
I think that, we need to be extremely clear here, as you were saying, that Corp are a really serious team. Yes, they have a silly name. Yes, it's two-thirds of an old Vitality roster. They are currently 5th in Europe, tied with Toad in the Hole. If those aren't 2 serious names, I don't know what to tell you guys.
I mean, and you say it's like 2/3 of an old Vitality roster. It's 2/3 of an old World Championship Vitality roster, and not like an old era, but not that old, like a new era Vitality World Championship roster,
like LAN winning roster, spring major in Boston, all the way then to the World Championship. Like, it's an incredibly serious team. Vitality, they're on this upswing, but it's an upswing. They haven't been that #1 team in Europe this season or last season. Like, this is close, right? Like, I feel like I'm not taking crazy pills there. I think this really could be close.
And Alpha, talking individually as well, he's looking fantastic. It kind of felt like he was dropping off a little bit. He took a little time away from the game, and I think that's just freshened him up, because the mech he was pulling off in Open 4, he was looking like prime world champs Vitality form Alpha 54. So if he keeps that up, they can test Vitality. Vitality should win this, but it'd be, I don't say it's embarrassing if you lose, but it definitely is embarrassing if you lose to Corp, a team that's unsigned, kind of having fun, and they found their way into a major contending position.
We do got to talk about that there is, I think honestly, for any team that has Rado, there is a mental buff for their team. Yeah. Just because A, you have Rado and he's such a good vibes on the team, they're gonna be in a good shape, right? And B, the other team's like, we can't lose to the jokers, man. We can't lose to the people that are laughing. They were laughing in our face before we even started playing, And then you put on top of that the I've got to beat my former teammates vibe that happens anytime people are playing their former teammates. There's a genuine upset potential here for Corp.
I completely agree. I really do. I think that we saw just how well Radosin did when he joined the NIP roster last season. The way that he managed to elevate Oski and Nas when Atachi was taken off that roster and then took them to a major was fantastic. I absolutely think that Corp have got a chance here. I want the chat vote to be close as well, because we've spoken a lot about them, but Vitality, as I said, it's an upswing. They are looking incredible. They are currently the best team in Europe. They are defending regional champions. but they are fallible. Like, there are holes that can be exploited. And if there's two people that know how to exploit what Vitality do, it is Alpha and
think so?
Revolution.
Especially when Zen is back to, looking like the best player in the world. And now he gets to come up against two guys that know him better than nearly anyone else, given that they won a world championship with him. I think there's some counterplay here. Also, I think the fact that they're unsigned, there's no real pressure. It helped them against GK for sure when the expectations were at its highest, when GK were under the pump. And now Vitality, you can even see in the huddle there, Wave, they're kind of laughing, they're up and about, but you still have that little nervous like, oh yeah, let's beat these guys, this will be easy. Yeah. But in the back of your mind, you're thinking, this could go very, very wrong very quickly.
Yeah. I really want this to, like, let's just put away game one. I feel like for both teams, game one's going to be a kind of big, they're going to get to like shake that. Whoever wins game one's going to go, okay, cool, we're fine. You know what, the other team's still going to kind of deal with it. In all of this, I feel about I'm seeing the negative space. I'm seeing the player we're not talking about here. Matzer's watching all of this drama unfold around him. All these players that have all these kind of extra stakes involved in this match, just being like, I'm sailing free. I just get to, I'm surrounded by great players. They're going to help carry me through this situation. And if I pop off, oh my goodness, what a moment for me. So I'm really excited to watch. I think he's probably the player I'm going to have my eye on the most in this match. Let us know who you think is going to win at home. Stumpy, who you got?
After all of my talk, sort of bigging up K-Dub Corp, I'm going to go with them because I do.
Okay.
Oh wow! That there is this chance for the upset. It's obviously going to be an upset. It'll be a big upset. There's just, when you have that feeling, the itch around your eyes, just like, oh, this could be it. This could be that one. And I can't wait for it to be a clear 4-0 sweep in favor of Vitality, but I'm going with K-Dub Corp.
You've fallen for the romance of it all. Give me Vitality. Come on. I mean, how do they lose this? Well, they can. We've kind of talked about how they could definitely lose it, but Vitality, they should win this way.
No, I got Vitality on this one too. It's a boring answer a little bit, but it's also like, I don't know. There's something that's not boring about seeing a team that's got Zen, that's seeing Vitality really be strong again. I want to see them back on top. I want to see this be a story for them this season. They are the favorites in chat by a considerable margin. They're the favorites on the desk as well, but that's what makes for a good upset, folks. Can K-Dub Corp take it to the reigning regional champs? Knock them out. This is a knockout match. We will not see Vitality tomorrow if K-Dub Corp win here, but it's a big if, folks. K-Dub Corp versus Vitality to stay alive in the bracket.
Do not question your eyes. This is really happening. The world champions that went and did it all together, won the Boston Major, won a world championship together, find themselves on the opposite ends of the pitch. Game one brought to you by Progressive. Gibbs, let's get to it.
Yeah, speaking of romance, happy to be here with you, Shogun, and this is going to be a fun one. We got Rado and Alpha versus Zen. Everyone wants to see K-Dub Corp do something incredible. Last time in Open 4, they went to Champions Field in a top 8 match versus Manchester City. Barely lost out, but they did score less than a goal per game in that series. So the offense will definitely have to pick it up against this strong Vitality team.
So let's say what is truly on the line here, because this is a team that is contending for a major spot. Oh, wait, Zen puts it off the post, and this is going to take a longer way around. This is a really big match for K-Dub Corp, as Alpha's going to keep it out for now, because Gentlemates are in that upper bracket still. They can gain more points. They've only got 2 points up on the resurging major champions.
Well, actually, technically, no. They are tied. They are tied for 5th with them, because Mates actually get that 2 extra point bonus that doesn't...
Oh, I thought that already been taken
into account. We don't see that with the rankings, yeah. So technically, they're already tied there with them. They're tied with Toten Hole as well for 5th place right now. So, and based on the Mates, and we know that they can win this entire Open, that like you gotta keep up with them. So this is a 2-point match for K-Dub Corp, and they want more throughout this weekend.
There you go. There's everything to keep up with right now. K-Dub Corp got to keep up with the ball. Certainly do exactly that. Just dragging it out of their own net to keep it at 0-0.
Yeah, we expect to see K-Dub Corp playing a lot of defense. Whenever they go up against these top teams, they've had to play a ton of defense. So they're just going to try and hold out against Vitality and get those counterattack opportunities. But if they make some big-time plays like that by Alpha off the crossbar, maybe they have a shot, but another shot on target. Rado on the goal line will turn it away.
They've already got 5 saves over on K-Dub Corp. We are not 2 minutes into this game. Can Rado force the first save? Here comes Alpha, trying to put it behind Stizzy. Doesn't work. Second shot. I think that was going to be wide anyway. And Exotic guides that ball away. Says that was no worries whatsoever. It's our turn to attack yet again.
Yeah, Corp, though, getting 2 scoring opportunities there on those plays, which is a good sign because, again, they're going to need these counterattacks. They're going to need to do it each time versus Vitality. See what Mitzer's got here. He's just going to throw it up high and wait for Alpha. He's going to be patient, waiting for Zen. But if Zen's in the air, you know it's going all the way across the field. Rather, though, his former teammate will turn him away.
Yeah, but I think Corp have got the perfect answer. To be honest, they've got Rado. Captain First Man Challenge. He's going to be sending it every single time. Zen will, I think, struggle for space and time in this sort of lobby, although they don't whiff it on that position quite so often. It's a low boost, just wants to try and force a mistouch. Zen's happy to try and go up the backboards. Avoids the demo, has now reset past one. Rado turns, that's playable for Stizzy. It's on target, and there's no way for Mitzer to get back.
Yeah, Mitzer begins this play with no boost, just kind of throws possession to Zen. That is not a player you want to give possession to. Zen makes it work, bringing it all the way down the field, turns it into a pass for his teammate, and Vitality up 1-0, but there will be a pause because Zen is having some issues with his microphone.
Unplug it, replug it, all sorted.
Always.
Thankfully, they've got everybody around to go and get that sorted. Obviously, the goal is going to stand because I don't think Zen's going to turn around and say, well, actually, they'll be all good with that, and we'll get in nice and quickly. But this has been, I mean, it's nice that we can sort of now start speaking about Corp as, all right, this isn't just a fun one-off story, which does tend to happen over in this region. We go, wow, that was great. What are they going to do next time? Oh, they've not actually even qualified for the event. Okay, really feel bad about actually getting invested in that team. No, they are a top team. I've got them 6th in the region right now.
Yeah,
Gibbs.
yeah, that's probably where
6th
they're at.
Isn't good enough, though. They want 5th at the very least.
Yeah, everyone wants to go to the Paris Major, obviously. That is the big one. So Rado and Alpha, they've been on the big moments before. They've looked good, too. Everyone talks about Zen during that World Championship. Their teammates even said Rado should have won that MVP for the World Championship. So Rado knows how to perform when the lights are the brightest. We've seen this plenty of times before, so just need some upsets. Some small upsets here. Well, this one would be a pretty gigantic upset, but because of how Vitality has been playing. But still, you just need 1 or 2, and you can make it to Paris.
Reminder, 17 main event win games in a row, and they're going to look to try and start another streak. Already looking good for it. They're on 3. They're going to be looking for the 4th if they win this one. Zen insta challenge. Just no messing about.
Yeah, slightly heavy touch by Alpha, so Zen just meets him in the air and goes right to Exotic, who has been looking on fire like as of late. But because Vitality finally is that EU #1. They did finally lose, but they're still considered like the best team. They won Open 4. They went to a grand finals as well, so they're in the conversation at the very least, which has not happened in the past 2 years or so. It's always been the Corp story. Vitality's always 2 or 3, but now Vitality has a claim to be the best team in Europe or best team in the world at times, which we love to see for Zen, because obviously the casual audience that watches, they know who Zen is. They want to see him up top, and another wide open net here, this time on the counterattack, and Vitality is in full control.
Yeah, for Vitality, they've been 2nd for a very long time in Europe. The first place team seems to change quite often, but Vitality always seem to be just stuck behind there. But they have also, in a season where, let's be honest, everything's been going a little bit wacky wild. You know, we see OCE, 3 different teams. We've got a Falcons that probably aren't going to make it to Paris. I ain't got a clue what's going on half the time in NA in South America. Over here, though, in Europe, we've got one team that always makes top 4. The only team that's making top 4 all the time.
Yeah, like, we see that happen all the time, but Vitality, that they won the Open 4, they know that they're going to make it in. Here's Zen again with a ton of space. Going to go for the flipper set. Instead, he just goes for the air drag. And we'll just throw it on target. Just trying to waste some clock now. Vitality just trying to keep it on the blue side. Exotic has a chance at a shot off the post. Zen with another shot goes far side and secures the 4th goal of the game. And it's been all Vitality in game 1.
Yeah, this is truly dominant at the moment. Already sees the play. You've got to go early if you Mitzer, so just put it behind him. 4 goals to nothing. 44 seconds left. And maybe not the reunion that Redosin and Alpha were quite after.
Yeah, this
popped it over. Here comes Stizzy. Reset. Toppings.
Yeah, when you're the underdog, you're like, all right, we got to punch him in the mouth game one. That has absolutely not happened. Vitality in full control. Stizzy, what a great flip reset. Controls it to the top right corner. And this is looking troubling for Kato.
Yeah, Mitzer in particular has just not got anything going right now. I don't know how he's managed 0 saves in a match where I don't think his team has done anything but defend. Is that going to count as one? Oh, that was very generous. That was very nice. Okay, well, we'll let him have it. We go into the last 20 seconds. A lot to talk about. Maybe they're going to get a bit more time. No, just rockets off the crossbar. You know, we've been talking all about the former Vitality team. Bit of a spotlight as well to go on to Stizzy, who is sort of speed-running Rocket League esports right now. He has had 3 major events. He's been to the grand finals of 2 of them. All he's not done so far is actually win the thing.
Yeah, he was the breakout player last year. Back when he was on Team Dignitas, he got the EU2 seed that no one expected. Everyone thought Dignitas was probably not even a major team. And then they go and get the EU2 seed, a lot of that because of him. So he gets to prove his worth now, joining an even bigger org in Vitality. And now it's showing. They got the regional win in Open 4. They look in full control here. Yes, they are in the lower bracket, but these guys are deadly. No one wants to play Vitality right now.
Yeah, it's not really any sort of shame either. NIP sort of gave us the performance yesterday that we were hoping they would have given us in the grand finals. Just looked a little bit flat 2 weeks ago. But that also seems to just be the case. Rlcs grand finals, one team does tend to struggle a little bit more. But Stizzy, great performance from him in particular in this game. 3 goals for the better. Zen sort of just showing off his fancy new toys. Like, hey, you know, look what I got. The meme, I don't want to play with you anymore. This is my new. I've got a Stizzy, I've got an exotic.
Yeah, 4 passes that led to goals by Zen. It was 15 shots to 6. Just full control by Vitality. And we kind of expected this, but at the same time, a lot of us, you know, thinking with our hearts, are like, maybe it can be close. But so far, looks like we might be out of here pretty quickly, Shogun.
Maybe not. That's a lot of goals. That's a lot of replay time that
that's
Vitality have put us in. We'll see. The good news for Corp is it can't be worse. Now try and do something completely different to what just happened as Stizzy. Rocket reset takes out the player. Stizzy having a but Alpha is 1v3'd his way out of just one touch. He managed to get all of them here. Nice stop.
Rado got a bump on the 3rd man, so there was a chance at a counterattack, but unfortunately the ball just spilled a little bit too far, so they got back just in time. But Corp getting some offense going early on in this game is a great sight.
Yeah, one of the big dangers that you've got playing against Rado is not necessarily his first challenge. It almost feels like his first challenge is designed to fail because he just wants to be behind enemy lines. Go and get that bump on the 3rd man, and it works so often. That's just across the face of net. I don't know how that has squeezed its way through. And that's maybe a problem for Corp as well.
Zen using his jump to get down to the ground as quickly as he can. He gets boost, doesn't have to use it, just fakes everyone out, gets the infield pass. Zen doing Zen things. Fantastic play by him to get Vitality up again in game 2.
It's up. Oh, he's whiffed it. I don't think Mitz has come online just yet.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see him play the ball a little bit more on that previous play as well. I don't think Zen really had to do too much for it. He will this time. He's going for Alpha's car. Alpha gets a stop. He does need some help. Rado does provide it. Well, it's all been defense so far for Corp. He could really do seeing something else. 0 boost for Mitza. Also, not much time on the ball. Exotic. He's already lost it. He's going to leave it now for Zen, or is he? Finally gets it over to him. No challenge for so long. And Corp, they've got to start getting proactive. Operation Wait for Vitality is not working.
This is the problem. They usually don't have any boost, but this time Alpha did. He should have challenged a lot earlier there because Rado, he had the backup, but Alpha doesn't challenge, and Vitality makes him pay. In Corp, it seems like every time they're trying for a counterattack or anything like that, they have no boost. But that time they actually did, but they just didn't use it effectively. And another goal for Vitality.
Running rough shot at the moment. Stizzy on the hood. Just trying to dare somebody to challenge him. Finally it comes through. Next one up is Zen. This has been, I think, the most I've ever seen a Vitality team trust each other since they won the World Championship. Zen, I think for the longest time, Just felt like he was trying to be everywhere. Maybe not trusting even the simple touches, but regular rotation Zen. Not everywhere, just in the right place is working a lot nicer.
Yeah, we credit him a lot, Zen, obviously. Like everyone would consider him a top 5 player pretty much his entire career. But there have been times when he tries to do too much on his teams, and it does cost them goals. But now he has full trust in his teammates, and Vitality looks unbeatable at times.
Yeah, Zen, at times, especially when his teams have not necessarily been performing all that great, he's had 2 positions, outplay and in net. And that was all he would necessarily do, as he does try for the pinch. Corp still yet to really get anything going. That's awkward. Mitza pops it on to Rado. Over to the corner. That boost steal is not very nice for them at all. Stizzy onward. Just flicks to the side, realizes he's probably not going to outplay Alpha from that position. He is getting some good 50s.
Yeah.
Where's the follow? Because this is fine. Oh, it is fine. Okay, Zen just doesn't care.
I like that, though, out of Alpha, getting a little more aggressive. We haven't seen that. Like that Rado has a chance to throw in midfield, but Alpha has no boost, so he's got to bail out. He finally gets mid-boost, though, and wins another challenge. I love to see this out of Alpha. He's trying to get face Vitality, make it a little bit more difficult for them, and it is showing because Vitality is having a hard time getting like anything on target like at this point. But Corp, they haven't really followed it up just yet, so that's the last piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, right now it just seems like every single time they get it, as that's on target. It's, well, I think it's pre-jumping to escape a bump and just so happened to be in the right spot, but you take it. Still 2 goals to the deficit. Zen's taking his time. First man challenge is taking way too long right now. Alpha is always third man, and he's going to need a reducer to get to it. He hasn't. Vitality 3, Corp 0. It is all going one way.
It all began with Zen again with the dribble plays around 1, then Alpha has to make a play, and then he thinks he's going to get challenged. There was no one there, and Alpha just throws it off the wall back into the midfield. And a big mistake there in Vitality. Another command and lead in game 2.
8 goals to nothing. Is it about to be 9? Well, the problem right now is, outside of maybe a big Alpha runaway play, where's the goal going to come from? It's not looked likely. Good bump, Alpha. He's going to have to try and set this one. Backboard double. Just a little bit too long to set up. Zen's now going to leave it for Exotic, who seems renewed as of late. A lot of question marks over him. Not just last season, but last split as well. He has been playing the best Rocket League of his career as of late. Rado goes for the backboard, and Exotic just takes the sting out of the play.
Yeah, these midfield plays thrown on target haven't been working, but here we go. A mistake comes out, and Alpha is there to secure it off the back wall. Snizzy, he gets challenged, and then Zen with the heavy touch, and Alpha secures a goal. Okay, Corp, you're on the board.
I love the at least attempt on a bump. They've been trying it for it a few times. Just haven't had enough opportunities to really go for it, but Zen earlier on, if you remember, air dribbling after avoiding a backboard bump, as that could have gone pretty much anywhere. Alpha now looking to try and get a second. Doesn't drop down where Mitza would have preferred it to try and take the shot. So they go backboard. As Rado avoids at least the second demo from Zen. Can they get something with enough time? Exotic's waiting. All the way back up. Mitza goes straight for net as Stizzy not caught out. Not on target anyway, and timer has gone. Are we going to get ourselves a garbage time goal? Exotic. Going to just try and pump the ball along, but Team Vitality have got 2.
Yeah, Team Vitality has 2, but that last minute of play by Corp, they got 2 quality scoring chances. They also had a goal as well, so at least things are turning around slightly for them. It was better than all of game 1 and probably the first 4 minutes of game 2. But Corp, they will take their time out here to try and talk things over, to try and figure out how they can replicate that last minute of play in game 2 for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that's the nice bit, is that they've got something to reference. The sentence isn't just, all right, everything we are doing is not working. They've just got to try and replicate that. Obviously, easier said than done. For Vitality, very much in control. Corp, they've got some answers there. And right now, I think they just need to get this ball over to Alpha, because Alpha does not seem like he's playing bad at all. I think sort of the scoreline is threatening to deceive that he isn't effective on the field right now. He's just not getting enough time to do anything.
Yeah, I feel like you just have to get in their face. Like we saw that play there where finally they get a 50-50 challenge in the corner, then a bad touch by Zen, and you kind of force these errors because for so long of the series so far, K-Dub Corp on offense, very slow. They have like one man on the ball, no one else around. Then on defense, leaving the entire midfield open. Plenty of times where they're just slow to get to where they need to be. And they have to figure out a way to position correctly for when Vitality does have the ball, like look out for these passes. But for right now, it feels like K-Dub Corp's just a little bit slow outside of Alpha, who towards the end of that game was starting to pressure a lot more. So they're going to need even more of that, not only from Alpha, but from all three members of K-Dub Corp to have any chance here.
I see Econ just trying to rally the troops a little bit. This next one is a must-win. Rado giving his 2 cents as well. Yeah, little bits to really work with. Right now, I would like to see them just challenge more often. Try and maintain pace.
Yeah.
They're spending so much time playing defensive. And when you do that, when you're just sat on your goal line, one, you've got to defend. But the other big thing is also Vitality maintain the pace. Now, in Rocket League, if you've got pace, you get more boost. If you get more boost, you get more pace. And that is just a self-fulfilling cycle over and over and over again. On the opposite side of it, though, if you're K-Dub Corp, you're slowing down. You're not getting the boost. They're just spending all the time, really, on 20 or less. They could really do with at least 30.
And when you have 20 or less, then Zen's got the ball in the air and he can do whatever he wants, and he's got
You're not getting to him.
5 assists at this point through 2 games, so he's making the plays happen for his teammates as well. So you got to be careful of that. And right off the kickoff, is he in the air by himself? Try and get something done.
I like
but
that.
Pitcher does challenge it early, which is nice to see. Rado is also on the back line as well, waiting with full boost. So see if K-Dub Corp again. That last minute of play was a lot better than their first 9. Can they do it for a full 5 minutes?
Attempted back pass. Alpha got some time. Rado's going hunting for Stizzy, and Zen had to just take that ball away, but already a much better start here for K-Dub Corp.
That's 3 scoring chances in a row now from Game 2 and Game 3 that K-Dub Corp has had. It's looking much better after the timeout as well. Rado has a chance here to go up on the wall with boost, try and get it midfield, going for some bunts. Miss. But then we see Mitzer just not able to reach it in time, but somehow gets a redirect there. How in the world did that even work? But Vitality gets away with it.
I've never seen 4 cars hit the ball and the ball moves so little distance. That was going nowhere. That ball was a brick. There's Alpha, now past 1. He's got 17 boost. How is he going to try and play this one around? I think he was trying to at least look infield for Rado. Zen's realized he's got a bit of time, and Rado's also realized Zen's got a bit of time. Nice instant challenges, much better here. Oh! The absolute state of it!
This is what you gotta do, Mitzer. 0 boost, just put pressure. And then you get the errors. Exotic with the own goal of his life. And K-Dub Corp has their first lead in the series.
Yeah, but he got the reset, though, so surely it's a good play. Oh, then they've got the kickoff play as well, and Zen keeps it out. Rado beats him to the next ball. K-Dub Corp have been the better team now for a couple of minutes. Obviously would have expected the outplay for their goal, but maybe a quick reminder as well that Vitality do make mistakes as that's almost top corner. Stizzy now tries to recycle it. Zen can't turn not of his amount of boost, so it is still Stizzy's. Up high. Exotic chooses against Rado. Calls off his teammate, just clears. It's a nice position here for Zen, especially with Mitzer trying to avoid being bumped. But this first, I do like the challenges. They're at least forcing the play earlier from Zen. And they're going to have to do it yet again here is Mitzer's playing a lot better.
Yeah, Vitality has humped it, though, a lot, and so far it's worked out. Another demo here on the offensive side. The pass to Stizzy after the demo. Zen with another assist for him, but this is all because of the demo on the goal line.
Now, just sat watching that one from Radosi's POV, and that looks like a pretty okay clear until the moment he makes contact and he hears an explosion behind him. And he goes, goalkeeper, probably not a thing. They've done the exact same kickoff play as they did earlier. Alpha tries to get to it. Now, are you brave enough to go? Not quite this time for Mitzer. Instead, he waits for the ball to come to him. Gets a bump as well. Big dive, and Rado's just gonna take a little bit of time.
Tried to look for Alpha a bit there, but a little bit too hard of a hit. And Mitzer kind of just throwing away possession. Zen on 0 boost, though, so won't be able to follow it up. But Rado will take control. Stizzy in the midfield. He gets demoed for his efforts, and Alpha now he's got some space and time. The flipper set, the challenge low. The ball spills away towards that.
Just wasn't anything else that Alpha could do with that. Not his most boost goals. Goes in a little bit of a backflip. Zen's looking for the player, as they do tend to do at the moment. Mentality. They got to talk as well during that timeout. It does seem like demos have been the course of action. Here comes Stizzy. Oh, that's could have been hit by anybody. Zen cooled off. So is going to get to that. Just the corner. Rado's low. It's up. Rado goes backboard. It's going to be the zero boost double tap. It almost worked.
Almost snuck it in top right corner, but Vitality will get the clear. And Exotics upfield, the pass to Zen. Mixer with a big-time save and clear.
Dizzy leaves it. Exotic straight into the path from Midsa. Rado's on the turn. He's unchallenged. Gonna hit the skim. Oh, we almost faked it for Alpha. Players doing a lot better nowadays of just playing the ball as it is, as Alpha might need to play the ball at all next time. His team's going to be just fine for it. Still 1-1. Still must win here for Corp. As Alpha, he might get to it. I don't know how he's managed to cut across. Rado, this is not a fun position, my friend. He needs some help, and he's got it.
Oh, Mitzer, great challenge there. Lands on the back wall's wall to get it out. Alpha now trying for the counterattack. Zen will control it. Rado cannot do too much about it. Just has to play it midfield, but great challenges by Corp to keep this close.
This really has become a challenge game. Oh, lovely little setup. Zen can't get to it, and it's put in yet again. Stizzy tried. I think he was going to get dunked anyway if he got good contact. But it is 2-1, and Corp are looking revitalized.
Yeah, these past 5 minutes or so, Corp looks like they are peers with Vitality, if not playing slightly better. They have this lead in Game 3. Vitality looking a little confused as well with some errors. So Corp got to keep the pressure going, but big clear by Zen. What can he do with it? Got to kill 20 on the clock. So dangerous against Vitality.
Off goes Zen. That has been the answer so far for Corp. Get a player. Another cut of rotation. Oh, a misread. Can't be doing with that. Alpha takes control of the situation. A bit awkward for everybody. As Zen's got zero boosts. It's against Midsa. Flick. Midsa. Oh! But that first touch put him in a nightmare. That second touch woke him up.
Mitzer, I thought he was just going to drag that ball into his own net, but he uses his flip at the last moment to turn it away. I'm going to say he was calculated. I'll give him credit for that. Corp. Here we go. We got ourselves a series, a much-needed win here. You don't want to go down 3-0, so Corp for this last, 5 minutes of this game and the last minute of the previous game have looked like the better team at times. So that is all you can hope for when you're a giant underdog. And here we go. Maybe can we get all the way to Championship?
Now, that being said, that own goal, though. I refuse to only say Corp played incredibly well, which they did do. However, Exotic, what were you trying for? That's the bit that's getting me. I don't know what the play was.
That's true, and it was a one-goal game. That goal was absolutely huge. Also got momentum on Corp's side. That is a brutal mistake. Hopefully it doesn't bite them. Vitality is going to be pretty confident, I think, going through the rest of these games, but you can't be making these errors against this underdog team of Corp, where they weren't challenging you for a while. They finally get in your face, and you just kind of make these big-time mistakes. Because we saw it even in the previous game. Heavy touch by Zen turned into a free goal by Corp. So Corp has to be feeling like, hey, boys, Vitality's a little nervous. We're keeping up with them, so let's just keep at it.
I like the variety of the plays we're getting from both teams here. I do think Corp had the better of them. It's Exotic. The path of Mitsa. Alpha just powers it long, looking for a mistake. Oh, Stizzy almost provided it. That was a very, very shaky touch. Rado, reset, looking for a challenge. Does get it. And down the line, Alpha's got a bit of time. Pops it over the top of Zen. Yeah, do not let Alpha go off the ceiling. That's the one thing that everybody in Europe, I believe, still knows. Alpha off the ceiling is probably one of the best players in that exact position.
Vitality, though, have to play a little bit of defense. Some small mistakes already, but 0-0 on the scoreboard. Let's see what Mitzer can do. He was quiet in the first couple of games, but he's starting to pick it up. We got some demos coming out by Rado as well. Again, just apply pressure however you can versus Vitality and see if they will crumble. And right now, Corp again, keeping it tight.
It's a good demo. That frees the ball up for Stizzy. But yeah, that was a criticism levied against Vitality, especially last split, where goals they conceded, it didn't match up. So many of them were not outplays, but misplays. So maybe still got a little bit of that DNA still there. We'll see. Something has not looked that way ever since Boston. Zen got time. One demo. Rado's on low boost. This is all on Mitzer. 2 players needed, and 2 players were strong enough to get rid of it.
Mitzer wins that battle just barely into the bottom right corner. Now Alpha's got a little bit of space. No boost, though. Just throw it deep.
Rado up. Goes ceiling. Very heavy first touch. Zen pops. Tries to set himself up. Allows the pass from his teammate. Fake out for Stizzy, who blasts it for Exotic. And Exotic chooses the long way because he doesn't think he's got a shooting angle. So he slows the game up to get his team back in rotation.
Stizzy now with the full tank because of that. Can't win it, though. Corp's right in the face of Vitality. But they will get the clear eventually by Exotic. We'll throw it mid, but no one going up, so Mitzer will take this for free.
Not the best reset of his career. Stizzy just forces the challenge. First man challenge, just trying to get the panic plays. Zen. Do anything else of it. He's got some time, however. Nice avoiding of the demo. Takes the low 50. Exotic already ready and waiting for him. 2 heads of the Hydra. And Stizzy still high. What a play that would have been.
And Exotic also had an opportunity but couldn't squeeze it into that far side post, but he's got another attempt here with 0 boost. Gonna play it slow. Rado turns it away into the corner. Corp holding on at 0 goals.
Shooting accuracy really plaguing Vitality at the moment. But they have had all the offense. It's a low boost. Gets rid of it just fine. 2 minutes left here. And whilst Vitality have been the better team, the better team does not get you goals. Oh, Mitzer. Okay, that's how that works. Give me a pass.
Pull shot pass.
It was almost turned in. My goodness.
It was at a double pull shot. Pull shot pass into the pull shot. It didn't happen, though. But Corp threatening, finally on that counterattack, which is great to see. Alpha has some boost, has some time, has Mitzer, but decides to play for himself. Exotic wins it, though.
Yeah, I really screwed that play there from Alpha because that was one of the rare infields that was absolutely on. Very rare you're going to get those. Low challenge from Stizzy. Great recovery from Alpha. Ball's off the backboard. Stizzy goes up. Doesn't quite beat Mitzer to the ball. Radosin just tries to clear it into a little bit of space. Zen's on about 20 or so here. Uses it to get to the reset. So that means he leaves it for a teammate. Nice decision making. I realized he probably wasn't going to take it the entire way. This time, he definitely can. He's got the boost for it. He's passed 1. Now he's out of boost. Exotic, dive forward, basically nothing. That's going to allow the counter-attacking opportunity. They look for the player. They've now got someone open goal. Someone's going to get there. Radosinio to make it 1-0.
And we see here just a misplay by Stizzy again. Another small mistake, and this time Corp makes them pay. Rado, top left corner, and Vitality, they're so demo happy that even when they're on no boost, Exotic's moving up the field. It turns into a 2v1 situation, and the mistake happens on defense, and Corp has a chance to tie the series.
Now, I'm not saying this through any sort of amount of bias. However, you cannot, if you're Alpha 54, drop 66 points and win this game. That would be... No, that's jail. You have to go to jail for that. All right, he's up to 100 now. All right.
Yeah, he just got to save. 15 on the clock, Vitality. One last push here. Exotic, a little bit of a heavy touch. Alpha will win it. Alpha versus Zen. Zen doesn't have to do anything just yet. His teammates help him out, but Vitality need to score here. The big challenge by Rado, and he's back up in the air trying to kill this ball at 0. Exotic, can he get any quality touch? Zen's got a chance versus 2 in net, and it drops. Corp have tied the series.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. So one-sided. 8 goals to none. in the opening 10 minutes. And suddenly, KDOM Corp just found something. And it's working. I think that something is also very much being exasperated by Vitality, who just keep making these mistakes.
Yeah. They're either trying to push too hard on offense, they got impatient, or just a bad play on defense at times. And KDOM Corp's like, all right, we will take these chances. We are good enough players to secure these goals. If you make those mistakes, do not count us out. We are the 5th place team right now in Europe, and they want more. They want to be 5th place by themselves with 2 more points if they take down Vitality. Rada with the goal, he's pumped up, and you know when he's pumped up, the entire team is pumped up. So Vitality, a lot of question marks right now. It doesn't look like they call a timeout though after losing 2 in a row.
Do not. Stizzy, I mean, just dove straight past the ball, and it's not the first time. Rado did very good with the opportunity because he had a half-open net. Zen was coming in just off the side of his screen. And Rado did a very good job of just deciding, okay, I'm gonna add a stage or 2 to this outplay. As we do go over the friends. Well, this certainly seems very welcome in a lobby like this one, doesn't it? This is to go onto double match point. It has become more of a series than we ever expected. Rabdosin, he's got another one back to back.
And it's hard not to root for these guys. Rado coming out with the big time play right off the kickoff, beats out Exotic off the crossbar and taps it home. KDOM Corp just tied the series, and now they lead in this pivotal Game 5.
They have done that exact same kickoff 3 times, as that's just tucked off the crossbar. Shooting accuracy not there at the moment for KDOM Corp. Alpha, he's passed one. Zen doesn't get blocked on his way through. But Vitality need an answer now to that kickoff because they've been warned twice. That one is the one that has actually gone in. Zen's on his way. Nice block. Alpha can't do too much with it. Radosin, he's backwards. Every single time I see anyone in that position, I just think to myself, don't you dare. Don't you even consider it.
Zen with just a big clear. Right now, Vitality just trying to get the ball back on the blue side of the field and then probably hunt for some demos, which they've been trying to do over these past few games. Hasn't really worked out too well for them. Exotic, though, a great small touch there to pass it down to Stizzy.
Yeah, that was really needed. Exotic. A bit of time. Past one. Little bit of a donk. And just plops that one straight down to Stizzy, who will not score an easier one, despite the monstrous amount that they did score earlier on. So 1 each. Vitality not necessarily got the best shooting accuracy at the moment. But they can certainly create an opportunity where they don't need shooting accuracy.
It does feel like the old Vitality of, though, like they need these confidence builders, and that is a goal that is definitely a confidence builder for them to try and get back into this Game 5. Obviously, it's tied. But Rado going for the bump on Zen. Zen just barely avoids it and gets the clear, but Stizzy, heavy touch. Zen has got to pin it onto the sidewall. Exotic is there. Some demos come out by Alpha, but a little bit too late, maybe. But Mitzer throws it deep one more time. Exotic's upfield, though. No redirect from him, and Rado will take it.
There's a little bit of a meta game sort of forming in this series as well of Rado against Zen, because Rado is permanently aiming for these demos. He's not aiming ball ever when Zen's anywhere near it. Just wants the car. Can be a much easier target despite being smaller. Yep.
There you go.
Goes for it. Zen takes his time. Realizes he's probably not going to get too much. Oh, yes!
There's another one. Shogun.
There's certainly an answer right now. Ball, nah. Player, yes.
Right on the money, Shogun, as always. See Rado. See what they can do. This is a tough spot.
Question.
Yeah. Rado does very well with that, though, with limited boost in a tough spot. He does have full boost. Now, demos from Vitality, nothing. Very slow play from everyone. Mitzer, though, will get the ball away finally.
You know when you just get that one brief second you think, is there going to be a pause called for? That was one of those, as Alpha puts the ball into the corner. Big moment in this series. Next goal could give you double match point. Could be 3 wins in a row for KDOM Corp. Wow, nowhere really made something of this series. And I do think this player right here is the big reason why. Mitzer was nowhere. He was invisible for the opening 10 minutes of this series. Suddenly in Game 3, he's the best player in his team, and they just so happen to be winning. Can't be anything but something to that. Rado just, well, I was going to say clears it. He's taking the long way round. On the reset, Zenny sort of getting bumped as Mitsu is aiming straight for him.
Dizzy now will take over control. The ball gets away from him a little bit, so heavy touch back to Mitzer. And K-Dot Corp's got some opportunities here. Mitzer with the air dribble, trying for the dunk, cannot get it.
Just turned into a little bit of an air dribble exhibition. Neither team really willing to challenge the other. Right, pops back out. Mitzer's going to get challenged. Alpha tries to find his way, shakes off the first bump. Zen's gone. Oh, he's got the reset. Oh, and Mitzer almost got caught with a very ill-timed jump. Rado, backboard, gets clipped. So instead, it's up for Alpha. Can't get there in time. But Corp are really starting to threaten this.
A lot of bumps coming out by K-Dot Corp, either in the air or the ground. It doesn't matter. They're going for the man. Zen, the pass to the midfield. Rado will get it away. And Alpha challenging early yet again, but Exotic wins this one. Exotic going for the bump. Cannot get it. Two players go for the bump on Vitality, so it's only Zen left, which kind of kills momentum. Heavy touch, but Rado makes up for it.
Rado is everywhere this game. He has been by far the fastest player. He might be needed yet again, and he is.
Big save.
What a stop. Keeps us at deadlock. Stizzy, slow play, going for the player. Rado just leapfrogs him. Rado is just, yeah, that's how you deal with him right now. Get rid of his car entirely. Stizzy looking for the outplay. Delayed challenge from Mitsu. He's got it completely wrong. Stizzy, reset, looks for the bubble.
Oh!
Well,
Where's the shot?
And Alpha puts it into his own crossbar. Zen takes the shot.
What was that?
Trying to escape, actually. He doesn't realize Exotic's on zero boost. Exotic would have been fast enough anyway. 13 seconds. Stizzy going for the player. Doesn't quite get to Mitzer. Looks to try and skim it down the field. And we are running out of time in regulation. And somehow we have stayed at 1 goal apiece. We have overtime.
What in the world did I just witness? Like, Exotic just watched that ball in front. All he had to do was side flip into it, and it's a goal, and he just watches. Now off the kickoff, Zen has an opportunity off the crossbar and out by Alpha. 2 saves for Alpha, and K-Dot Corp is looking for the counterattack.
And they've got the whiff as well from Stizzy. Backboard, Exotic, he's got boost.
Team up!
Alpha didn't expect it though, nowhere near it. How could you expect 2 people to miss it? Rado, backboard, Mitzer, off the... Oh! Stizzy will clear the lines. We're still in OT.
We got drama on both sides of the field right now. Both teams' golden opportunities wasted. Zen has a chance at shot. The double save by Alpha and Rado's former teammates. But Vitality, they're on the hunt. Mitzer, big clear from him to just get some pressure off them. Alpha's first in the air. He's alone. Gonna go for the flip reset. Instead fakes it to Mitzer. Exotic, low boost, gets bumped for his troubles, but makes up for it a bit. And we finally get a little neutral field, but it is Zen in the air. He's always deadly, fakes out one. Mitzer, though, wins the battle afterwards. Izzy's alone. Got to slow it down. He gets bumped out for his efforts, and K-Dot Corp's got an opportunity here.
Could be a little bit wide for Exotic. Oh, perfect boost timing for Exotic. Looks like he knew. Looks like there's a way to tell him as that's off target. And Alpha slow plays it. How on earth could he hold his nerve that well? Wins the 50 after the fact. Everything is over there in blue. Rado, fake challenge against Exotic. Cut of rotation from Mitzer. 90 seconds of OT played. We've come close to figure out who's going to win it. Zen just couldn't figure out if he wanted ball or player. Oh, that one definitely wanted the ball, and the guy really wanted the player. Exotic, how on earth is you already over there?
Save. Exotic had to pre-jump that. There was demos coming out for K-Dot Corp on the back line. Makes a big time save. Alpha, though, it's just open. Midfield throws it on target, and K-Dot Corp, that's 3 in a row.
Stizzy was expecting backboards. He's 100% ready for something to be launched up there. What he's not ready for is a little tap to a teammate. Timeout called from Vitality. They are facing elimination.
And Shogun, we talked about this, like, on paper, we're like, this is match of the day because it's, you know, former world champs playing against one another.
It'll be nice.
But on field, we never expected this. We expected 4-1 at most, maybe, for Vitality. But K-Dot Corp, 3 games in a row. And again, on top of that, Vitality did not call a timeout after losing 2 in a row, and they got scored on immediately on kickoff. And that is honestly the difference maker. It's a 1-goal game there as well. They finally call it here, but they have to figure something out. Right now, Vitality is trying to demo so often on the offensive side. And it really is just not working out, and it allows Corp to have some space in that midfield and keep this game neutral. Maybe do you pull back a bit as Vitality, keep everyone back, and play that midfield game that works so well in games 1 and 2? I don't know, but they got to find answers right now.
I think Vitality needs to slow the game. Like, the big difference between now and how this started is Corp were being kept slow.
Yeah.
Just keep... it's like everything has to be a fast play right now. Just take your time a little bit. Take the 50. I don't remember the last time Vitality accepted, all right, we'll just take a 50, our second round will be faster. It's like everything has to be an outplay. It doesn't. But, you know, sometimes Rocket League players, you know, we have that ego. We want the outplay. Vitality needs to drop it.
Yeah, like, and that's what I'm kind of talking about those demo plays too. They're always sending 2 men up on offense when it's like, just keep 2 men midfield. Like, allow the first player to just cause havoc. Allow that to turn into like a flip reset pass, like after a challenge, and then allow one of your midfielders to make the play. Right now, they're just sending everyone to demo, and then it's like, all right, you only have 1 member back in midfield. He has a tough challenge in the midfield, and now it's back on our side of the field. When games 1 and 2, they really were not going for those offensive demos as often. They were just controlling midfield and just peppering them with shots until there was a mistake, and then they would score. So maybe they have to go back to a little bit more of that neutral offensive play so they can keep possession more often.
I also think just from this time, like, he needs to ice Radosin. He was unbelievable that last game. Double save when his team needed the most. He always seemed to be exactly where Vitality least wanted him to be. You just got to cool him off a little bit. And I think sometimes Rado just doesn't get the credit he deserves. Maybe, you know, he's a fun personality. And I think that sometimes almost, it makes it easy for people to detract from just how good he actually is. But teams that pick him up do better. That is a fact. Look at the last gen qualifiers last season.
See, Exotic, he's got some open field. But yeah, we saw that with Ninjas in Pajamas where they couldn't win anything. And they finally get Rado. And it's like, oh, they're actually a contender. They took Energy to 5 games as well, like in that World round 1 as well. So they were a very good team with Rado. So he's definitely a solid player. And now we're also seeing, like, Alpha's back. You know, they're all back. Like, Mitzer's playing incredibly well. So these guys are making a name for themselves. And who knows, maybe they won't have a funny team name come open 6. But Zen gets the early challenge here and gets the goal for his efforts.
Yeah, that's what they happen. I do not like that touch, though, from Mitzer. The challenge that went in is understandable. Just blasting it off the wall, no, don't do that.
And Zed got fortunate too. He was just trying to put his car on the ball and it just happened to ricochet in. But sometimes that's what you have to do. Just keep it in front of you and play for those challenges. And that one pays off for Vitality. A much needed goal for them to get the momentum back on their side.
This will be back on Mitzer, who's with that one as well. Has been, you know, struggling at times throughout this series. Can't afford for that right now. But his team is on the verge of a monumental upset against the defending regional champions. Mitzer's missed it again. Zen looks for the double. That's it. Mitzer needs to wake up now. This is turning into a problem.
And Zen is fully online as well. A big mistake there, but Zen with a very quick double tap. Alpha had an angle, but Zen gets the dunk on him anyway and puts it home. And if Zen's getting online, that is not what you want for Kato.
2-0. Vitality. Suddenly looks a lot more simple for them, doesn't it? Stizzy just delays a few times, a couple of shimmies. Alpha, he does have the boost for this. Oh, that reset didn't go anywhere, though. Just needed a bit more. Rado. Oh, he's got it. Ooh. Almost found that double. That would have just dropped it in front of net. Mitzer was ready and waiting. Looking for a challenge himself. That's not shootable for anybody on his team. A little unfortunate, but this is significantly better here from Kato.
Oh, I thought he got it.
Say that, and they concede.
Such a smart play by Zen. He notices that no one's back. I'm just going to throw it on net. He unfortunately barely misses, but gets the read anyway off that post. Reacts to it perfectly, top ends, and that is a hat trick for Zen with not even 2 minutes played.
Hat trick for him, he's taken 2 shots.
There you go.
Getting a challenge. Oh, there's that same play off the kickoff again. Getting used to that as something. Again, Vitality, that's the 3rd warning that they've had from that particular play. as they almost get the block shot going in. They did concede one from that kickoff earlier as well. So if we are going to Champions Field, which is looking pretty likely that we are, then that might be a difference maker. Something to keep an eye on. Stizzy tries to go for the ground double. 2.5 minutes. Can Corp make anything of this game, or have they already wasted their first of 2 opportunities? Stizzy tries to find a way in. Right now, it's looking like the former.
See some more patient play out of Vitality. Obviously, with a 3-goal lead, they're probably going to just have 2 midfielders throughout. They're not going to go for those demo plays because they don't have to at this point. But I do wonder, is that a game plan, or is it just because we're up by 3? We'll see in Champions Field very likely. But for this game, they're going to just try and drain this clock down. Alpha is trying to answer back with a quick goal. But Corp not getting too much done on the offensive side right now.
Yes, it just seems like it's too much damage done far too quickly.
Yeah.
A little bit of time here just to set yourselves up. Maybe for those of you as we all get another save. Take a moment, breathe, get yourself something to drink. Champions Field is very much on the horizon. Between Corp and Team Vitality. Don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, no way. Right, a nice little flip reset. Mitzer with the shot. Exotic is on the goal line. And again, Vitality is just going to have 3 men back behind the ball whenever they can. Drain this clock down. Exotic just wait patiently on that goal line for any play. Corp very likely will have to go for a lot more demos to break this open, but they're already down 3, so they're going to need something fast.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see a 4 just from a counter-attacking play. Nice attempt at the low challenge. Exotic, 0 boost, just wants the 50, and then you called in a teammate. Nice and simple. Stizzy with the flick. 1 minute left here. Does seem as good as sorted out here for Team Vitality. Whatever was said during that timeout maybe needed to be said after game 4, but they have got there eventually.
I'm still interested to see what Vitality we see on Champs Field, because obviously we saw some quick goals out of Vitality so they can kind of camp. 10 actually misses a wide open one. It very likely won't matter, but they scored so quickly that they could just kind of turtle up and play defense. But honestly, game 1 and 2, they played more of that midfield role, and it worked so well. So I am unclear if that is the actual game plan, or they're going to go back to their demo, like, heavy play that they showed in the later games. But again, once you have that big lead, just sit behind the ball and waste clock, and they do it perfectly here. Vitality with the commanded 3-0 lead, and we're going to go to Champions Field, Shogun. I expected the series to be a little bit shorter, but we're going the distance.
Making up for it. We had a 4-0 to start today, but Champions Field, here we come. Corp versus Team Vitality. 3 world champions, all on the field, all from the same former team, and either 1 or 2 of them is going to make it to the next round. Couldn't write it better.
So if Corp win this entire open, does that help K-Dop's chances of being the GOAT again? Because it's his team. Does that help at all?
Maybe, but I think that somebody's going to hit a psycho on him, and it's just going to ruin his day entirely.
Oh, man. No one expected this. We're going to Champions Field. Everyone expected Vitality to win this relatively cleanly, maybe at most. But instead, Corp putting it to them. Again, Corp absolutely needs this for their major hopes. They are tied for 5th right now with the mates who have 2 chances to gain more points. From the hole, they are out as of now. But Corp wants as many points as possible. So if they win this, they'll get at least 2 points. And who knows? Maybe the mates fall. Maybe they wind up playing each other in that lower bracket. I'm not sure how it plays out. But Corp wants to go on a run, while Vitality, they're the Open 4 champs. They were supposed to be Europeans' best at this point, but it's starting to look like old Vitality, and Vitality absolutely does not want that. They want to make another run.
You've been and done it all together. You've won everything there is to win. Now there's only one more thing to conquer, and that is each other. Who is the best of the World Champions team? Who has gone on to try and get themselves a squad that can contend? This is not a meme team anymore. Corp are a threat.
Let's see how Vitality opens up right now. No demos, a lot of midfield play, but we're only half a minute in. But I am very interested to see if that was the call in their timeout. Stizzy again behind the ball, and Exotic as well. They're going to just give it to Rado and let Zen go up against them. Rado, though, does beat him out, but Zen's got back up.
If Rado's got boost, he can be a big difference maker in this because he's going to force the pace of the game to increase. Corp want this fast. They want it messy. They want it to be a scramble at all times. They've currently not got the boost to do any of those things. As Alpha straight into the path of Stizzy. Very difficult for Stizzy to challenge from that angle. Then, bit of time. Yep, there's the player gone for yet again. That is going to be the permanent answer, especially from Radosin. As Stizzy can't challenge. Mitza. Just quite happy to have got a few touches on the ball as well in this game. Didn't start off all too well in game 6. Just get him involved in the rotation. Now he's got some time. Past Stizzy. Past another. Zen's on the way. Good block. Zen tries to go for the outpace. Done exactly that. Alpha's got, well, he's got a second. And he used that second quite well to avoid being demoed.
So far, a minute and a half in, Vitality is playing that patient game. Looks like some demos coming out by Alpha. Mitzer has a chance at a shot. It's turned away. Rado's got an opportunity to put it in midfield. Zen, though, big dunk. Can he get it past Alpha? He cannot. Can Alpha get another touch? He does. Brilliant play by Alpha.
Alpha had basically nothing to work with and two of the best players on the planet bearing down on him. No worries whatsoever. Lots of time here for Rado. How's he going to do it? Ceiling. Very early. Goes under the player. Like the little switch up. It's up. Well, that's pass 2. Next one up is Rado. Just palms the ball away from the oncoming player, but there's a huge boost advantage right now for Vitality.
Zen just took that corner boost as well, so let's see if they can keep it up. Stizzy with the aerial ball play, but 2 members back. Mitzer, huge save on the goal line.
That'd be such a split-second call. The moment Zen went for the player, Mitzer changed his angle to go and try and cover. At 50, Mitzer on his way up, beats Stizzy to the ball. Exotic's low, so it will be pretty much on Zen. That first touch from Rado is going to be near impossible to follow. A challenge from Alpha. Nobody in the midfield, though, to take it. Stizzy's going to have a lot of time. He's got Zen looking for Mitzer, so Rado's got to do well with this. Does exactly that. Zen's trying to play for a little bit of time over the top of him. And yet again, plenty of time to work with. Stizzy takes us to the far side. That might be it. Leave it for the shot. Radosin makes it 1-0.
The bump on the back wall. Huge play here. I think it was Mitzer on Zen. Watch this play right here. Zen's got the save. No, you do not. Mitzer also avoids the ball somehow. And Corp leads in this Champions Field Game 7.
The perfect storm. What a fake as well from Alpha 54. He realized he didn't have anything from that angle. And Vitality are back looking for the bumps and demos. Is that the right decision? We will find out, because they've got to find a goal in the next 100 seconds of Rocket League. Alpha into the corner. Zen just going to leave it for Exotic, but that's so awkward. Mitz's on his way. Fake challenge from Radosin. He's going to allow Alpha to move on in.
Play by Exotic.
Exotic slowly outplaying everybody here. Off the backboard. Radosin just far too fast at the moment. They might have the 2v2. Alpha off the backboard. Zen not too comfortable, but does enough.
Mitzer, he also does enough and doesn't allow that counterattack to happen. So Corp keeping it on the orange side of the field. Zen with the big clear, just trying to waste time and get some boost. Alpha, though, reads it, and Mitzer now is going to try and slow it down in this corner as well. Rado taking it slow. Goes to Alpha, and Corp doing a great job leading down this clock.
A little bit heavy on the jump there from Alpha. It's called in. Everybody in orange is down the same line, and they haven't won the ball. Zen by himself for just a second. Alpha looks for his car. He gets it. Oh! He gets enough of contact. Radosin bundles them all over the line, and Corp have got to.
Alpha and his former teammate taps Zen. Stizzy cannot get enough on the ball, and Rado somehow finds a way to get it under the bar. Corp in full control here. Unbelievable.
And it's 46 seconds. Vitality, they've got to get it moving. They've got to get something right here, right now. Exotic's not going to get to that in time, trying to go for a block shot. It's all good for everybody. Mitza clears the line. Radosin claims the ball. Doesn't claim an outplay, instead takes his time, forces a challenge. 30 seconds. Alpha into the corner, looking to waste some time. Booming clear, Zen gives chase. Radosin over the top. And time is ticking away. Vitality need a goal now.
Alpha, another big clear, 15 on the clock. Zen needs to do something. A miss there. Mitzer just waiting, doesn't matter. Exotic finally has a chance with all the bumps coming out. Vitality still alive, 6 on the clock. They need a kickoff.
It's almost like the misplays were actually the best thing for them because it completely ruined K-Dot Corp's rotation. And it's all gonna come down to this. 2-1, 6 seconds on the clock. What can Vitality cook off of the kickoff? They go for the fake. Zen, 100 boost. The ball, the flip reset. Instantly block challenge from Mitza. And K-Dot Corp eliminate. Yes, I will say that again. Eliminate Team Vitality.
I can't believe my eyes, Shogun. I never expected this in a million years. K-Dot Corp do the unthinkable. Take out the Open 4 champions in a top 8 of results for Vitality. But more importantly, they move on in this lower bracket. They get 2 crucial points and move into 5th place by themselves for the Paris meet.
We really thought it was going to be a nice swell time where teammates reunite. But you see what that meant to Rado, who had an unbelievable last set of the series. He was on form just when his team needed to be. I ain't got a clue what he's trying to show us. He's very proud of it though. But we've all been there, Gibbs, where we play a ranked game and then we get we get an opponent in the next game who was our teammate in the last one.
Oh yeah, those are the most important.
Win it.
Oh
You've
yeah.
got to go and win it. Especially if you lost last time. You got to prove it was not my fault. Ratosin and Alpha 54 have got that match and they have won it.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Hashtag Zen was the problem now. But really, Vitality, like, unbelievable that they lose this. You have to give credit to K-Dot Corp, though. The defense was great. Like, Vitality, they did change their entire game plan, but it did not matter. K-Corp was playing so incredibly well. Well-deserved victory for them, and they will move on in this lower bracket.
Yeah, we will see them tomorrow. We will not see Team Vitality. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's Nip versus Whip.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome to the undefined. To the undefined.
limit to the undefined.
Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Switch it. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this.
A thrilling second match of the day as Corp take out the reigning regional champs. Say hello to their old organization in style, and they're through to Championship Sunday. I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend. It's Rattlesnake. Sir, congratulations on the win. I got to take it back to game two, okay? The timeout after game two. Everything seemed to change after that. I saw you in the camera. You were talking excitedly to your team. What did you tell them? What changed?
I need to tell them that we are not playing Rocket League against them. It's not because it's Vitality, KC or Gentlebait. We need to stay in your net, like K-Dop and Fairy Peak. No. We want to offense them. So I tell them, hey, Alpha, bro, do some Zen touch and everything. And he did it, and Major, yeah, as well, and that's it.
That's good. It worked very well, sir. I gotta say, you mega aura for beating Vitality, sitting in the Vitality chair. Like, was that something that you guys were thinking about? Because you knew you were playing this match for like 24 hours. What was the thoughts going into the match of like, we're getting to play against Vitality here for both you and Alpha?
I mean, for me, you don't remember, I beat them at World. I was here last season. Alpha was not here. So, me, I know how to play them. And, I think it feels weird because, we did a lot of stuff with Vitality, with Zen. So it feels weird to play, someone who you teammate with. And, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, for sure. I do gotta ask, you changed tops for the interview here. Why the Gentlemate's top now?
This?
Yeah.
Because I need to remember to the CEO that I am a legend of the club. So tomorrow, if we play them, I'm gonna remember them.
Okay. I say preparing for tomorrow. You're gonna keep the jersey on until you play the tomorrow. So it sounds like you think Corp's gonna win that match then, eh? Or K-Corp's gonna win the match, excuse me. You're Corp.
Yeah, we will see. We need to speak with your CEO, K-Dop, first to conclude the match and everything. And after, We will see. Like we prepare for tomorrow. We will chill a bit, and that's it.
Okay. I gotta tell you though, the whole world is hoping that Gentlemates wins that match, so we finally get Karmine Corp versus KDOP Corp. We get to find out who's the better KC. Do you want that match too?
Whoa! Hey, I didn't play in K-Corp Alpha 2. I played in Gentlemate. I won Gentlemate. That's it.
Okay.
KC is not
this
your
is the
rival.
revenge tour. The revenge tour. I love it. Radisson, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Good luck on Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
A pleasure as always talking to the former world champ there. Vitality are out, Stumpy. They're not going to play tomorrow.
One man saw it coming away from
Oh my goodness.
The desk was against me, the world was against me. And yet somehow, mate, KDOP Corp, I love how he references the CEO of KDOP. I love that. Like, and we were saying, like, okay, we need the vibes to be there. You are the underdogs. What are you going to do? In the words of Radosin, in an actual interview that we have now had in the greatest esports in the world, I told Alpha to do a Zen touch, bro. Like, I don't know how you compete with that.
It's like, oh, just do his move against him. It'll be great.
Yeah.
And it was.
Farming. I mean,
it was incredible.
What a series. What a series. We really, I was so worried after 2 games. This looked like it was going to be just a one-sided beatdown. 8 goals to 1, not games to 1. That would have been significantly worse. Then it just all went downhill. Everything changed. And KDOP Corp marched on to the next round and responded so well, because this could have been the backbreaker for them. They got annihilated in Game 6, Stumpy, yet they bounced back in Game 7.
And honestly, you do sort of need sometimes that kind of, I think, a bit of a wake-up call of, okay, you know what, we are playing the current regional champions, we're playing world champions, and I think that there's like maybe like a story to tell here, because there was a good few moments where, you know, 1 or 2 players on Vitality really weren't playing up to their standard. And I think a really good team going forward could be, because like Radosin played extremely well, phenomenally well. I love Radosin in that series. Alpha was playing out of his mind. I think if you add Zen to that roster, like, you could have one of the best teams in the world. And honestly, I think they could win worlds. Maybe that's crazy. I think they could win worlds.
You get everything right at the moment, Stumpy. I'm inclined to agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm imagining being Matzer, who's just come off of Game 7 win over Vitality. He's like, I'm going to tune into the desk. I don't have to play anymore. I'm going to listen to what they have to say. And we're over here like, you know who they should replace on that team? No, I wanted to ask Rado about Matzer, but then like the interview just went a completely different direction, so we didn't end up talking about it. But like, what a performance for that young gentleman, right? Like I said, he was a player I had my eyes on. And I got it. We were talking stuff about how badly Vitality was winning those first 2 games. KDOP Corp scored 8 goals in this series. That's how many Vitality scored in the first 2 games.
Like, I feel like, but then you look at the actual way that the games went down. I didn't feel like, apart from that one outlier game, that KDOP Corp was struggling for their lives. I didn't feel like in a lot of the, at times, yes. Okay, sure, you were in there, but like, I feel like a lot of the time, it was quite even in the occasional, oh, we are Vitality, by the way, and we can't keep up that momentum.
Let's go through the 3 losses for KDOP Corp. 5-0, 3-1. They only got the last goal in garbage time, by the way, and then 3-0. When KDOP Corp lost, they lost. They really didn't get anywhere. Every single game they won. 2-1, 1-0, 2-1, 2-1. They kept winning. This might be the worst goal differential I've ever seen on a winning team.
It's close. It is definitely up there for that one. But that second to last word's the important one. Winning team. They have moved forward, and with that win, they are solidly in 5th place. Remember, top 5 teams go to lands. Can KDOP Corp hold on? And especially because they're going to get to keep earning points here. Manchester City, they're also going to continue to earn points here. They have not gotten out of there, but Team Vitality up at the top, they are not, folks. Everybody else going to be slowly crawling their way up here. What a competition we have in front of us, Stumpy.
It needs to be said as well, obviously, Paris Major, if somehow we see KDOP Corp take to the stage with KDOP as the CEO, with Radosin and Alpha, world champions for Vitality, and Mitza, one of their new French darlings coming through, the arena is going to go ballistic for that team. Like, that is so much love wanting them to succeed. I really hope that they make it.
I want to know. So obviously, if they make land, they have to make a logo. Do they just make like a yellow version of the K Corp logo or something like that? Like, I'm so curious to see what they come up with.
Radosin, Paint.net, and give him like 5 minutes. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want that across
the K Corp logo with like some shades on or something.
On the massive LED screens there, folks. It'd be incredible. That's what's gonna coming down. Get your tickets if you want to watch those shenanigans go down. I'm at this point, I'm feeling it's inevitable that they're gonna make it, folks. We got 2 more matches on the day though, and these matches, not elimination. We will see both these teams play tomorrow. It's just a matter of where they are at in the bracket. Let's talk about what was the story of Friday. Whip Esports, after beating, I believe this team, Ninjas in Pajamas in Swiss. Yes, they managed to make it through the group stage undefeated as well, and they now got a rematch against the team that they beat in 5 to get there. They have yet to lose a series. Ninja Pajamas, they want that salty run back. They got their run back against Vitality yesterday. Can they get the run back against Whip today?
I mean, Whip is such a, like you say, their story starting from that Swiss. They went 3-2 against NIP. They just about snuck the win. And then in the group stage, the fact that they've managed to go through in the upper side as well, they did dodge the extremely hard side of that bracket, then with GK and with Gentlemates, but they managed to get through. And I think that they're going to be getting a lot more practice here now in the top 8. And worst case scenario, even if then they can't repeat what they've done already in the playoffs, before the playoffs, they are still going to be having another life. Like, this is a brilliant situation, Shogun, for all the boys to be in.
Yeah, and again, no taking away from the bracket that they got yesterday. They earned it. You know, you go 3-0, you get the better bracket. You're the top seed going into that side. They did exactly what the top seed is supposed to do. They do, they haven't swept anybody in this tournament so far. A whole bunch of 3-2s sort of in there. They had, obviously, against NIP. They had it yesterday against Magnifico. But they're doing the job that they've got to do, and they might just be an outside call here for this top few spots. But as the former Ninjas in Pajamas guy, Stumpy, how weird is it that this team is consistent now?
I know. They're actually like really good. Like kind of all the time. It just sort of works forever. I think the NIP, we've seen them do well in these regional events. It's been a breath of fresh air when this team ended up getting picked up compared to their previous team. And they managed to, as well, go through Vitality. Bear in mind, to get here, too. They went 3-1 over Vitality. That's how they got through into the uppers. I'm very impressed with them. Very, very impressed. And Oli, in particular, yesterday, he was steadfast, staunch, 50-50 monster that we love to see from him. And I think teams are struggling to deal with that level of consistency in those 50. The NIP have got a really good chance here, but Whip, are they going to be able to, continue this somewhat surprising upset streak that they are on coming through in the uppers?
These are the moments where you get to see genuine chapters of Rocket League history get written. Can Whip start to pave that story forward and have these names be names we talk about every single week? It begins right here, right now. Ninja Pajamas, though, we're trying to play spoilers. They're going to just pour a bunch of ink across the page, just blot it out there. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Stumpy, you got one upset prediction right today. You keep going here?
Do I go for the double? Do I double or nothing this? Because this could be a real severe aura loss if this goes wrong. It's all Whip, no nip, baby. I think you have to go with another upset here. Why not? Let's keep this train going. Give me Whip. Let's go for it.
I love it. Shogun?
Yeah, he's lost it. All right, you give this guy one little thing and he just takes it way too far. It's NIP. They're winning this one. You can shush all you want, mate. It's already done.
I'd be more on board with you, Stumpy, if Ninjas in Pajamas hadn't already proven once in this tournament that nobody beats them twice in a row. They already took down Vitality, which was honestly the bigger of the two boogeymen in their closet here. I think I got Ninjas in Pajamas on this one. We'll see.
Whip though, could they, mate? Could not beat Whip.
Could not. But they couldn't beat Vitality, and then they did. So we'll see. I'm excited. I want to see it go the full distance. Can Whip get it done? This would be such a big story for these boys. Day Shift, Compact, and Toxic coming on through here. Ninja Pajamas going to be the favorite in chat. Chat has been... They got the last one wrong. Chat, gotta get your game up. We'll see if they can get back on the winning train right here, folks. Both these teams going to be surviving a championship Sunday, but who is in top 4 and who has to fight to get there first thing tomorrow morning, folks. New names on the block. Who's the better IP, folks? It's the Ninjas versus the Works here. Let's battle it out for top 4.
Well, the only team that could stop NIP in the last event just got eliminated by Alpha 54 in 2026. Doesn't mean that Open 5 will be NIPs. In this matchup, well, the head-to-head overall is 1-1 this season. There's only 2 outcomes for the Ninjas in Pajamas. It's whip or get whipped. This is game 1 by Progressive.
Let's get it going. Whip already beat Ninjas in Pajamas once to get the easier side of the bracket. Not only did they beat them, they were down 2-0 in that series after losing a 5-minute plus overtime and then won 3 in a row to take down Ninjas in Pajamas. So they're on a 3-game win streak. Still considered the underdogs, but they want to write a new tale here today. Let's see what CRR's got. And followed by Oli shot, day shift. Big save, but it's still up in the air. Compact gets a big clear though.
Look at these guys going for demos. Joris completely has left the ball. He's actually grabbed their corner boost, and he's got the shot on net, but he has missed the bump as well. Doesn't land on Compact. This has been Ninjas in Pajamas with an absolute onslaught. Only with a pre-jump. Bang, top bit's not on target. Off the bar. Gibbs, what is happening to Ninjas?
I don't know. With the CRR, he had an opportunity and then just got a little too happy about that and just jumped a little early. But Ninjas in Pajamas are just taking it to him early. But it's 0-0 still, so Whip finds a way out of it.
And from what we learned in the previous series, which looked like it was going to be a Vitality perfect sweep, Gibbs, you can't take too much stock in the first couple of games, but so far it has been all NIP, looking fantastic. They did lose the previous head-to-head, as Stumpy mentioned. That guy's gone crazy with his predictions. There's another shot on net and another save by Compact. They've had already 8 shots in a minute 20 of Rocket League to just 1.
That is insane. Let's see if they keep it up. CRR going to follow it up with another opportunity. Compact turning it away. Jorius just throw everything on target at this point, but still, Whip is holding on. 8 shots, it just means your shooting percentage on Ninjas. You got to find the back of the net at some point. A center, CRR tries to pre-jump, but he misses as well, and Whip get it out yet again.
Well, I think Coach LBP has whipped this Ninjas team into shape at the moment. They are so aggressive. The bumps are coming through as well. On target this time, Oli will make that another shot. Make it another one. It took 10 shots. It took nearly 2 minutes, but they finally opened the scoring.
It's a 2-minute offensive drive here that finally results in a goal. Joria secures it, and Ninjas get the job done. They had to work for it, but they do get it done, and let's see if they can get right back on it on this kickoff.
Compact's already got 3 saves. They shift 2, Toxic 1. It's just been an onslaught. They can't get it out of this defensive half. Maybe the first chance right here, Compact. He's going to throw that one on net. Joris, for the first time, NIP getting tested defensively. They do look a little bit awkward. This is where we do see some struggles from NIP. They're a little inconsistent, but they are all out attack when they get going, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, Compact now getting the pass out the day shift. Doesn't go in. Joris, big save on Toxic. Toxic had 2 golden opportunities over this last half minute. Cannot score it. Another opportunity by day shift. Doesn't go in. So now it's Whip's turn on the offensive side.
They're low boost. They're very low boost. Compact day shift throws on it. This should be the goal bar down. And what a reversal. That was 6 shots just then in about 40 seconds for Whip.
Day shift, great placement, bar down, brilliant from him. And Whip was just like, we just needed a little breather on a kickoff, and then we can play some offense as well. So high scoring affair, or maybe not high scoring, but lots of opportunities by both teams so far. The defense is holding pretty well. We're at a 1-1 game.
Yeah, and it's 7 shots to I mean, what an interesting start. It was just all out attack one way, and then it was Whip's turn, and they returned serve. No damage done overall, 1-1. We do have 2 minutes left here in game 1. Day shift does get demoed. Compact looking to control proceedings. Joris, this is very awkward. Everyone's front post. Joris just walks it around all 3. They got tangled up in the corner front post, and the Great White made them punish.
Oh, look at that challenge. He wins it immediately, but because it came back to him so perfectly, Whip was not expecting it, and Joris just throws it towards the net and gets the goal.
You just never want to send pretty much any more than one player into your defensive corner. It just gets so messy so quickly, and it did just that. Here's Compact, and he finds day shift. He might be able to. CRR had to find the clear downfield, which means there should be some NIP numbers down the line. Toxic, though, has had the interception. There was a free double, but the Block came through as well. Gee, it's messy defense of both teams. You can see even Nip this time getting caught front post with low boost Gibbs. It's a scrappy game one, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, messy defense. They're keeping the ball on the back of the net more often than not on these shots. Here's the chase by CRR going off the ceiling for the redirect, but big save there by Whip, and Compact will get the clear. Toxic versus Oli. Oli wins that out to Jorius. Jorius, midfield. CRR's got the wide open net. Great low 50 there by Jorius to pass this out to CRR.
Yeah, the big problem here was Day Shift was left third man. You saw Compact in the other corner grabbing boost, which does put a lot of stress on second and third. They just overcommitted, not really on the same page. Low boost as well. And that's 13 shots for Nip in under 4 minutes of Rocket League. Get the lead, get a 2-goal lead, should I say, and maybe a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, we'll see if those aerial plays come into play more often throughout. This is an open net again. CRR just farming points. Getting these passes out from Jorius, gets another wide open one, but these aerial challenges are being won by Ninjas, and then the challenge right after is also being won. Right place, right time for Jorius to get that downfield.
You know it's an explosive start when Jorius is probably going to drop 1,000 points in regulation game one. He's already nearing 900, 5 saves, 2 goals, 2 assists. The Great White is on fire. 3 goals required here for Whip, which, well, it looks doable based on this kind of play and the way this game is going. How is that pitch then? It's a 50 out of nowhere. Ninjas in Pajamas not ready at all. Toxic just finds a perfect touch.
CRR trying to get a little too fancy on the ground there, and yeah, that was a little bit too much there by CRR. It turns into just a dunk, and Whip is still alive. 45 on the clock. This has been a wild game. I would not expect anything less than a 4-4 overtime.
Yeah, well, I mentioned off the rip, it's either going to be Whip or get whipped. How about both for both teams? That's how it's going so far. 6 goals, 30 seconds left. This Day Shift, there's low boost everywhere here on Whip. They're going to have to get back in time. Compact just puts a body in the way for that infield pass off the backboard. Sarah once again looking for a redirect coming off the backboard. Jorius goes to that top right shot, doesn't get it on line, but he's up to 900 points if you don't mind. It's not too much time left for Whip. They still need 2.
I think CRR's just a little upset he wasn't part of the top 10 plays today because he's trying to make him work. 2 off that. Jorius is going to get another goal here to secure the first win for Ninjas and Pajamas. And this is just a up and down game by both teams. But Whip, it's getting a little bit too fast for them, and they're starting to get beat out on the challenges, giving up too much free real estate in the net.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be the Rocket League equivalent of a triple-double or something. He's just got a hat trick, 2 assists, 5 saves, 7 shots with 1,040 score. Jorius, what a start for him. There's maybe one more goal in this game. Have another save to boot as well. NIP get it done. I mean, that's one way to play Rock. No defense, but all-out offense.
I mean, yeah, that was just entertainment right there. That's what you want to see. Everyone, you know, these 1-0 games, no one wants that. We want to see these crooked numbers and just see shot after shot after shot by both teams. Whip had their moments where they had tons of offensive pressure. It's just the game. When we talk about speed, and you expect the Ninjas to just be faster, and we saw that in the back half of that game. The challenge game was just so much better by them. The positional play after those challenges was so much better. And Whip, honestly, just gave up like 3 wide open nets like at the end that really cost them.
Yeah, and just looking at that scoreboard on screen, I don't think that it actually, the game didn't update the final save. He actually had 1142 with a 0-second save right at the end. So he's dropped over 1,100 points in regulation game 1 on playoff Saturday here in Europe. What a fantastic start for him. They're in the dark as well, boot camping, I believe, in Sweden at NIP HQ. LBP behind them. As you can see on the cameras there, they're locked in, ready to go. CRR's changing his car as well. He wasn't happy, Gibbs, that the 6 redirects he went off the opponent's backboard didn't land. Maybe next game.
Yeah, we'll see also those ground dribble plays that he was trying to make. That one kind of cost them one of their goals there. But CRR is definitely feeling it. He's feeling confident. He's going for these plays, and that is a great sign for Ninjas in Pajamas here going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Whip as well, you're still scoring, so it's not like they need to kind of break that down wall, but it's just the defense. They're getting tangled up front post. They're kind of getting a little bit frazzled, I'd say, by the fact you've got some mosquitoes running around. You've got CRR on your backboard. You've got Demo's bumps coming through, but this is a beautiful pass play. Today Shift should be a goal. That's a beautiful setup in transition, and Day Shift just had the defense in all sorts.
And the ball is just going a mile a minute here. Day Shift, great fake there to fake out CRR. He had the far post if he wanted. Instead, he goes for the fake and goes for the near post. And all right, game speed whip is hanging in there.
Yeah, they're happy with this style as well. I mean, probably found the only other team that's really happy to play this way is almost another infield. They're ripping these passes to each other. I love the connection. I know that you, Gibbs, as well, being an old school player, there's nothing better than an infield, nothing better than a teamwork in Rocket League. I think it's maybe because we had no mechanics as well that we do enjoy the team plays, perhaps. Would you agree?
Oh, of course. I pass it to my teammates that are much better at Rocket League than me. That is my game plan always. So, yeah, but like this ball speed in general, probably one of the fastest average ball speeds we've seen. I don't even know if we can track that stat. But so far through games 1 and 2, this ball is moving a mile a minute. Both teams keeping up with it. Whip has this lead, but they got to be careful because, again, it feels like normally, like if this game speed keeps up, Ninjas is going to take advantage more often than not. So we'll see as we continue in this game, too.
Yeah, you can certainly track car speed as, oh my gosh, that's just gonna fall. You can track car speed, not ball speed, and it feels like we've got the opposite of 6 Chronics on the field right now. They're absolutely going for it, everyone, and this is what can happen. Toxic 0 boost, double jumps underneath the ball, just completely whiffs it. And NIP don't have to stress because it's 1.
Yeah, another low 50 in the air by Ninjas results in a goal. Last time it was Oli to Jorius to CRR. This time it was CRR doing it there, so... Seems like their MO is go up in the air and go for those low 50s. It's worked out twice so far.
Just kind of look like, you know, I don't know, as if these two teams just sized each other up at the start of the game and said, you guys just want to go for it? And they said, yep, let's do it. They're just throwing punch after punch at each other right now. And it's, as you said, it's great fun to watch. But I wonder who's going to shift things up because it feels like both teams are pretty happy with the chaos, even though it's a little scrappy.
Yeah, Toxic taking it slow here off the sidewall. Gets the pass out. The Day Shift on no boost. The compact, of course, is going to follow it right up. His Whip is going to try and keep this pressure going. Followed again by Toxic. Another pass going for some bump plays. Both him and Compact go for bumps. Neither get any contact, so Ninjas will get the clear.
Yeah, nice play from CRI with low boost as well. Just bought enough time to keep the ball pinned down Whip's end, at least for 3 seconds, the way this is the way the ball is transitioning. Oli with the cut back to Sarah, playing that first man role, looking for redirects. Hasn't quite got his game going just yet, but that is one positive for NIP. They are winning without him getting those crazy redirects that we do expect, or perhaps some impactful demos. Compact pops the ball up. He's 0 boost. It was like, for the majority of this match, at least 4 out of 6 players on the pitch are 0 boost because they're moving that quickly. There's another save coming through. NIP can reset.
Yeah, Oli with a weak shot there. It was a great pass by his teammate, CRR, who's been up in the air for everything. Going again here, going for the bump play. Jorius is left alone, though. Day Shift, good catch. Turns into Toxic with the bump as well. But Toxic with the weak shot cannot get it to the net fast enough. Compact, another opportunity here. And I feel like I have to talk a mile a minute just to see all this action going on, CJ.
And another infield pass coming in, and Whip's still moving, still looking for that shot on net. Nice positioning from Jorius. As all those bumps are, they're putting a lot of pressure on one man. It's not exactly, you know, losing 50s to the guy behind. It's you do everything, and I'm going to trust you 100%. Does it come off? It's probably a goal. And the other end is speaking of a goal almost from Oli. Jorius with the first touch. Toxic has to go and pop it onto the backboard. Day Shift there to collect as well. I haven't seen a fake challenge yet, or even a slow solo play. This is just hit the ball at, and even Oli there with space, just throws a ground pinch on there.
CRR, why not? Throw some psychos in there as well. Not the greatest one. Toxic off the ceiling with the dunk attempt as well, and Jorius is now rubbing against one of the players. CRR gets a slow play. Doesn't matter. Day Shift gets bumped back into the save, and here we go. Back and forth we go. Jorius with the center. No one available finally. And Compact will get the big clear.
Oli actually backs off for the first time. Does get punished for it though. Day Shift goes, it's actually Oli just, he was at it. He said that's not in. I'm not even going to try and go for that.
He saved his own shots too. What has happened?
It's gone off the post and he saved his own shot. That is absolutely ridiculous. What is this gameplay? 50 seconds left. As can Whip maybe tie this up. Day Shift, he's backwards. It looked like he stopped playing, but he was just foxing them. Ground pitch comes through. Another quadruple commit as well. 40 seconds left. I don't know where to look.
Are we sure mutators are not on? Are we sure it's not Boomer Ball right now? I'm not positive. Day shift, chance for a pass middle, only misses. Jorius slowing it down, kind of, not really. He's just going to push it towards the net. It doesn't matter at this point. The Toxic almost gets bumped, but gets the big save. Day shift again. Just drive forward, bring the ball with you. See what we can do. 1-1, we're heading towards overtime, unless one of these teams can score a late goal here. Jorius slowing it down, Compact just rushing it. Toxic with the shots. A light touch again by him is denied by Ninjas.
One last chance, perhaps, unless we get overtime. There's the infield pass. Compact rips, misses. Everyone zero boost on Ninjas except that man, Sarah, who launches it downfield. They want overtime, and they will get it. It feels like even if you make a mistake, your teammate's saying, it's all good, I'm also up anyway. So I'll just take it for you. Off the kickoff, Jorius looks for the ceiling pinch, looks for the extra touch, does get the dunk on Compact. Day shift, everyone's gone for it. Sarah's found a demo as well and turns straight on ball. Compact respawns, and maybe we can breathe for a second.
Nope. Past midfield, here we go. And Jorius is going to throw it back in. Toxic again. Throw it midfield. Make a scoring attempt happen. The bump comes out, but no one is available. So he's going to throw it mid one more time. CRR with the clear, and maybe we can breathe just a bit. Compact versus Jorius. Nope, it goes right back midfield. Another threatening ball. Toxic versus CRR. Neither wins it. Toxic with a great back pass.
Oh, why did you do that?
Though. Toxic is got to make up for it. CRR is going to throw it mid. Jorius is going to dive out of Compact. Big save.
Now, these guys in comms with each other. I mean, it's just every man for themselves. I feel like I'm watching a 1v1v1v1v1v1 at the moment. Absolute chaos. Compact. Reset. One more. Nice save from Jorius. Up top, minute gone in overtime as Toxic's looking across. I don't think a player has let the ball go behind them once. It is just jump and see what happens. Figure it out from there. Day shift misses the musty, but it's all good because Compact's already up. Oli, perhaps a chance. Toxic playing third man in his front half, if you don't mind. As they do get out of trouble, there is just a full risk, high reward gameplay.
All right, CJ, take a breath. I think we have a moment here, unless Toxic centers it. He does! He centers it! Jorius with the good Toxic! With a miserable touch by him. And centers it for the wrong team, and Jorius secures it, and Ninjas win the marathon, win the sprint, I should say, and take game two.
It's a sprint, and you could see the lactic acid building up for both teams. We saw double-figure shots across the board once again. And just a big mistake. They're not looking to keep control. They're just looking to hit the ball, follow it up, play as quickly as possible. It's going to lead to openings, and IP capitalized. But honestly, either team could have won that.
I'm getting too old for this. I'm starting to cramp up here, CJ. I'm not sure.
Where are you cramping? You're just talking.
Hey, and still, just a mile a minute that we're going here. This has been wild. I don't know what is going on. The one thing I will note, Toxic, I feel like, is not having a good series so far. He's had multiple scoring opportunities where he's hit very weak shots. I believe I counted 3 or 4. And then right there, like in overtime, the big misplay happens. And it's just brutal for Whip. They're trying to keep up with Nip, and they are doing a great job at it, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's absolute chaos. I'm concerned about you cramping up as well, Gibbs. Just make sure you're not wearing the mediums, and we should be all good. We'll see, though, if NIP can put the foot down here and really close this one out, or we're just going to keep on getting chaos. I mean, the Whip just maybe shock them with the lack of pace, you know, just to give us a different look.
Slow it down, please. I'm turning 39 in a week. Let's slow it down, all right?
We're going to sing some happy birthdays next week in NA, perhaps. What day?
Well, I won't be there because I'm not working on my birthday. So.
We'll sing it for you.
On Monday, 420. 420, baby. Let's go.
Well, we'll leave it at that. Here we go. into game 3 now is... I mean, what an entertainment. I feel like the last year's was so scrappy. Entertaining for different ways. This has been scrappy, though, in just the pure speed of it, rather than, you know, some potential mistakes and awkwardness. This has just been go for it. Two teams, as you said, just throwing haymakers.
It's been fun. Watch out. Keep it on defense. It doesn't matter. Finally, no one is there for Ninjas, and they don't secure the goal.
I feel like, Gibbs, if we could tune into the comms of both teams, and it'd just be everyone screaming just for 5 minutes. That's what it feels like in the gameplay, at least. The dribble come in with Jorius on low boost, who didn't even hit the ball and had no touch on it, but the threat was enough. A demo comes through. Oli's found another bump. The Compact has flipped his way through trouble, finds the save.
He gives Day Shift a bit of space. Underneath, has a pass to Toxic, who doesn't connect with the ball.
Oh, Toxic went for the pre-jump. That was a very difficult play for him. I like the idea, but just a little bit off on his time. And Joreus will get the clear down towards Toxic. And of course, someone's following for Ninjas. Compact, though, gets the clear to Day Shift, and now they're pushing up forward. But Joreus to CRR with the flip reset versus Toxic. Who's going to win? Toxic, big time stop.
Joreus up top as well. Compact is going to be able to land off the initial challenge as a bump come through. Sarah, does he have the shot? Joreus can just turn with zero boost. Finds a beautiful pass across that Oli just didn't want to trust. Didn't want to turn, and that little shimmy on no boost meant he didn't have an angle, didn't have a shot on net. Ninjas in Pajamas still pushing forward, just smacking the ball as hard as possible, which leads to openings like that. Only top left, 1-0.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's all you got to do sometimes. Day Shift cannot get the touch right there on the wall, which turns into a free shot for Oli, since Day Shift was the last man back. And Ninjas, again, like if this pace keeps up, you expect Ninjas to start to run away with this game. Last game was close, but Ninjas, again, another lead.
And Toxic kind of thought he did his job there, Gibbs. He demoed the infield, which was CRR. Unfortunately, there was two of them, just with the nature of this game. Two members in Ninjas in Pajamas were ready for the pass play, and, well, he couldn't find both at the same time. 1-0, 2 minutes gone. They are in the box seat for now. It's a fantastic position for NIP as well. In terms of the season, they're in a really good spot. Joreus has missed an open net, thought the save was coming through. But in terms of the chaos around them, NIP gives up. I feel like they've put themselves in a great position. They're guaranteed top 6, maybe top 4 if this series continues to how it is going. A top 2 in the previous event. They're looking great for Paris and Worlds.
Oh, yeah, they'll definitely be going to Paris and Worlds based on these two efforts, unless something crazy happens. But they've looked great outside that grand finals of Open 4. Here's the chance for Toxic again. Throws it a bit high. There was a defender in net, but just can't get it done.
Yeah, that was just another chance, and it's just quantity over quality for both teams. That needed to be a quality shot. Day Shift makes the save. Compact needs to buy time for his team to set up. You can see Day Shift having to scoop that corner boost. He actually is able to get involved in the attack, but Toxic is crept. Third man, Joreus looks to go low. Toxic recovers well. There's just no backing off, is there? They're not trying to let their teammates cut for them. Even if they're last, they're just going to look for a chance to get involved and push forward.
Let's see Oli. Let's see what he can do. Try and throw it in midfield. He does. Toxic is there to read it, though. Great catch as well with the flip reset. Going for some bump plays on Joreus. Compact's there too. Joreus! What? Great stop, 2v1.
Why is he gone?
Attack, zero, free. That's a 2-goal swing.
He watches his teammates just completely fail a 2v1, and Day Shift goes, you know what? What if I just have a crack as well? He instant challenges in the front third, and that's an open net, 3v0. Should have been a goal down the other end. I don't know how Joreus got out of that situation he was in, but they completely stuffed it up, and well played to Joreus. Kickoff goal coming in. Never mind, 2-1.
Yeah, I was about to say if that was a backbreaker for this entire match, I thought it was going to be over, but this is exactly what WIT absolutely needed. The kickoff play works. Compact gets the goal, and they're right back in this game 3.
Back into game 3 is, I mean, even if you make some mistakes, it's all good apparently. Day Shift, though, look at the scoreboard, just with 90 points to his name. Needs to get involved. That's a pitch that's on target. Only threw himself across net. Of course he did with 0 boost. Welcome to Ninjas in Pajamas. It's Toxic. He's bumped off this one. And just, honestly, Gibbs, have you seen a fake? And we're 3 games in.
Like, you occasionally see those low 50s aerial plays. I don't know if those count as fakes, though. Joreus here, yeah, he's just going to shoot on net, of course. Of course he is. Ninjas in Pajamas, you would think at this point, maybe they would play 3 midfielders and try and kill this clock because they have a 1-goal lead, but for some reason I'm expecting them not to do that and to dive at everything anyway. CRR thrown into the corner here. Will follow up his own touch, but Compact is keeping it alive. WIT needs something desperately. The demos, no, Joreus doesn't jump and avoids another demo play.
He's been so clutch, easily the MVP of the lobby so far. Not just the 1,100 points in the offense, but the saves as well. It's Toxic now. He's able to beat Oli there. He's Joreus. He finds an outlet by that man who doesn't scoop up the 100 boost, doesn't spawn for him. Joreus looks for the 50. 30 seconds left. Ninjas in Pajamas. You know they're all still going to be committing. They want that 3rd goal. So Oli looks to challenge as well. One last crack. WIT need to win this game, or it's going to get very, very desperate for them. Compact throws himself. I mean, he's ripped it off the backboard, Gibbs, as if there's a 4th teammate coming through. Nobody there, 10 seconds left.
Yeah, we don't have the 44 rank playlist anymore, so we can't do that. So Compact One last opportunity here. Goes for the low 50, does not matter. Joris with the big clear will secure. No, never mind. Doesn't secure the goal. The ball is up in the air. Toxic cannot reach it in time. Ninjas in pajamas are one game away from a top 4.
Yeah, looking fantastic. You can see smiles on the faces. Joris very happy with proceedings. And honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a little scrappy. It's we're seeing kick-off goals, some messiness. Whipper calling a timeout to perhaps talk things through. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, just keep going at the ball. It's working against these guys.
9 shots for Whip, 1 goal. I feel like their shooting percentage has to be probably like 5% at this point, but they are at least getting some offense going. But they always make that small mistake somewhere, right? And just give Nip an opportunity to then win these games. Outside of what was it, game 2, where it was a little bit more blowout-y, but Ninjas in Pajamas, or game 1, I should say. They're taking over the series. They love playing this way. They love when the pace is at an all-time high. That is their element, and they're showing why.
Yeah, I was about to say they're looking fantastic, but I think that's just in the context of being 3-0 up in the series. I don't know. It's just, mate, this is the Ninjas in Pajamas at its finest, though. This is why you don't feel like you can fully trust them because of the play style. But, I mean, it's fun to watch. And when they're on, when they're all individually feeling it as well, it's overwhelming, again, for any team that's playing them.
Now, to be fair, Whip, when they won in Swiss and went 3-0, they went down 2-0 versus Ninjas in Pajamas and won 3 straight. So they got the reverse sweep to win it. Maybe this is part of their playbook, and they're just getting ready. They're called the timeout here. Try and figure it out. Try and figure out what worked last week when they beat Ninjas in Pajamas 3 games in a row. They will have to add a 4th on top of that at this point. It is going to be a tough task, but again, we've seen them do this to Ninjas before, and it was just 1 week ago.
I mean, I'm trying to think what they're saying right now. Did someone suggest, should we stop, just going at absolutely everything? Should we try that, or just keep doing what we're doing right now? It feels like they're kind of, throwing some muck at a wall and seeing what sticks. And as you said, with the shooting percentage 5%, having 10 shots, if you're only putting 1 away, isn't going to get the job done. I want to see some quality. I want to see some extra passes, some fakes as well. Maybe just, I don't know, just some more boost management, I'd say. Wouldn't go astray. It feels like they're all on 0 the whole time.
Yeah, like you don't want them to consume all 100 like right away, like each time.
That would be nice. It'd be nice to see them, just drive around a little. As I mentioned,
Kickoffs have been working for them. We saw it last game. It kept him in it. Compact, so this time just wins it by himself. Follows up his own play. That is kickoff role you don't see very often. That's exactly what Whip needed.
It's a little unlucky. It's come off early as well, but it still wasn't, well, it's standard Ninja Pajamas. They're just high risk, high reward. They've got to push forward, and if that happens, if it's in, it's in. If you get unlucky, you get unlucky. That's the way they play. Day Shift is taking a chance with the double touch. Jories have to pinch it off the crossbar. But it's a great start. Timeout buff, I guess. Whip get a lead. Let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, see if they can hold it. This time, Joris and Oli both go for the same ball. Day Shift has an opportunity to do something, but CRR is there to challenge. Now all teammates are back for Ninjas in Pajamas. Oli to CRR. Compact tried to get the read, cannot get it. Toxic will follow it up. Joris is creeping forward, though, a little bit out of position, but makes up for it anyway and clears it downfield.
There's the threat. Sarah sitting in the corner just puts this Whip defense in an absolute spin cycle. They just know he's there, and his presence alone is just enough to throw them off. So he's kind of doing more than you think. Even if he's not hitting the ball, in the comms, they're saying that Sarah's right there, and they're rushing themselves. Now Ninjas find a way through. Oli looks for the touch, steals, corner boost, compact, awkward, doesn't control it. That's what I want to see from this Whip team. They need to start controlling the ball. I want to see at least some slower air dribbles just to buy some time, but they're just hitting it as hard as possible time and time again.
Yeah, Toxic upfield again. Oli Joris again double commit on another ball. Day Shift has another opportunity versus CRR, but CRR does well yet again.
It's just it's another double commit where it kind of looked like they were communicating, but it doesn't quite land for NIP. Minute 30 gone, still that kickoff goal separating the two teams. Sarah to the corner, not to his teammate, losing possession, but Whip for being able to really capitalise or sustain pressure, but I don't think either team has so far. Another challenge in the middle, another 50-50 coming through. Day Shift, can he control the ball? He's given it straight to Sarah, who was waiting on the wall. Compact is able to control it. Oh, he loses possession as well. Sarah can keep it close. Two Jory's the Great White who has whiffed. And Sarah's still there with zero boots, just flipping underneath it. It's just chaos. It's unconventional, but it's fun.
It is fun. It is a little wild. I think the one thing for Ninjas that is paying off for them is when they do get into these 2v1s on defense, which seem to be happening a lot, they find a way to make the stop. Last game was Joryous. This game's been CRR. So Whip has to find a way when they have a numbers advantage, hit those demos, or make those passing plays happen to secure some of these goals. They do have a 1-goal lead, but you feel like it's not safe at all.
No, this should be a goal here for Toxic. He's completely whiffed it. And this has to be a world record double commit across the board from both teams. Every shot that's looking half in sends two defenders from both sides. It's crazy.
I just hate to call out Toxic, though, but this whole series, his shooting has been awful. He's had a lot of opportunities, not scored. And then we get that comeback with the goal.
Is that a pogo that I just saw from... It was a double commit again, Gibbs. Dayshift said, I want it. What is that? He's pogoed because they bumped each other. If that doesn't sum up this shambolic series, I don't know what does. They've scored because they made a mistake.
Just throw every car at the ball. Eventually, one of the cars is going to pinball into it. It doesn't matter. CRR, of course, off the back wall, trying for a redirect. Doesn't happen. Only with the clear, but Dayshift keeping it alive. And again, Ninjas in Pajamas, they keep going for these risky offensive plays, which allow Whip to have these opportunities. And this has just been mayhem.
Even just there, Toxic thought he could run the ball back into his own corner. No, Joris with zero boost is actually your last man now, Whip. Welcome. Finds himself there. It's just the positioning is so unconventional. You never know where anyone's going to be. The Great White finds himself downfield off the backboard to Oli, who throws it across to Sarah. Back to Joris. Nearly the greatest play we've ever seen. The 50 as well as Ninjas trying to keep it in. Whip find their way out. Wow, that was explosive.
That was a crazy play because Whip also had everyone back, but they still found that infield redirect somehow, some way. It doesn't go in. Joris throws another one on target. Compact with the clear. We'll finally get it all the way out, and Oli just gonna actually boom it downfield, and no one's following. No, never mind. Here we go. All three members of Ninjas there. The give and go, but Joris off the bar.
Just wide open. Joris this time finds the net. They get another look at it. The passing plays have been fantastic from NIP. And then they try and just put a hole in time-space continuum or something, and they don't capitalize, but they get a little lucky that it stays in. Joris finds the shot, 58 seconds. Plenty of time in this game for sure.
And that's 3 goals now where we're like, fortunate bounces all around. Oli just wins the challenge, accidentally passes it back mid again to Joris to secure the goals. Now, all 3 goals have been unconventional, to say the least. Ninjas right back in it, trying for the sweep.
You usually don't want, teams to just throw the ball straight on net the first chance they get, but what Ninjas do is they throw it on net because there's someone on the backboard. There's someone looking for a bump to get rid of that guy. It's so unusual, but it is working. Dayshift low boost. You can see Oli popping it up for CRR. They've found a pass play. They've got 25 seconds left. The 51 by Compact. Only now looking to work the ball downfield. Finds 2, has no boost. He's going to leave it for Joris, but don't worry about that. Toxic doesn't care. He's already up with 0 boost, 13 seconds. One last crack for Ninjas.
CRR wins the challenge somewhat, but it gets away from him. Toxic with a big clear. Joris, though, has a lot of boost in the tank. Let him go for the cross-court air dribble. A little bit of a heavy touch. The ball gets killed. Somehow CRR keeps it up. Compact, though, will get the extra stats. And Whip are still alive, and it is a 3-1 series.
I mean, they win off the timeout. I couldn't quite tell you what they did different because they got the kickoff goal. It was chaos. Ninjas missed a few shots. We had a 700-point game from Compact with that final shot as well. Toxic couldn't hit a barn door with a tractor. He wouldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat at the moment. That guy's dropping 150 points in this game. Compact with a hat trick. They get their first win, though, Gibbs. They deny the sweep.
I wonder what coaches think of the gameplay right now. That's what I wonder, because it has been wild. Has been all over the place by both teams. Again, 3 of these goals, and really that 4th one was just a trash goal. It just had to happen. Was like fortunate bounces that just kind of find their way in. I don't know if that's exactly what Whip wants, but they don't really care. They'll take the win. I feel like they could have won a couple of these other games earlier on, but they have to do it 3 more times in a row. And based on how this game is going, where it feels almost random at times, it's very difficult to win a coin toss 3 times in a row.
It also feels like a game that is an upper bracket match as well. You can tell that both of these teams know that they're through to Sunday no matter what. They've got a second chance because they are just going for it right now. They're not just thinking, oh, what if I miss this ball? What if I can see? They're thinking, no, but what if I hit it? That's the mindset, the positivity. And they're just playing carefree Rocket League. So I don't think there was much change from Whip, to be honest, off the timeout, apart from Compact having a great game. But let's be honest, the 2 goals that, well, the game-winning goals they had, Gibbs, we had a kickoff goal at the start and then a Pogo double commit bump that went over the top of 2 that was completely unintentional. So, yeah, they won from randomness, I guess.
And not only that, during the post-game highlights, because those goals were so random, a Toxic's PC crashed because it just couldn't process all this information. So we're waiting on him to return back into the game. It's been a wild one. It's been a wild series. Ninjas, I think, should be feeling relatively confident. But again, once it goes to Neo Tokyo, if that does happen, that's when things start to change, and Whip will have all the momentum. So I feel like in Paris right here, here's the one to win it, especially for Nip, because if they win this series, get another top 4, they're basically locked to go to actual Paris as well. So they want to do it on
Yeah, absolutely. And just feel like the players, we mentioned the speed of this series. I think another stat that you'd love to look at, or I'd love to look at afterwards, is just the proximity to each other, to teammates and to the ball. There's some teams that want to be as spread out as possible on the pitch. I feel like all 6 have been as close to the ball, as close to each other as possible, and in turn seen some of the, well, I'd say the highest amount of double commits in a series that I can remember. Maybe take note as well if you guys are watching this game, better come up, just how many times these players double commit in this game. But if you'd rather 2 guys going than no one is kind of what I always thought with double commits, Gibbs. So just keep going for it.
As long as you get a good enough touch, right, then it's like, sure, why not go for it? But also with Ninjas in Pajamas, they've been doing so good as that 3rd man on defense. When those double commits do happen, then they have been happening, making plays. Last game was CRR twice. The game before that was Jorius avoiding a bunch of bumps as well, like in those 2v1s. So Ninja's doing a good job there over at least game 3 and game 2, I should say. So we'll see what happens here. Whip did a great job in that last game, and they just got to keep up the pace. Maybe those kickoffs, they have scored 2 kickoff goals in back-to-back games now. So we'll see if they can get another one here to open up scoring early.
Well, it looks like Toxic is ready to go. Not sure if it was a PC crash or sometimes when you just keep missing all those shots, Gibbs, you want to restart the game. You think something's not going on. You just need that little mental reset, PC restart just to get back in biz. Yeah, 150 points. He's thinking that's unacceptable. Something else is wrong. It can't be me. We'll see what happens here as we are good to go. We're in game number 5. Beautiful Paris map as we are taking, well, feels like we're closer than ever to the big tournament, to the second major of the season. And Ninjas in Pajamas, as you said, are looking like they're trying to get their Whip. Can they cause an upset? They've got their first win. And let's see if things can just calm down a little bit.
Yeah, CRR playing it a little bit slow, going east to west a bit, but Jorius going north and south immediately after. Oli's got an opportunity, misses the shot.
Oh, goal! I said watch for the double commits, Gibbs, and we're 30 seconds in. We see a double commit own goal pinch, Compact into day shift. It's beautiful.
I have no words.
Talk to me, Gibbs.
I just need rest.
It's 1-1.
Off the kickoff. There we go. Whip.
1-1.
Right back in. It doesn't matter. Own goal so you can get to a kickoff strat. Compact does it again with the big kickoff of Toxic. Here we go. Brand new PC. He's ready to go.
I just feel like we're 10 years into the Rlcs, and I would have liked to think back in 2016 when you would have thought, I wonder what the gameplay is going to look like in 10 years' time, how crisp it's going to be, how in tune the players are going to be with each other. Just 3 minds blended together, gelled together to one beautiful being. And no, it's chaos, it's beautiful mechanics, it's solo plays, and it's Toxic. It's Checky's PC. He's restarted his game, and he's found the back of the net twice.
Heavy car bug might be real. I'm not sure. Toxic, what a shot there. Putting the team on his back all of a sudden. It's a brand new man, and Whip is up 2-1.
That's a beautiful solo play with the reset. Finds a top corner as well. Here's another pre-jump pass. Oli's off the roof. Oli's got a free backboard. He does miss. CRR, can he find an infield? This guy just refuses to rotate. It's a double commit in the offensive corner. Jorius comes in with 0 boost as well. He actually finds a demo. Sarah sitting third man, and by third man, it's kind of like 2.5 men, and not the show. It's chaos. It's just absolutely wild. It's hard to catch your breath. Low 50 from Compact. That was nice to see. Didn't just bang the ball straight away. Jorius with space. Pop over the top of 1. Pop over the top of 2. To Ollie. 2-2.
Jorius, great. Again, north and south play. Just run it down the field. Beat out Compact. Get the double tap. Toxic has to try and read this so incredibly quickly, but he's got no boost. Oli is, of course, right there, right behind him, and Ninjas tied back up.
Of course, they were going to tie it up with just a minute 23 seconds gone. We've had 4 goals, because why not just keep playing the same way if it's good fun and everyone's having a good time? I certainly am right here. The demo comes through. Joris. He's had so many demos this game. As he works the ball down the sidewall, this time Sarah takes it off him. 0 boost, back post pass. Only not going to be able to reach it. He might be able to keep it in. Sure, he's going to run the ball back. Indeed he is.
Joris going to go for the cross coast aerial dribble. Gets around 1. Toxic, though, will have enough time to clear it out to his teammate Compact, who throws deep. CRR out of nowhere is in position, turns it into an infield pass. And Ninjas in Pajamas are relentless.
Yeah, I feel like I'm up is a very frequent comp for both teams and every player on the pitch at the moment, as Sarah's pre-jumping passes, trying to intercept. He did well there. Toxic looking for day shift. It's a pinch into the back wall. Day shift with a little zigzag to grab boost. Keep the ball close. 50-50. Only looking to keep it as close to himself as possible. He does find a nice 50 to Sarah, who's straight on the scene. Joris underneath is going to be the first one to challenge. Never mind, it's only for Joris. Little swap, because Joris did have the 100 boost. Have another fake play, another double commit. Everyone's in the corner. Whipper panicking. Oli's looking for the pop, looking for the pass. Another double commit. 3 men in the corner for Whip. It's looking so scary, but the shot's not on target.
Sierra throws it a bit wide, but another infield pass. Now it's Jorius. Does he have a chance to do much with this? Going to take it himself. Toxic will get the clear finally, and Whip survive.
He can breathe. He can breathe with 2 minutes left. No harm done for both sides. 2-2 can Whip find another game in this series, and it's a game 6, and then it's looking scary. As soon as you see game 6, you think, well, we're 1 away from Chamfield, we're 1 away from getting reverse swept. They've done it before. It was a best of 5. Can they do it in a best of 7? It's a nice pop across. Compact just wasn't quite ready. Oli jumps into his own net off the sidewall now.
He just broke a rule 1.
Jorius breaks a rule 1. We'll see if that comes back to bite him instantly as the demo comes through. Doesn't quite land. Day shift, throws it on net and gets the goal. Well, isn't that just karma?
We're just getting everything in the series here, Jorius. Bad 50 challenge, and you know why? Because you broke the rule 1. You backflipped out of a day shift. Great placement on the shot, and Whip right back in.
Right back in it and finding some serious momentum. They've had 3 shots for 3 goals. If that's not the polar opposite of what we've seen in the first 3 games, I don't know what is. As Sarah just jumps straight up top, looks for the 50 on Toxic. And he's really elevated his game. He's been the difference now with Toxic. Obviously, Compact had to just get that game win. He carried with the hat-trick, but Toxic's been huge. And what to save, pre-jumping the left-hand side, keeping them in the lead.
CRR, though, has got another attempt at the pass. Oli is up with them, gets it bottom right. And we're all tied up with a minute to go.
That's a hat-trick. He's been the offensive firepower for NIP. 70% goal participation, and this is why. The pre-jump play, beautiful. The pass, even better as well. They're syncing up. They're synergizing, and they found a 3-3 scoreline.
Fake kickoff there. Toxic just throws it deep, but no one available, so Oli just gets it for free. CRR with the challenge. Now Jorius as well, keeping the ball on the orange side of the field. Day shift trying to slow it down a bit. Some demos coming out. We'll get the clear out, but CRR just tucks it into the corner. Oli, no boost. And the dream. Jorius follows up, also now on no boost, so CRR is left by himself. Perfect catch by him to slow everything down.
30 seconds left. Jorius has CRR right there. It's a pre-jump play. It's a double commit from Whip. Of course they're going to send 2 at that. The threat was there. Toxic, 0 boost, trying to keep it as close as possible. Finds the 50. Compact gets 50. Day shift's rotating in. The only one with 100 boost. But he loses the touch. The pop over the top. A huge win coming through. And Jorius just under the pump a little bit. As Compact throws himself at it. The shot offline, and NIP, did they get one last attack? I think Whip are trying to get the ball down. They find overtime. Goodness me, what is happening?
Watch for the kickoffs here by Whip. They've been doing rather well on them. Compact does get possession, just pinches it downfield. Toxic and Day Shift with Goose, waiting on Joyce's touch. Toxic does get it midfield. No one available, though. Oli will turn it away. But the pressure is on by Whip after that kickoff win.
It's a big boost grab there as well from Oli. Just spawned on him on time. It's a 50 though. Joris finds himself very awkward. There was going to be a shot from Compact, but he just absorbed Toxic's powers, all lack of from the previous game. Could have been game right there, but the quality finish wasn't on. A double kick comes through. It's actually a nice fake as well. Oli's in a lot of trouble, but he makes a huge save getting bumped.
Whip, the only thing they can't do is bump in a 2v1. They've tried so many times, and every single time Ninjas in Pajamas are avoiding them. Well done by Oli.
Nice intercept from CRR. You can see Toxic rotating to the mid boost, scooping up the 100. Trying to leave this ball for Compact. Oh, everyone's so jammed up front post. There's the series. It's a gentleman's sweep. NIP to top 4.
George pushes it forward, and Oli's like, I'll follow up all three members in the same corner. Those double commits finally bit them. The positional errors by Whip cost them at the end. And Oli, after the big-time save in the 2v1 where he avoids that bump, secures the overtime goal, and Ninjas in Pajamas take the series.
Yeah, they just had everyone front post again, and when you're playing that quick, it's just the structure is the first thing that's going to fall apart. You're looking for boosts. It's unconventional, and I mean, NIP just looked more comfortable playing that way. And you know what it feels like, Gibbs? It kind of feels like CRR, he's always been like this, just chaos. You know, one of the fastest players on the field. It kind of feels like they've all just molded into 3 CRRs now. They're all just playing as quick as him. Whereas when they first kind of formed, it was just him up top and kind of Joris and Oli playing a little 2-man, second, third rotation. Now it feels like there's 3 first men. It is chaos, but it's working.
Yes, but it is entertaining Rocket League for sure. Ninjas in Pajamas, after making it to the grand finals of Open 4, now secure at least a top 4 finish here, getting tons of points towards that Paris major, so congrats to them. Whip, we'll have to look to the lower bracket tomorrow, but we still have one final match today, and it's a match everyone's been waiting for. Corp versus Gentlemates. That's up next.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
There was a moment there where you thought maybe Whip would figure it out here, and then they didn't, folks. Back and forth. Nip gets the first 3 games. Whip takes down game 4. Minute of overtime. Maybe it's going to happen. Not quite there. Ninjas in pajamas.
Oh, this is too green. It's my ice pack.
Ice pack?
Got an ice pack for my cramping jaw from that series. It's too green. I picked the wrong one. That series wave was something. I'm sorry.
Is your jaw's cramping because it's on the ground the whole time? Like
no, from the amount we had to talk the entire time. Me and CJ, the back and forth gameplay the entire time. That series was something, CJ. I don't know if it was great, but it was entertaining.
It wasn't great. It was definitely entertaining. It was just double commit, quad commit, double commit, team bump, double commit, score because you made a mistake and double committed. It was chaos. Ninjas in pajamas, though, went to a 3-0 lead. Because of the chaos, they look like they acclimatized a little bit a little bit easier than what we saw from Whip, but it was mainly some shooting woes from Whip that really let things down. I'm saying Nip and Whip. I'm getting confused with the teams as well. But Toxic took a while to heat up Gibbs. When he did, we saw it start to turn around a little bit. They got a couple of games.
Yeah, credit to Ninjas, though. There was plenty of opportunities where they were in a 2v1 spot. There was one right there. It turns into big saves, turns into 2-goal swings, where Whip were trying for the demo play, and they just could never connect on those plays. So Ninjas doing a good job. Like, even though it was a little messy at times with their double commits, their third man was always there, and it was all three members, too, like at different times, making those big-time plays. So credit to Ninjas for showing, like, offense was fantastic. It was like the speed was great. But the problem is, because they were so fast, those double commits happened, but their defense really played well.
And that leaves us with the Ninjas in Pajamas in the semifinal. Another top 4 finish for them guaranteed. And Whippy Sports has a day with Manchester City tomorrow morning. They are not out of the tournament just yet. We'll see how they bounce back there after taking that loss to the Ninjas. One match left on the day. CJ, during the break, you were promising me with your whole heart that this match is going to be a very different story than Ninjas in Pajamas versus Whippy Sports. Carmine Corp versus the Gentlemates, a match that could easily be a grand finals marquee event at any other event. Instead, they are meeting here in the upper round 1.
Yeah, well, I think I meant there was going to be less double commits. For sure, I think the gameplay is going to look completely different. Not sure about the score line. I'm expecting it to be closer. Honestly, I didn't think we'd have a Game 7 until this point, but K.Corp, shout out to them, putting on a clinic against Vitality. What a matchup we have right here, though, Gibbs. This has been the marquee match. The reason it is last, well, it's not the reason it's last. They both happen to be in the upper bracket, but it's a good test for both teams.
Yeah, K.Corp not playing together for once. They're actually playing at home, so that's a little bit interesting, because normally they're like at their facility playing there, but this time this is a very rare sight that we see Vatira in his house. We never see this. He's always there, so we'll see if that matters for K.Corp here, because they are like inclined to play together. Now they're just at home playing on Discord, so see how it plays out. On the flip side, we have the Mates, who are playing together, and the Mates are major champions. They took over that King of Europe or King of the World because of Nas right there, who played so fantastically at the Boston Major. But then they missed playoffs, and that's the first time that's ever happened that a major champion misses a top 8 for the next event. So they're looking to get as many points as they possibly can. They're in the upper bracket. They do have 2 lives at that top 4, but they want to get it done here.
I mean, Wave, can you tell that they're actually in the Gentlemates facility? It's tough to see.
I will say there's a color synergy from the building and the shirts and the chairs that does make me think they're probably in a facility there. I will say though, facilities today I think are like 1 and 2. Like, I don't know if I want to be in a facility today.
In Vitality, that looks a little rough. Maybe they need some more yellow in there, depending on how the Gentlemates perform here.
What probably happened was Carmine Corp saw Vitality lose in their facility to K.Corp.
They flew home?
They said, quick, go home.
Well, it's going to be a good test, because obviously, you know, when you say we've got K.Corp at home, this is now K.Corp at home, so we'll see how they do perform. But I thought KC at home was K.Corp, but maybe they're KC at the office. The way they were playing, looking fantastic. It's going to be a great test for them, though. Gentlemates look like they're back. That first event of the split, Gibbs, I think was just a little warm up for them. You know, a little top bracket, but they won the major.
It was, but Mates also were in Group A, a little bit of a gifted group as well, so they went through that pretty comfortably, but K.Corp had to take down Manchester 3-1 as well, so K.Corp a little bit of a tougher road here. It looks like they're back in form, but honestly, it just depends on what type of teams we get out of these two. I feel like this is truly a coin flip matchup.
It could go either way. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Gibbs, you said it's a coin flip. Which way are you flipping the coin?
I had back on Chalkcast, I said Mates would be the #1 seed going into Paris for Europe. The only way they probably do it is if they win 2 of these opens back to back. I'm going to go with the Mates here. I think they have a chance to find their form again. And K.Corp's playing at home, which just seems odd to me. So I'm going to go with the Mates.
Okay. CJ?
I'm going to go KC. I'm going to go the other way. I think it's still going to take Gentlemates a little while to wind out. And I think it's a 50-50 match. Last time, when Stumpy predicted K.Corp, he just went with his gut. I've just got a gut feeling that KC at home is going to look fantastic.
Well, the majority of players that have at some point played in a facility earned the right to play in that facility by playing at home. If anything, they're back in their element here. I think Carmine Corp are going to take this one down, but I do think it's going to be a close series, and I'm excited for us to get into it. Hopefully have a banger 7 8-game match to close out playoff Saturday. Get ourselves set up for Championship Sunday. I would be happy either way, though, because if Gentlemates win, we get Karmine Corp versus Corp finally. As foretold in the prophecies, we'll see which one we get for tomorrow, folks. Split down the middle in chat as well. It couldn't be closer on paper. We don't play Rocket League on paper, folks. Which organization gonna move forward in the bracket and have a better shot at the title tomorrow on Championship Sunday? Karmine Corp on one side, Gentlemates on the other for the final match of the day.
It is a position that Gentlemates are trying to scramble out of after a very poor opening tournament for the split. They find themselves chasing for those top 5 spots. Victory here, Stumpy, would put them in a much better position to try and right those wrongs.
Yeah, Karmine Corp, however, they are going to be a very scary opponent to be going up against. They haven't done their classic of winning all of the regionals, as they like to do. That was last split's way that they managed to go about things. But heading to Paris, they have not been able to take the first one. It's a great save to start things off. And a banger of a shot from Vatira does manage to keep them out in game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
One slowly on target is Vatira. Pass the ball over to Atto, who started off this season, very arguably, best player in Europe. Hasn't quite been living up to those standards as of late. Oh, he would so love to return to that pinnacle sooner rather than later. But for KC, Boston was supposed to be their moment. Gentlemates stole it from them. Now Gentlemates, especially after Corp had the result they did, they're still 2 points behind now from those top spots. Really could do with a result. Now, the interesting bit is loser of this one plays Corp tomorrow. So we either get the outright race for the top 5 spots, or we get Caster's Nightmare, where somebody's got to try and figure out Corp for Karmine Corp versus Corp. And that's going to be awful.
We need to make sure the players don't change their names. Like Rado doesn't change his name to like Ratausin. So he doesn't like
you know he would.
I'm sure they're going to try and submit those names as soon as they know what the team is that they're going to be playing. But it's going to be interesting to see just how Gentlemates really can bounce back. Their incredible major win that they secured over in Boston, it's not been sullied by any means by the fact that they couldn't make the main event, or rather they couldn't make the playoffs in the next open event. Unfortunately, that's what people are talking about at the moment. Archie's going to slot one in. They've got a lot of work to do, really, I think, to regain that trust with their fan base.
Gusto's just awful there for KC. There's Archie. No nonsense Archie, as he is. Just going to whack the ball on the target. Does the work just for him. Oski's going to go for the slow play this time around. That's a couple of players. Archie's considering it. Vatira, nice cut of rotation. Nasa's quite far forward, actually, so he's going to be caught. Decent little force. There's Oski. Oh, all right, going to go for the flick. Doesn't quite go as far as he might have wanted. Vatira also not catching the player. Both teams sort of trading blows here at the moment. Not quite fast enough to challenge, not quite slow enough to get outpaced. Sort of a holding pattern, and a holding pattern's pretty nice, actually, for Gentlemates. They've got the lead.
I mean, when you look at the history between these two teams, it's the 5th time they've played each other this season. KC are currently 3-1 on that record. Came 3-2, if then you include the Swiss stage this time. But normally just look at the best of 7s. And Archie, we talk about the best of 7s. He is the best of them. What a slot and a pass from Nas.
Vatira's got like 95% of that goal covered. It's a shame that Archie knows where the 5% is. What a hit. And it is 2-0. Gentlemates not allowing the mistakes of 2 weeks ago to come back to haunt them. And KC, they're now going to have to start to really pick this up here because they've looked a little bit flat to start this. Nobody available for even the challenge, let alone the pass. Vatira, low boost. He's going to be a while back. Atto, second guesses the challenge initially. 100 in the corner is about to turn up. He's going to lay claim to it. Archie pops it on. Nas just makes a show of it. Knows that he hasn't got the boost. The fake challenge was enough to make them also 0 boost Atto.
You know what's most impressive about that shot from Archie? The placement was sublime, but KC's defense is the best in the region. They've got some of the lowest goals against. They have extremely few shots against them as well, only around 7 per game, and they save 65% of all shots that come their way. They are incredibly hard to get anything past. And yet game number 1 sees Gentlemates with this 2-0 lead. Vatira wants to tap this one on target. Doesn't quite get enough of it. Goes central towards Atto, but he has to lead the play after nabbing a boost.
Oski's on 0. Juicy on the turnaround. But Juicy has been playing some very good Rocket League as of late, especially given the shoes that he had to fill. It's been the story of his career, though, and he's doing well of it. Archie's got a lot of time. Casey's rotation, not as quick and as sharp as we have been growing used to see it, as Derek tries for the pre-jump, just a little bit too obvious.
I think we're seeing Gentlemates really just come out and see what Carmine Corp are attempting, and then they have an answer for it near enough every time until Vatira sees that top corner. Whatever you can do, Archie, I can just about match it. And it's a lovely setup from Juicy here. He gets so many touches around the players, then Vatira has to wait, see what the defense can do. If it's nothing, take the shot.
Yeah, I love the switch up because he's feinted as if he's going to go for a reset. And as soon as Nas has gone for a challenge, just nope. Changing the position of my car. I've now got the bumper underneath the ball. I can pop that over towards the backboard. Here is Archie on for a hat trick. 45 seconds. 1 goal is the difference between the 2 squads. Nas, just enough time to get the reset. Not enough time to do anything with it.
Final 40, so Carmine Corp need to try and push as much as they can. They're in the corner, just waits and lurks, sees what Archie is going to be able to do to him. It's a lovely play from Vatira. Gets the entire distance towards that backboard. That then keeps the question being asked onto the ceiling as Archie does wait and lurk. And defensiveness that Archie can show is sublime. Vatira, no dunk on Nas. Zato works his way in. Juicy gets bumped by Archie. Backboard saved away again. Vatira, wider target. Also has to take his time. Has very little boost in the final 10 seconds. Still leaves KC wanting.
Downfield, Oski's waiting for it. Goes for the redirect. It's off target. Now an opportunity. Atto, passing option. If Vatira wants it. They haven't got anybody in that position, though. Vatira tried for the low challenge. It wasn't good enough. And Gentlemates have taken game number 1. But I think there might be a score right there, Stumpy, that might stick out a little bit. Atto needs more in game 2.
Yeah, he's got 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 saves, 2 shots, fair enough. And I think that makes it the majority of his 94 points in game number 1. A devastatingly low amount from Atto. Man, that is normally incredibly involved. And the way that we see KC play is extremely team-focused. They are a conveyor belt that will pass things between each other seemingly seamlessly, right? I think that they did not get to that level in game number 1. Still got a lot of time to work into it, but with every passing game, of course, that becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too slow. But when you play, the way KC usually play, it's so fast, and they leave, 3 different options for themselves as to how they're actually going to try and get the shot on target. But that one, Jeremy's could just sort of spot it. You're going slow enough, they go, okay, there's a guy on the wall and there's a guy in midfield. I think I know where this one is going, to be completely honest with you, so I'm probably just going to go and take the infield challenge and be A-okay with that. But I think if they can get Atto up and running, that will be perfectly fine for them. But we got to reiterate, big series here for Gentlemates. They are still 2 points behind. They do not want to be having to run that gauntlet tomorrow.
Yeah, I think with Gentlemates too, it's one of the ones where, yes, all the points that they can get are going to help them. Missing out on open number 4 to gain any points was devastating for them. But they're pretty much there. The Worlds is fine for both these teams.
Worlds are all good.
Worlds is all good. We're looking towards Paris, and then any points that you can then gain there to then get on any of your same region teams that are competing with you. But they've already done well in getting the points here to get up to 5th, and probably they can win the tiebreaker if it comes down to that. You don't want to rely on the tiebreaker, goodness gracious, no. But they have got fallbacks. There are ways that they can do this. It's going to be intriguing to see just how hard they can push to get as many goals, rather as many points as possible, so then they don't need to fall back on a tiebreaker, because we've seen some teams really fall apart in those situations.
So just a second on this one. Going to be a little bit delayed for game number 2. Once we get back into it, they're just testing out a server, and then we'll be into the series as a whole. But for Gentlemates, I mean, great game 1 for them. That was pretty much well within their wheelhouse. They can play that style, especially if Archie is shooting that well. And Archie, if you are trying to learn how to play Rocket League, that is the guy I want people watching. All right, that is the player that has got so much that people can replicate, but he just does it better than everybody else.
Yes. Review his major, because goodness gracious.
If you're out there going, you know what, lads, I'm going to go and watch Diaz or Zen, yeah, you're going to run into some problems right there. You haven't got the neckies for that.
You know, you look towards the exact same team, Nas. Don't even bother watching Nas's replays, because you have to be the most perfect human being in the world for that to work. Archie is so replicable and yet still so hard to master. And the way that he approaches defense is... normally you'd call offense stifling. I think he makes defense stifling. He makes it so hard to think, yeah, you know what, I can score here. He makes it near impossible to get through. He is a remarkable defense.
I have, whilst we're waiting for this, I have a question for you, a theory question. Would you rather? Okay. 1v2, you have just overcommitted. You've dived in. How dare you, Stumpy Goblin?
Surely not.
1v2. You know, 2 opponents are now chasing down towards your side of the field. Who would you rather in net for your team? Archie or Vatira? You can get involved in this one as well, chat.
That's really hard. 2 of the greatest defensive players ever to play this game.
Who's saving the play?
I was about to say in current form, then instantly disagreed with myself. I would go with Archie because I don't.
By the way, very split.
Yeah,
it was all right.
Purely because I don't think I could say "great job, Vatira" in French well enough.
Okay. Do you think Archie would accept it, or do you think he would like grunt at you for like putting him in that spot to begin with?
Whenever I talk to him, he normally does just grunt at me, then ignores me. So I think I'm used to that at this point. Whereas Archie at least has the courtesy to smile, you know?
Yeah. He already knew. He was playing with Stumpy Goblin. He knew that the overcommit was coming.
Right? He knew it was coming. He'd seen me tape down my boost button.
Right, well, let's get into game number 2. Maybe we'll get that position at some point. I think Archie and Vatira will be hoping that that's not the case. For Casey, you know, it's obviously annoying as it is when you get delayed for game number 2. Also a bit of a good thing for them because they weren't really at top form for that last 5 minutes. But this should hopefully be a little bit better for them.
I mean, we talk about, you know, those 2 players, Archie and Vatira, and when you look towards the statistics between last split, so competing for that Boston major, and then now this one for the Paris major, Gentlemates' offense was extremely spread between all 3 players, right? They were very, very split down the middle with Atto going for that first goal in favor of Carmine Corp. He was one of the guys over on KC that is able to turn the game on a dime. It's a stunning turn from him. It's a lovely pass central from Vatira. I was going to say that Archie now in this second qualification stage for the Paris Major, he's at 76% goal participation before this series. It is incredible how much he is getting involved in the offensive side of play compared to usual.
Goose has had an argument with the crossbar and it's ended up costing his team. Crossbar always wins, undefeated, 27,000 and 0. If we include Rlcs and all your ranked games back over as well. Don't mess with it. Juicy has learned that the hard way.
It's a minute in and already we are getting a good few goals fly through. I think Gentlemate's looking quite comfortable managing to secure that goal. Here up to the ceiling, only 40 boosts, so can he get it too far? No, they just wait floor bound. Oski's going to be the first man to it. Does jump early though, which allows Atto to have a chance in. And now Oski immediately goes to chase down Juicy at the back. But the ball can't work its way past Vati in the midfield.
Oh, Nas doesn't quite get it, but Archie just hits the brakes. He got brake checked with a Rocket League goal.
I mean, the touch from Nas to get it past one. Archie just has to, he honestly has to slow that down. Not so much that it goes backwards, but not so little that it still goes into the path of the defender. A great play, and that is why his goal participation is so high on these qualifying open weekends.
Atto straight down. That's immediately to Nas. Not a good touch from him at all. Juicy back into the path of Oski. It's just clear and hope at the moment here for KC. Usually they have a little bit more of a thought-out plan than this, but you know, Gentlemates won't complain if it's just going to keep landing on them for an out dribble or an airplay. As Archie only has to do a little bit more defense. Oski sealing, reset, trying to go over the top of Vatira. No one really challenged. Actually ended up working for the better. Great second challenge as well. Alto looks for Nas, does get there. Now it's a panic, but nobody's following. KC are so far back.
That's never how KC attack. You'd always expect, if anything, there to be too many KC players in the box, but it always works out. Nobody was there. I was on Juicy's cam. He was pushed so far towards the side that he couldn't come in, even on the low boost.
Juicy can turn. Got Nas up there for company. That's a cut of rotation. Atto backboard. Archie, plenty of time. KC seem very happy. Just hold back a little bit here. Take that midfield. Oh, the double commit off the respawn. That worked out brilliantly. And just showed up exactly where the defender didn't want them.
It's a brilliant dunk as well. It's a very unfortunate spawn. It's a horrible spawn, but Atto just stays with the ball the entire time. Get the dunk, see how it then ends up popping through. Really well played. Then floats with the ball, just so then Oski has to think, is he about to tap this one in or do I need to wait for somebody else to come through? Just send as many bodies as possible. That is how Carmine Corp do it.
I'm just saying, he could have communicated it. He would have known. I'm on the left. No, the right. Sorry. Oh, I've really got this wrong, haven't I? Archie straight to the path of Juicy. Powers the ball. Bit of a heat check. Oski, well, doesn't feel any of it. That's the second one. Tira with Atto looking for players. Unfortunately, he was looking for Archie. That is the near impossible find. A chance of a needle in a haystack sometimes. And trying to get the bump onto Archinold.
It's not the name.
It will.
Not the name at all. Archinold.
Archinold.
Oh no, there's Archinold.
That's his great ancestor. All right, Archinold the fourth.
Before they realised that Archibald sounds way better.
Yeah, of course. There he is
80
again.
seconds. I wonder if we're going to be seeing, I was about to say, I wonder if we see Archie get another cheeky redirect, but Atto gets rid of any situation. Gets rid of Archie entirely, make sure that he isn't able to just about tap past the final defender. Atto now up in the midfield, up for that reset. Instead goes to the one tap, Juicy, bad ball again! There's no one there. Vatira's low on boost. I don't think he should have gone then, but he should have been able to at least threaten the defense.
There's just no follow here for KC. Germans can get away with just making sure that the second man doesn't take the shot on target. Juicy immediately tried looking for Archie, who is already up. Good 50 from him. Nas is in a bit of an awkward spot, so does require a little bit of help. And Archie's just, yeah, I've got this, lads. Don't worry. Zero boost. It's all good. Get rid of it anyway. Now goes to Atto. 30 seconds left during game number 2. KC could really do with this victory. Or this could be slowly trickling away from them, but Juicy's not in any position to take that one.
Final 20. Oski has an option here. Ends up going low, tries to force it. Archie, I love that position. Unfortunately for him, it does roll high. He banked on that one going low. Oski, he'd love to go and get that back corner. Instead, fakes it out, goes to the ball instead. Straight to the ceiling, Nas for the catch, and the instant flick, a bot flick if I've ever seen one. Final 3, side wall. Nas gets rid of Vatira. Atto gets rid of Nas. On for one, the second over Vatira. Juicy can only make it as far as the floor. Overtime, game 2.
I don't like that Gentlemates. Every time they go to the air, just seem to fake the reset and then just hit the ball over the top of the defender. Here comes the Vatira. 1 game each.
Well, that didn't last too long. 6 seconds. It was that touch from Atto where it looks like he's going to be leaving the play. Ends up then turning around and just tapping it off that backboard. Bit of a dive, but I don't blame the defender whatsoever. Carmine Corp, lovely stuff to finish off the second.
Well, it's what KC have always been able to rely on. They've got kickoff plays. They've had them for 3 years straight. And they can come up very big when you need them in an OT. KC, I mean, I don't think either of these teams are necessarily operating at their best right now. Maybe 60% of what they are truly capable of. But the standard is the same, the result is the same, and also so the risks. Gentlemates really could do with a victory here to secure at least 2 more guaranteed spots for their splits.
And the pressure, despite the fact they went to an admittedly very short overtime, was very in favor of Carmine Corp. They were in Gentlemate's half for 60% of the game. Normally you see that around the 52 to 55 kind of percent mark. There's a slight domination. 60 to 40. That is a big difference. So Gentlemates said they were under pressure for a lot of that, but making very few saves. They were clearly shutting off Carmine Corp pretty early on, but the ball was very much lingering in the orange half of the pitch. They want to try and switch that round as it goes into game number 3.
Over to DFH Stadium. Gentlemates taking game 1. KC answering back very nicely indeed. Nice fake kickoff here. Nas takes the ball over to the side, looking to try and displace Atto. Can't go any further with it, but that's how you want to try and go off the kickoff. Fatira with Atto downfield. Oski just makes sure, all right, I'm going to place my car between the ball and Atto to ensure that pass is just not going to work out.
It's a nice 50 from Oski, and with nobody attacking from Carmine Corp, Nas has a very free chance. The game went into slow motion, like two Canadians holding a door open, saying, oh no, after you, oh no, after you. Nas ends up just rudely barging his way through. 1-0 Gentlemates.
Atto goes so early on the save. He's made a big read that Nas's shot is going into the top right of his goal. And we get another fake kickoff. They're just trading the exact same kickoff between each other. Oh, backboard. Archie's going to get there, and he does. Atto had the threat. Archie back into the midfield. 0 boost for him. He's just going to try and stay in the way, although no immediate challenge there for KC. That could have been a little bit more of a threat. Fatira only as far as Oski. Bit of time here for Juicy. Fatira's looking for Archie's car, at least threatening in the background. Can you get this over to Atto some way? Fatira's thinking about it. This has been the big tell, I feel, for this series, Stumpy, is third man positioning for KC. It seems to be that is the most important spot on the field.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've just been left in quite awkward situations, and they're almost like playing it safe. I think every time we've sort of seen them be like, and the KC final third man is nowhere to be seen. Maybe because is the first man not rotating out fast enough, or the second man? Are they playing it too safe? I don't know.
To be, now that you bring it up, Fatira is loitering. He's going for boost. He's like sticking around with 0.
Is that preventing the third man from being as close as they would normally play him?
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a confidence thing in those positions. Just little spots, little insights. As Oski's going for Fatira's car. Oh, there's no little spot, no little insight. There's a big Oski with a big Fennec taking him out with a big demo.
Big Oski, large Oscar, call him what you want. He's going to be scoring on your net. 2-0 Gentlemates. It's a beautiful play. A choreographed play, in fact. The aggression the Gentlemates can show. It's 2-0 in under 2 minutes. Carmine Corp, I appreciate there are 1-0, or rather 1-1 in this series. I need to see more from them. I really do.
Yeah, it's just of a series happening right now. And they're better than this. Gentlemates are better than this, but Gentlemates are the ones winning at the moment, so what have they got to do? Oh, it was a big dive in. Fatira will turn that one in. I don't hate this from the third man, because you're stuck 2v1 otherwise. So he just goes for the all-in immediately rather than letting Fatira go for a demo.
I agree. Lovely doink as well from Fatira. As a doink enthusiast, a connoisseur of myself.
Ooh.
Well done. Nicely played.
Well aged.
I don't hate what Nas did there. I think he was in a poor position in general, and so he sort of had to do what he could. It's either, do I go on a 2-on-1 originally, or do I just try and dive in to try and catch them off guard before they can conjure up something a bit more challenging? He ends up losing that battle. I think he may have lost it regardless, because he wasn't Archie.
You can see the other way, and you say, well, I don't know why I didn't just dive in earlier.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Atto, that's a powerful clear, and Archie's got there just about. Had to maybe add another Fennec to the front of his current one. Nas on the turn. 2-1 still to the better. Their lead cut in half. Archie down the line. Tira, all right, well, how's your Diaz impression looking for Tira? Not that bad whatsoever. There's Atto off the wall, 2 minutes for Tira. He's not got the boost for a pre-jump, so instead there's the KC special, the bread and butter. Air draw bump, not quite landing.
This final 2 minutes and still that one being chased by Carmine Corp. Seemingly the story of this series is just one to chase for Carmine Corp. We've been able to do it earlier on. Oski takes it low, it's low 50. Seems to be a trend at the moment for the Gentlemates. that have survived through a couple of their rosters now. I've seen Archie go for those low challenges a good few times so far. Vatira stays with this one, gets into the backboard. Oh, Atto and Juicy, they have a miscommunication. Atto shies away, he was in position. Juicy also sort of was, occupying the same space in the Venn diagram.
That might be the reason why they're not at the KC facility. One of them opened the door for the other one, and they couldn't quite figure out who was actually supposed to go through it. Oh, dearie me. Just those little moments, and you don't associate them with KC. Juicy, he's going to be a little bit late to this. Nas outpaces them. 1 minute left in this game. Still one goes the better. Here goes Vatira. He's got Archie. Just goes for the outpace. And it's, I think, Atto at the better angle. They're just not deciding who needs to go.
They're playing closer, though. They're playing a lot closer. That final man. That's a lovely pitch through an Atto. I don't hate it. I don't hate going for that fake there either. And yeah, they're playing that final man a bit further up. That's what KC do, but they don't normally trip over each other's shoelaces.
Oh, that's just going to be palmed wide.
Oh, what a
post! It's off the post! And Archie's on the breakaway! What? KC just can't make it count!
I need to see why that didn't go in. Was Juicy just too slow to it? Did not anticipate it? Because that pass was perfect. Nas attempts to get it right below the crossbar, so lovely demo from Atto. This time he then leaves Vatira just to go for the ball on his own, doesn't commit as well. Pinch attempt from Archie. Atto's going to be home to clear it away.
Atto looking to try and create something. Oski does well enough, but he's got so little support. The goal is there! And the post is not going to be a factor.
It's a great touch from Atto. Oski has to do something, and then no one's home in time. Nas has no boost. He can't get to it. Stunning 0-second play. Calming Corp. Don't die yet.
Yeah, that's going to keep heads up as well, isn't it? Because you don't want to lose having just got that golden opportunity. We've got overtime. We've got Archie on the ball for now. Good 50 from him. Atto against Oski. Vatira's going to have quite a bit of time until Oski just cuts rotation, heads straight in front of him. Awkward right now. KC, as you mentioned earlier on, playing a lot more aggressively. And that is the KC we know and love. Hat-trick hero for Vatira.
It's that aggression. It's the positioning. It is gorgeous, flowy, dominant play. And Calming Corp, they start to figure out those few kinks that they have got. They make sure they're not in each other's way at this point. They've got those matching decals, and their brains are starting to register on the same wavelength.
It took them a while, but KC found their form, and I just adore that play at the end there for Vatira, because he's got two options, and this is what KC usually do so well. They have options in every single offense. Even if that one is not shootable for him, he can just still commit to the demo that he originally wanted. Yeah. No, all right, it's in my path. I'm just going to turn it on. That has been what KC have missed throughout this series so far. Options, ability, just... Usually that one option is third man come and take the shot. That's not even usually there. But for Gentlemates, this is now on them. They've been sort of happy to let KC play this style. Now Gentlemates need to switch on as well, because this game is now being taken to them.
I feel like both teams were coasting, games 1 and 2. Like, neither of them were, like, going crazy. We didn't see the best play in the world. Now Calming Corp have, in that overtime in particular, actually gone, okay, you know what? We can do this. We can flow and we can work together. And that energy from Vatira is going to be toned down somewhat now that a timeout has been taken. Snasky to do a little bit of work with the boys, as the Gentlemates need to figure out, what do we do to make sure that we are getting up to that level that Calming Corp have revved their engine up to?
Well, none of the players are talking, so hopefully the coach has got a lot to say.
Yeah, worst timeout ever otherwise, if you just sort of sit there in very awkward silence.
Just nobody talk, all right? Just think about what you did.
Punishment time. Sit in the corner.
That sounds
Shut
like
up.
something that CJ would have called for back when he was playing. Well, they've got 30 seconds before they head into game number 4. It was looking oh so very good, wasn't it, for Gentlemates? They took the first game. KC went on full form, and they were in pretty dominant position in game number 3. 2 goals to the better, and it's just disappeared on them. That tend to be what happens when you're playing against KC. You just sort of blink and then you lost.
And that was what? That was Gentlemates 2-0 up in that game as well?
Yep.
Like, that is a really hard position to then mentally deal with losing from. Like, that is a horrible position, and I think that Gentlemates became lax. Again, we've not seen them go to the level that we know that they can get to. They've played well, because they've ultimately won some games against Carmine Corp, who also aren't at that level, but it's now 2-1. Gentlemates, more answers needed. Loser of this is going to be heading down into the lowers and will be playing against K-Dop Corp, and I think that Gentlemates...
NIP the next of that, I think. So that's your bracket.
Yeah, after that, it's an NIP. So there's some tough teams ahead.
Yeah, or you've got Man City as well. It's horrible. All right, this is why we play these games, because Europe is stacked with talent at the moment. I'm not entirely sure which match I would want more. We already know which one Radosin wants. He wants Gentlemates.
He does.
I think we'd be pretty happy with any match between these and K-Dop Corp. What a challenge from Nas, and now he can break away. It's open for him.
What a breakaway. A stunning turnaround. Huge clear. Atto thinks, okay, Vatira at least here has got a low 50, but then Vatira ends up flipping towards the left. Nas intelligently takes it towards his left, so Vatira's right, clears it past. Lovely clear from Gentlemates. It's going to be a fake kickoff. Juicy sends it high and central, so not really to anybody on KC that he can find.
I can't remember. Oh, wait, that's on target!
Bang!
Off the post! I was going to say, I can't remember the last kickoff that KC actually went for. They're all fake kickoffs at the moment from them. That's not even a fake at that point. It'd be faking if they actually went for the ball. Yes, Juicy looking for Vatira. Archie's on the ceiling reset. Nas, good catch. Gonna just take it over the top. Trying to boost, however, to raise them a proper challenge. So once again, KC trail. And once again, KC answer.
To the ceiling as well from this ball. Immediately leaves it straight for the man. Atto has pre-jumped the call for the demo. He is up before the demo even lands. Beautiful play. Carmine Corp, they are revving that engine.
I think you haven't got to go too far to find your MVP of the series at the moment. Fatty Goat is just, he's what they needed last game. He's got the setup for that one. He's on it at the moment. And they need to just quiet him down a little bit. Nas, straight into the path of Archie. Oh, Oski really wanted the pre-jump. Just far too heavy with the first touch. Stay at 1 goal apiece. Santo's on his way. Goose is not really giving an option. And neither's Vatira. He's pretty scrap heap.
His first 2 minutes have gone, and definitely looks like Carmine Corp are trying to set that pace. They're making sure that they are saying, guys, we can be better than this. Let's really ramp up on all sides of things. Archie attempts that bump. Nas to catch, but Juicy can then dunk him. Oscar's trying to avoid that bump. Gets the wave dash. Vatira up high. Nas to tackle one. Actually misses, but then causes Vatira just enough distress. Make sure he can't get the second touch. Archie cannot outpace the defender. And so far, this has been a lot of play from Carmine Corp that I think is showing their intention in this series of we are here to not lose again.
Yeah, KC have really turned this around, and they're looking comfortable at the moment. We've got the goal for it just yet, and they have conceded some out of nowhere. Be very careful. Third man positioning in particular has been key for KC. Archie goes backboard. When does Atto dare to challenge? Right there and then. 2 minutes on the board. Archie, once again, clear into Oski. I don't really know what you do with that challenge next if you're Oski, so just takes the 50. Serious looking to go over the top. Juicy now called in. That's a very wide angle, so going to leave this for Atto. They look for the player, but well done, Oski.
Oh, it's a great bump from Archie behind. Gets rid of Vatira, so Oski then can continue down the pitch. Midfield, sees Nas go high. Oski's waiting, trying to find some boost. That's 0. There's now a 3v1 versus Archie. Oski can dive back just in time. Will help out his teammate, but that was extremely risky for a good few seconds.
Juicy looking to go over the top. Great challenge, though, from Oski. Open for everybody. Atto tries to get there. Great stop. Juicy towards the wall. He's going to be following this one. Back down. Vatira gives chase. Archie's got a second here. I don't think he necessarily used it all that wisely. Now he's got another second. This one, much better. has the 50. Oski slow plays. Just gonna blow his way around. 1 minute left, 1 goal each.
KC's turn here. Oski into that back corner, can't get it too far. Archer has to dive. Nas from behind him. We're seeing a lot of thin, stretched Gentlemates defense. Coming Corp, I feel like they're biding their time, or perhaps Gentlemates are, in fact. Oski goes up high. My dunk on Juicy. Just becomes a little bit more awkward with every passing second. Vatira catches, resets, Nasto to save.
Yeah, Nasto got to make a decision so early. Is that going to be a reset or is that going to be an air dribble demo? Oh, brilliant stop from Atto, but they're still in danger. Here comes the follow-up, but it's just too slow. Goose is at premium for both teams. No one can ever get the follow that they want. Atto shrugs off being bumped. Looks to try and find a set, just too many players on that backboard. Final few seconds. See, when does he want to go for it? Nas has gone past another one. Juicy's on his way back, looks for the set, and not quite there.
Oh, you then see Atto try and take a swipe at Archie. Up at 0 towards the backboard. Do KC let this drop? Yes, they do. Overtime in the Coliseum.
Big one as well. This could send KC to triple match point. Juicy has the first. Delays the second one. Oski was expecting something. After being a touch disappointed, after a reset, couldn't collect everybody on his way through, as he is want to do. Nas leaves it. Oh, it's, I think just a fake for Oski, but Oski's not around. Archie should be fine, and pushes it to the corner. Second 50 though, that's awkward for everybody, except for Nas, who just can't be close.
And Juicy, who managed to end up on the perfect trail to follow that ball. Fortunately, had the speed to do it, but it was a very nice play from the backboard. You see, one tap into the reset. Beats one, but Archie's going to sit there quite happily on the floor and wait to see what he can do, which is nothing. Very, very back and forth. Neither team really grabbing this game by the horns. A reset. That's going to be on target, and Oski, he's nearly dunked Nas on his own goal line.
Yeah, that was very terrifying. It's on target! Well, there you go! Out of nothing!
I mean, look at this commit straight across Vatira. Makes him look silly, almost looks out his side window, winks at him and says, sorry, mate, this is mine. Whips it past. Gentlemates tie the series 2-2.
And Vatira's got to be wondering, where'd you come from? I just saw you double commit. I almost saw you score in your own net. What has happened here? There would have been nothing on Vatira's radar that said, yeah, player on the way. That was ridiculous. Nas, clean as you like, gets over to it. 2 each in the series.
And you know what? Despite the numbers, the Gentlemates do end up taking that game. The field domination, again, 57%, a huge swing towards Carmine Corp. They were 14% higher field domination, and they managed to steal away over 1,000 more boost than Gentlemates. So they had 10 more big pads, big boost pills in that game compared to Gentlemates, and yet they still couldn't take it. The speed that they played with. You can see why they had so much boost, and you see why Nas has to stand up and just cheer again. We saw how animated he got at the major, and I love to see that that ends up carrying through over towards these boot camps and online events.
It's got to be so nice as well. Whenever you play in those sort of matches or something goes and you just get Nas talking about how good you are after every single play. As we do get ourselves ready to head over to game number 5. Who is going to match point? Who is going to the lower bracket? We're going to find out just now as, Juicy's got that kickoff a little bit wrong. It was directly into his path. Matera's tried to save him, and Juicy's missed the ball a second time. All right, just needs a second to recalibrate.
God, every player then just thinking, hit it, hit the ball, hit the ball. I don't care where it goes. Let's just do something with it. I don't like it. We got out of whack, and that was ugly. But now, back to normality. We're getting the flip resets and the ceiling plays. As soon as it gets messy, I'm like, I could exist in this lobby.
Yeah, what we expect from Rocket League, all right? We want ceiling resets. We want flip resets. We want these air dribble bumps. All right, maybe some of you might be a bit disagreeing on that one, but I'm the one with the microphone, and I say I want it. But we do expect them to hit the ball on occasion as Archie... Oh, no, it's got Atto to goal it. blink and you miss it. Atto almost blinked and scored in his own goal.
There's an own goal like that at the major as well, in Boston. Was that Atto? They got the.
Boston was a very long event to watch party, my friends.
I know. I was watch partying too. I'm trying to think, in between me eating stinky jelly beans, what exactly it was that happened in that major. But yeah, I remember there being a bit of a silly own goal in that one, but it didn't happen this time round, thankfully. In Park de Paris, in the midfield, we see Juicy now. Stop and slow it down. Oski on that right-hand side picks up the big 100 boost. Towards the ceiling. Beats one, beats a second, goes down low. Okay, Archie, you had the least to do there, and you couldn't.
But that was impressive. That was genuinely impressive to completely miss the ball. Atto's on his way. He's got 0 boost. That's about to be fixed. Right, well, this is... Let's just reset everybody, shall we? They're being
it's got a bit slow.
They're being a bit weird with it, you know? It's just... Here we go. Oski's going to sort us out. This is going to be a great play. It was fine. It was perfectly fine.
No.
Yeah, Seth's on the way. Yeah, it's good. Goosey, slow air dribble. Does anyone want to challenge him? He almost feels like he's been completely left out. Everybody declined him. Oh,
Archie's completely missed.
Archie's completely missed. No, we said normal, Archie. All right, you agreed.
It's 2 minutes 40, and it's still just feeling very much like... You ever play free play ball? Where you are just hitting it. Oh my goodness! That is a free play ball goal if I've ever seen one. He was lurking on the penalty spot. Archie gets it to you, and Oski goes, yeah, all right. Skims it wonderfully. Juicy's nearly had a wonder save. Oski will be the benefactor.
Oski just parked. I don't know many Rocket League or RLCS quality goals I've seen where somebody is just parked in the middle of somewhere else. As Oski's trying to find a pass to somebody. Well, Gentlemates have got the first goal. And they hold on to it. That's been the difficult part for both teams so far this series, as BC do tend to respond quite quickly. Are they going to do it this time around?
To be fair, mate, it is called Park de Paris, so I think Oski just took it a little bit too seriously. Thought it was a movement-based instruction.
Yeah, he needed Nas to help him with that one, did he? Just explain that's not quite what that meant.
Oski just tips it on, so Archie can then follow up. Seen too much from Oski in this game, sorry, Archie rather in this game. But in fact, actually, both Atto and Nas are under 100 points each.
Yeah.
Atto's on 98, Nas is on a mighty 68. Oski wants to try and carry it forward. So close. So close to 2 of them. 100 seconds. With 1 attempt, just to try and get that past that midfield line. Instead, he goes in favour of Carmine Corp. Here can pump it long. It has just been very nothing ball. That is completely open, and Archie's hit it wide.
You see a chance to try and set up. He's got Vatira. Vatira didn't quite like the look of that one. Just over a minute left here. It's been a very messy game of Rocket League. Oski, oh, that's a beautiful touch. Just got to try and chase, though, because it was a double commit. And now, Atto's Nas, that was disgusting, filthy, and quite frankly, not very nice.
The assassin strikes again, fakes Atto out entirely. Again, looks out the window, winks as he goes by, says, see you later, fella. We're taking the dub.
I think he might have looked out his window in real life as well. He just watched Atto go flying past him. Archie, chance to try and put this one completely to bed. Carmine Corp made to look silly with that goal. Now Nas looking for a ground pinch. Doesn't quite work. 40 seconds. KC running out of time, running out of chances.
I mean, this is where the keep away ball has been so good, I think. For both teams, really, this benefits Gentlemates only. There's a lovely pass, Central. It's double commit on the defense. And right now, Gentlemates can afford to do so. Good recovery. It's a long shot. Atto with little boost can get back. But Nas intelligently positions himself straight towards that corner boost. Final 15. And Carmine Corp, it does not look like they've got much of a window through. This could be match point for the mates.
0 wanted the block. Atto tries to set. That doesn't work either. Archie's in front of every single player. And another one. Vatira sidewall skim, but they've run out of time. Double match point for the Gentlemates. As, well, Atto calls a timeout, Juicy calls a timeout, and Batira called a timeout. I think the Karmine Corp might want a timeout.
Unfortunately, that doesn't mean that they now get 6 minutes. It's still only 2 minutes.
They immediately left the lobby. All of them have just left. So.
They need to go get on the placebo mobile, see what they can do.
Chat, we need you to tell us, because sometimes it's the smallest changes ever that they make. I need you guys to spot what is different in these cars.
Someone's going to say, oh my God, look, Vitira's now got on the gunmetal grey Cristianos instead of the black Cristianos. And I'm meant to know that. I meant to see that.
Don't you know that the gunmetal grey ones are heavier and therefore slower?
Of course, they're made of pure steel. Gentlemates. They didn't steal that game. They managed to earn it fair and square. And it is a lovely play from them. Messy game, silly game, goofy game all round. But they are the benefactors. One more, and they're going to be heading through into the semi-finals. On the other half, two Ninjas in Pajamas. The loser here, bear in mind, is playing against Corp.
You know, they're going to enter this game with the Triton or something like that, and we're going to go, no, I just don't know what the difference is at the moment. I'm just not spotting it.
I use Gibbs's car.
Mate, you can hear Gibbs's car from a separate lobby. That Esper is the loudest thing on the planet. We'll be getting ourselves into this next match very, very soon. Once the timeout is done, look to see what they've changed. But we are looking at this very moment. If this goes as it currently looks like it will, Karmine Corp versus Corp. Good luck.
I need to see who's going to be casting that series, and fingers crossed it isn't me or you. I'd love for that to be Gibbs and CJ.
Yeah, that seems like a them problem, to be honest.
If one of us is on that series tomorrow, everybody, you know that we are cursing the name
I want you to know I'm there, like, in distress. I'm not happy about it.
As they go to Neo Tokyo Shogun, the series is far from decided. As I said, one more for Gentlemates. They're going to be going through into the semi-finals, and their redemption, I suppose, heading towards this Paris Major. It's coming at a good time, but they should never have been in this position where they need to chase points like this.
I'll put out, like, I've checked our schedule. It will be one or the other. We've got one of the two.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of us is pulling the short straw if that one happens.
Oh no!
But
I kind of want it.
I mean, Radosin wanted something very different. He wants Gentlemates, so he's pulling for Karmine Corp. We could have Radosin with his. He's got his Gentlemates jersey. You know he'd wear it as well against that.
Of course he would. Good man.
While sitting on the Vitality chair. Whatever, or maybe he's got like an NIP, something around. I don't know. We'd have to check.
Yeah, of course he would. Yeah, because he was a previous NIP player.
Of course. I'm just trying to figure out like, what's the merch? Scar.
Okay, he can do maybe like a run through for most teams that he has been. This is like, yeah, maybe
Can we get Rise
like
to do this,
that he's played for.
Now that we think of it, can we just get Rise to wear like one bit of every merch for every team he's ever played on?
Well, I appreciate that this isn't his series right now, but Radosin would then be playing against 3 teams that he's formerly played for up to the grand final. It'd be Vitality, Gentlemates, Ninjas in Pajamas, and then whoever's in the final. So what a turnaround that'd be for him, just going through collecting the Infinity Stones.
We'll be getting ourselves into this next game soon enough. Just gotta sort some stuff out, and then we'll be right with you. We've got to build the tension, okay? There wasn't enough tension. I don't know how there wasn't enough tension, but maybe it was just, you know, how goofy some of the goals have been at times throughout the series. But you're gonna get more tension as we head towards Neo Tokyo soon enough. And then hopefully, maybe, if we've all been good, if we get our way, we can go to Champions Field as well. But that's only if you're all on your best behavior, and only if Karmine Corp can find a way to just settle down in this series a little bit.
I mean, yeah, Karmine Corp, I think, are just playing so erratically that sometimes it works and it sort of links, but I think as people will sort of know when they are, you know, playing privately as well, sometimes the bounces just go for you. It just works, and you are in the right position, right time, your teammates know what you're doing, but as soon as it's 1% out, the entire machine falls apart. That's what it's felt like at various points for Karmine Corp here. They're playing, their inherent play style is so erratic and is so crazy that it needs to work for them. It has to fall into place. And as soon as it doesn't, which is on the rare occasion, that it ends up just completely falling entirely out of whack. I think Gentlemates are less at the mercy of that, right? They struggle less with that. I think Karmine Corp can bring it to that 7th and maybe even win, but they need to just try and steady the ship, I suppose. It's such like floaty language, but it is just it's so
one of those ones
intangible
where it's
almost.
Yeah, it's very hard for us to point at one thing and just go, it's this. Because it has been a stop-start series. Obviously, something like this does not help either way. Where you're trying to find a rhythm in a series where both teams have struggled for rhythm. And we've now had an extended timeout / technical problem to then head into game number 6. So realistic, this series now comes down to who resets.
Yeah, I think that's great for KC. That brief problem, a little server change, figuring stuff out, that's brilliant for KC. You know, they've taken their time out, all 3 of them begged for it, they got it, and they got like
Maybe it's
5
because they
minutes
called for 3 timeouts. That might do it. All of them call for it.
It all worked.
Maybe we've been misreading the rules. Maybe it wasn't 1 timeout per team, it was 1 timeout per player. Oski tries to get into his teammate. We would be the slowest esport on the planet if that was, because actually that would be 6 timeouts. We'd get 1 after every game if someone chose for it. Juicy looking for Vatira, does get to him, and Archie swipes the ball off his plate.
Gonna have to see how Oski can approach it in the midfield. Can't get it past Juicy, so up high in the centre. Batty goes long. Juicy resets ceiling, second touch. He fancied it, and Juicy, if he comes online, I really do fear for what Gentlemates can put against him, because that is one of the greatest players in the world when he is activated. I've really not seen much from him so far.
I've got to go for Atto, though. Atto's... Oh, okay. Vatira's just trying to set up the pinch. It's all good. He's playing 4D chess. Atto drops it down to Juicy, looking to just pop it back along. Nas has got a lot of time. He needs to avoid getting demoed. Easy enough for him. Into the path of Vatira. Also, his teammate might get bumped, as he was in a bit of danger. 90 seconds gone, 0 goals to speak of.
Fun though, it has been this KC pressure. Look, we've just seen KC really become animated in a lot of these challenges. A nice push up from Juicy again. Atto calls 2 people in, and Vatira on the fully open net. Both Gentlemates defenders bit the bait that Atto threw into the river.
It's just a tempo of Rocket League gameplay that really suits KC. When it's slower like it has been, they don't look happy at all. But when they can get that pace up and running, they can do stuff like that. Vatira's got himself another goal. That was the better work there from KC, just to slowly dissect the defense. Archie, awkward. Very awkward. So just pops the ball onwards. Nasser's going to look for the skim. It's in that area. Just not overly dangerous. Oski called into action. Got the 100 challenged. Juicy versus Nas. Juicy gives that one up. Allows Nas to take it.
Nice touch from Oski. Clears that away from Wombats. An even better dunk from Juicy. He gets rid of him for the cheek of it all. No boost steal from Atto. Oski does manage to steal that away from him. Playing what was his. Archie missed on the backboard, allows Juicy in. I was seeing that 3rd man from KC fall a little bit further back, but this time we have not got Gentlemates leaving the ball fall into the centre quite as often. That's where the KC 3rd man was not present and where there was a real issue starting to form.
Oski's on his way. There's Vatira to try and challenge him. Juicy off the ankle, but here's the follow from Nas. 1 each.
The most choreographed goal you'll see. An air dribble onto the backboard, final touch, and then the next man follows up and then beats the defender. That is exactly how that goal is written up and how it should go every single time. And Gentlemates right and read from the playbook with perfection.
Archie goes immediately. So, ball very much in his control, can take the ball up high. He's now on 0, so he's going to need some help from somewhere. pulls Archie in to help him. Not necessarily the usual suspect. Vatira with Atto in support. Nicely covered again there from Gentlemates. Right back with their opportunity. Vatira backboard. That's going to take too long though, as that's got all the time to recover.
If you want to go for plays like that, you need to absolutely ping it into the backboard. It has to be fast. A quick bang, bang, and then you're done. You can't let that float, especially with 3 defenders waiting. But regardless, Vatira burned a little bit of boost from the Gentlemate side. Oski to receive from the backboard. A reset, beats his former teammate, and Juicy's getting harassed by Archie. Vatira gets rid of him. And Nas tries to go for that second run through. Oski again, sidewall. Beautiful control. Goodness me, the reset. Oh. It's there, but it's the early dive from Archie. He didn't think Oski would continue with the ball.
Yeah, I don't think many people expect him to be able to continue with the ball a lot of the time, as Nas has an argument with his own teammates. Archie on his way, 0 boost. Just handed that one to Vatira. He's going to regret that. Goose takes the 100. Ceiling looks to go down, wanted to just try and but he's got it completely wrong. And Casey weren't ready for it.
It's completely open in the final 40. Who goes on? They bump each other. It's a Garage fire burner situation.
What on earth has happened to Casey?
That's
41
ugly.
seconds, and that could drop them into that lower bracket to play against Corp. 35 now. Atto looking for players, looking for anything. Corp. Okay. Oh, it's already happening. Oh no. Oh no.
Are we getting
Please,
it?
Casey, I need you to go in the next 20 seconds, lads.
Are we getting Corp versus Corp? Everybody, if you want it, you gotta press 1. If Gentlemates win, we see the most confusing series and scoreboard in the game. It's a low 50. Finds Archie. Can he keep it high? Do we get the fabled matchup?
Atto, he's got so little boost. They need to keep that ball up in the air, but the demo doesn't help. The ball's over Vatira, and it's down. Gentlemates merge on. They have secured top 4, and we've got Corp versus Corp. Right up there with that very annoying 1v1 between Revsy and Raziers. Or Resi.
Will we see the Redosin revenge arc all the way through teams that are his or his former teammates or his various grudges throughout Europe? As Gentlemates, they atone for their sins in previous events. In Open number 4, they failed. They fell on their face, and it was a very bad time for them. They have now got themselves a few more points, and they are looking a lot more likely for that Paris Major. Top 4 secured.
And that's obviously bad news as well for Corp, because that means that they stay tied on points now, guaranteed, with Gentlemates, who are marching their way towards that top 5. But not the greatest Rocket League from either team. However, one team won't care less about that Stumpy Goblin. The other one may not need some answers heading in tomorrow.
Yes, well, thankfully for us, we don't need to go through any of those scenarios because we have got a lovely desk that is going to be able to explain everything away for us. Corp versus Gentlemates was an absolute screamer. Neither team at their best, but we will see what the desk got to say.
What a day. What a competition. Some fantastic goals, some fantastic games to close it out here for playoff Saturday. And, man, Gibbs, we get it. Corp versus Corp. The as foretold. As foretold! I'm excited.
Whoever's casting that, I feel bad for them just a little bit because you know they're going to slip up occasionally, but it'll be a good time either way. But for the mates, this was a huge win. I know, they're major champions, but they miss out on top 8. And, they desperately need a top 4, at least. And they get it here versus Corp. They look like the better team. They look like probably the best team left in this tournament, or at least one of them. So the mates have a real shot at trying to clinch up Paris if they can win this Open after missing out top 8 last time. But for Corp, it feels like it's the Vatira show, and he's not getting much help at this point, CJ. I'm a little concerned for them.
Yeah, you could see how, I guess, animated he was with the player cams as well. He's bumping up and down. He's leaning forward. He was expressing how much it meant to him. But I don't know. It does feel like he's maybe trying to do too much. I don't want to, guess those sort of things. But I feel like that final moment there, the last goal where Vatira and Atto bump each other second, third man as Juicy's trying to make a solo play, kind of just
it really summed up where KC are at right now. Like, the synergy's not there. And that when you think of Karmine Corp, you just think of a three-headed beast, you know, led by a coach, the structure, the organization, with the organization behind them. And that's just not quite hitting at the moment. It's not the same KC we're used to seeing.
Yeah, this was, I don't know. Karmine Corp, there's question marks for me around them from the whole season. At the beginning of the season, I was saying, there's nothing they can do that would impress me other than winning World Championship at this point. If they win an online regional, so what? It's Karmine Corp. If they win a major, so what? It's Karmine Corp. They got to win that World Championship. I feel like I'm having to start to move that bar down, Gibbs. I'm having to start to be like, no, okay, like there is room for improvement here for this team yet again.
Now, hold the phone, though, because like they're still in this tournament. There's a very real possibility we see a brand new K-Corp tomorrow, and they could run the table. I would not be shocked if they won this Open. So there's still plenty of time there. But it does just feel like it's very difficult. You lose your best player, and I thought at the beginning of this year we would not have more than a two-time regional champion by any of these teams. And K-Corp opened it up with 2 regional wins back-to-back, and everyone's like, uh-oh, K-Corp's here. They're the hottest team. I think they're coming back down to where we thought they were, where they're in this group where they lost their best player last year in Drali, where, like, now they're, you know, there's parity, like, at the top of Europe. We've seen many different winners. We've seen Mates win, we've seen Vitality win, and we've seen K-Corp win. And we could see a Ninjas win. They've been in 2 grand finals and lost. So it's going to be interesting throughout the season. I think K-Corp is still relatively comfortable going into Paris, but obviously that's a big one for them that they want to win that. But there is a lot of question marks around them still, and they need to answer them soon.
Yeah, for sure. We take a look here at the season points as they stand right now. KDOP Corp joining the Gentlemates. They're now tied at 5th place, with Gentlemates getting that win, and they will continue on here. KDOP Corp going to try and earn more points tomorrow against Karmine Corp. But yeah, the battle here at the top continue to tighten, and it's only going to tighten here as the weekend goes on, CJ, with Vitality out of the picture.
Yeah, and I think Man City, they're sitting in equal third spot, 14 points. That's the team that, you know, maybe a KDOP Corp or even, I guess, back in the day, GK, maybe not now, are looking to jump. But Man City, they got a great draw as well. They got Whip in that lower bracket quarterfinal. They can get a top 4. But yeah, looking at this match, taking a look at the highlights, it started out strong from Gentlemates. I liked what I saw from KC, mainly, I guess, from Vatira. He was really stepping up. I still don't know where Atto's at, and Juicy isn't playing in that same vein of form that we saw in the first split, particularly early on in Copenhagen.
Yeah, but this game too was huge. I thought that K-Corp was going to take over. They scored at 0 to tie that game up and then scored the overtime kickoff. So that was absolutely huge for them. But it kind of like they won back-to-back games, game 2 and 3. But then after that, the offense was just nowhere to be found.
There's the passion you're talking about. There's few players, CJ, in the scene I think I would say are hungrier than Vatira to have that win. I mean, it's like Vatira first killer, like up there is like the people that are the most hungry to get that final big win.
Yeah, it feels like they're just trying to find something that they haven't quite worked out yet. And you see Vatira being more aggressive, but it's just not quite working. But we've got to give credit to Gentlemates. Nas stepping up, looking fantastic. That first event, clearly the split was an anomaly. They're back in business for sure.
They are that event. They are through to Championship Sunday in the top 4. We are joined by Nas to talk about that win and just to talk maybe about kind of how the team's feeling on the season. Congratulations on the victory, sir. What a stylish way to bring it home for the squad, and you're through to the top 4 for tomorrow. Walk me through what it's been like on the Gentlemates roster, like coming out of Boston, you're on top of the world, you go into Open number 4. What happened there, and now where you're at? Like, kind of what's going on? Just walk me through that journey.
So yeah, we won Boston, which was an amazing feeling. But I mean, we knew we had to grind again to win the regionals, and an Open 4 game. I think individually we weren't on our normal level. I mean, me especially. I don't think I played really bad, I think, in Open 4. So coming from that, I grinded a lot, and I think the whole team grinded a lot, and we knew we have to do way better to meet Paris, to see all the fans, and yeah, I mean, it's a good start now.
So is there extra pressure because it's a Paris major, where, like, is there more pressure on the mates as an org to make that major compared to even Boston?
I would say yes. I mean, Paris is like, Gentlemates is like, it's here in France, so I mean, there's going to be a lot of Gentlemates fans, so we want to make it for sure. But I mean, I mean, yeah, it gives a bit more pressure, but I don't think we think about it that much.
And what's the prep been like coming into this split? Like, you win the major. I always joke that Archie never plays the game. With, you know, were you guys too motivated coming in? And I know coming into Boston as well, you guys spoke about how you didn't scrim for a while. You know, you went for quality over quantity, I guess. What was the prep coming into this split though? Did you take time off? Did you celebrate? You know, how quickly were you back into scrims? What did it look like?
You mean after Boston?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, me personally, after Boston, after the travel day, I got instantly back on the grind, on the game. But I mean, we took a break, like a week or 2 week break, and then we started scrimming again. And I mean, we did the same thing with the scrims as we did before Boston. We didn't change anything. For Open 4, when we did top 9, we just didn't grind enough, like twos and just like individually, really.
Was there a point in that series against Karmine Corp? It felt very back and forth, but I could see that you were very much coming into your own there at the end. My brain, I keep replaying that fake you hit on the Paris map at the end there to win it. It was such a good goal. Was there a moment where you knew, like, oh, we've got this one in the bag? Like, you felt like you won, or was it close all the way to the
end? After game 1, I think we played pretty well. So I think it would be, I mean, it's still KC, right? Like, it's still going to be a hard game, but I think we should have easily won, I think. Like 4-1 maybe, or 4-0 maybe. Because, I mean, they got like a 0-second goal and then like a kickoff goal. And like a goal where like we bummed each other off the spawn, which was kind of unlucky, but I mean, it's always going to be close against KC. But yeah, I think after game 1 when we won it, I think we played pretty confident and we were pretty comfortable as well. So, yeah.
Well, you look comfortable. You're in the top 4 here. What'd you guys, CJ?
Oh, I was just going to ask one last question. Were you aware of the bracket? Obviously, you win that. You're in the top 4. You are on now the Whip Man City side. Was that something that you were thinking about going in, that you want to win to get on perhaps the easier side of the bracket, or you don't really care who you play?
To be honest, after we saw Vitality losing, it was kind of the same. If we lost, we would have played K-Dub Corp into an NIP, and then like, I think it would have been not a free final, but like a pretty easy final. I think Man City and NRP are pretty the same. So, but of course we want to be in the top 4 for sure, and to play the least games on the Sunday.
Last question here. I'm just curious. With that Karmine Corp versus K-Dop Corp, and then the winner plays Ninjas Pajamas, winner plays you in the finals, obviously. Who do you think you're facing in the finals tomorrow?
I think we're going to face Karmine Corp, but I hope we play K-Dub Corp together. So Rlcs maybe has his revenge.
I love it. Let's see it happen. Hey, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, Nas. Good luck tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. He thinks he's going to play Karmine Corp. He wants K-Dub Corp. I love it.
But I was going to say, I'm like, he really mispronounced K-Dub Corp in a weird way, you know, saying Karmine Corp. But, you know, hey. Here's our points wave. It's getting tight up in Europe. It's going to be interesting. Whew.
Yeah, for sure. Europe the only one that gets to send 5 teams as well. So kind of every team you see on that board actually definitely in the running for being a representative for Europe at that super important European land. CJ, I mean, I'm excited to see how things shape up tomorrow. I said it to you earlier, and I'm just going to keep on talking about it because I think it's really important for everyone to notice. Like Vitality up there at the top, they cannot earn points. Everybody else on the page is going to earn some points. It's going to be such a close race in open number 6.
Yeah, you mentioned that 5th spot opening up that was courtesy of Karmine Corp in Copenhagen in December. They might need that 5th spot at the moment. We'll have to see how they perform tomorrow against K-Dub Corp. I love that Nas wants to see them in the final as well. I feel like they're the people's team, not only for the viewers and the fans, but also the competitors. Everyone wants to play Alpha again and Redos, and they want to see them do well and have fun. So, yeah, great to see. Very competitive, but yeah, that 5th spot might be crucial for one of those teams.
And watch out for APAC as well. TSM, they're sitting in 3rd. Kinotrope was number 1. They lost to TSM 4-1 today in the upper bracket. So TSM is trying to make a late push there in APAC.
And so it's such a difficult, like brutal format for them, as you don't, this isn't clear on that graphic that a lot of those regions are only getting to send one team, maybe two teams. It is a much tighter race for those teams. And as they're trying to make their way to Paris, they want to be that representative, the champion of their region, representing themselves in Paris. You don't have to qualify though. You could just buy your ticket, scan the QR code on your screen, and get your tickets to the Paris Major, folks. It's going to be a crazy day tomorrow as we pave our way to crowning a new regional champion with Vitality out of the way. Somebody will pick up the crown here. We're going to start things off with Manchester City versus Whip Esports, then Karmine Corp versus KDOP Core. The big battle of who's the KC. It's finally happening, CJ.
If you would have said, if someone just woke up from a coma and then looked at the schedule, what is KDOP going? What is happening right now? It's unreal. I can't wait for it. Gentlemates are looking great. NIP Gibbs, we cast that series, my goodness, against Whip. If they keep playing like that, that's going to be an explosive semi-final as well. I don't know who's going to be in the grand final, but I'd say Gentlemates is the one you can kind of bank on from today.
Yeah, very important for points. Obviously, a lot of 2-point games. Then it's a 4-point game to make the final. Then 6 points if you win the Open. Basically, if you win one of these Open, you're going to be one of the top 5 in Europe. So any of those teams have a chance. They're just 3 wins away.
It's going to be a battle. It's definitely Gentlemate's side of the bracket to lose. But Whip Esports and Manchester City, if they were able to do it, what a story it would be, folks. We're going to have that and more tomorrow on Championship Sunday. The pre-show kicks off at 4:30 p.m. Central European Time. We'll have the games at 5 p.m. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
I like the way that you say my name. In the evening when we're far away from distractions. There's something special about that time of night. You like how I get into the mood. Treat you like a man while I lose mood. There's something special about that time of night. There's something special between you and me.